Majokko Meimi. Meimi-mu-me-mo! Hi. Did you guys enjoy your government sponsored? I'm just kidding, no one's sponsoring us. Ephemera original song loop for the starting screen. Have you guys checked out a very cool song yet? I think maybe you should stream Ephemeral Ephemeral by Ephemera. Cool group in Ephemera. First original song, possibly only original song, given how expensive it was. Ephemeral! Have you seen it on YouTube yet? Have you liked, subscribed, and left a nice little comment? You know, if you left a short comment, you should go back and edit it with your actual thoughts. We would like to know your full review of the song. Although if you didn't like it, then haters can go press the funny little button up on the top of the screen that says X. Yeah, get out of here. Hello. Meimi-mu-me-mo, I am your little fortune-telling witch, sassy TCG variety streamer, and idol of GlitchStars Gen Virus, Majokko Meimi desu. Hoi hoi! I'm finally an idol. We have released an idol song, TM! Very idol point, eh? Very idol-y song. In fact, at first I was like, what song is too idol-y? What if it's too idol-y? What if no one likes it? But thankfully the lyrics brought it together. So even if it's not your genre of choice, sorry, it's not metal because it's never gonna be metal. But the lyrics at the very least are very cute and inspirational. So it brought it together. I wanted to say some brief funny parts about the making of the song, which has been in production for like over a year. It's been in production forever. And we originally were going to try and release it last fall. That was like my projected ideal schedule, by the way. I was like, we were talking with Kawa and we were like, okay, what about like a fall drop? And I was already thinking like, oh, I don't want to like, I need to make sure that it doesn't clash with my Halloween merch. But no, we didn't get it in time. So, ta-da! It's out now. It's finally out. The thing is, with a lot of our music projects, we listened to it a billion times already. So like, at this point, it's like not new to us, right? Like every time we release a cover or something or artwork or something, it's like not new. We've seen it for quite a while. So yeah, I don't know. It's it's really nice to finally have it out. Is all I can say. Oh wait, hang on. I just realized it was hidden. I don't know why. This was just off off the board. But I have the stream avatars going as well. If you wanna sign in, choose your little admin. Oh, but anyway, yeah, so we have our Ori song finally out. It's been in the works since forever. If you remember our Tsun Scoops collab, that was when we were like getting art for it already with Romkome-san, and then Tsun Scoops was like, oh, do you guys have any like art we could like make merch of? And we were literally like, we don't want to pay for more art. We were like, let's just use this, man. Art is expensive. Commercial use art is expensive of a full group. So we were like, you know what? We're not gonna release apparel, so they can make apparel of us. And thus we multitasked and we got more use out of the same artwork. Stonks efficiency. Yeah. But anyway, I would like to say that the one fun fact that we didn't share is that the title of the song was a placeholder. None of us named it. We were like, okay, we have an original song. That's nice. And then we sent it off to Steph. What is her full name? Steph Sings or something like that. She has written a lot of songs. Including like she's written the lyrics for all the Hololive group original songs like Connect the World and the other new ones, right? So we were sending her, you know, like just like the vibe of the song that we were going for, our general meaning of our group and whatnot. So that's why the lyrics was a lot about like our lore, lots of hints of our lore of like the girls who are dreaming together and like the constellations against the same, you know. And even if we have different lives, we all converge as one for our shared dream and whatnot. And so she put in the lyrics ephemeral, right? Because we're called ephemera, and I get to sing that line. That was actually really low. I feel like I one shot that and I was like, I'm not redoing it. Though they're ephemeral, da 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 da, right? And then the placeholder for the lyrics, I think, was just ephemeral. And all of us were after we gave our feedback. Actually, I think it was only me that gave the feedback on the lyrics because I just thought certain parts were either a little bit hard to sing or they weren't broken up correctly, but it was very minor details. None of us had any more thoughts. We were like, yeah, this is great. Okay. Thumbs up, song lyrics approved. And then nobody went back and workshopped that name. So alas, it was just called ephemeral. I mean, it's fine, right? It's a good name. So it's not like any of us could think of anything better. But every time I hear my part singing ephemeral, I always just like instantly think roll credits. They said the song name, roll credits. It's pretty early on too. Oh. Wow, 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 wow. I need to do a solo version of it now. We gotta, once we drop the hot Meimi album in 10 years. Ephemeral Majokko Meimi version. Well, I would like to sing it at a concert someday. That would be very fun. Definitely not a solo song. Very hard to sing by yourself. But the whole point is that you guys can join in. You guys can sing with us with the easy woes, right? 5 woes in a row. Whoopee. Easy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like a melody. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can hear you in my dreams. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sing along with me. Whoa, 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 whoa. The problem with group songs is I didn't get to sing the rest of the song, so I low-key don't know the whole song. I need to reference the lyrics a little bit and practice the rest of it. I only know parts like, oh yeah, she sings this part. No, she sings this part. I have never attempted it solo. It's not a very solo song. Us singing, why would you do that to yourself? Huh? Do you not know how lives work? It's like the chanting, you know? You like the audience sings along. It's not like for us to hear. It's for everyone in unison to participate in the live performance. That's what makes it so fun. It'll be a very magical moment. I think it has good potential for like, you know, like a live, I feel. I was just desperately finishing another singing recording deadline before this. I said I wanted to sleep. I did not sleep, guys. narrator voice. She did not sleep. She had... The witch had a full, small size decaf, by the way. Decaf salted caramel mocha. And that alone made her grumpy and sleepy, but was unable to get some shut-eye. So I was finishing my singing deadline and sent it in. And I was like... Perfect. I finished everything and we're starting up stream like 2 minutes. 2 minutes past 9. I was like this every time you like, I don't know, you guys don't like probably don't have the same kind of experience, but you're like, you know, I learned this song a million times. I love this song. I have sung this song before in karaoke. How hard can this be? And then I go back and I go, oh my god, I've been singing it all wrong this whole time. What is this key? I don't know if I'm any better at the key, but it's okay. I did it. It's that's the beauty of non-solos. The beauty of non-solos is I just have to kind of wing it. As long as I sing it in tune, I don't need to like have any stellar solo parts or anything, and it'll come together. Trust the process. Morning tweet about going to sleep. I was sleeping at a normal time last night, I'll have you know. I was trying so hard to stay awake. I was like, I'm not allowed to sleep before 11 p.m. and I woke up nice and early and everything, and then I ruined it with caffeine. Absolutely ruined it. But it's okay. Trying to force your sleep schedule? What do you mean trying to force my sleep schedule? Is there anything? Do you not force your sleep schedules? You guys just live your life and the sleep schedule is like natural and normal, and you don't know life anything and ruin it every week? Clearly you're not built to be VTubers then. Clearly that's the VTuber life is not for you. You started your adventures in Blue Archive. Thank you for that random tidbit. I wish you well, I guess. I have no input as I don't know anything about Blue Archive. Anyway, I hope you guys listen to the song and like the original song. If you guys haven't, we would really appreciate the boost. We really appreciate the boost because YouTube boosts, you know, new releases, and then it will soon come to streaming. That was what I was figuring out. My back end was figuring out how music gets distributed. You usually just use the music distribution site and it distributes everything for you, but it takes like 2 weeks to do so. So, yeah. You'll get there. I'll get there eventually. I'll let you know when we have links out for Spotify, YouTube Music, where you can purchase the tracks on Amazon. Amazon and iTunes. And if iHeartRadio or whatever the 50 billion other things they listed ever come knocking on our door, they have permission to stream it. Anyway, for those of you who don't know, yeah, Sounddrop is better than DistroKid is what our research has uncovered. The more you know. But we're using Sounddrop. And also, if you guys stream that like, you know, 2,000 times or something, I might make 20 cents. And if you guys are at even a little bit, you know, like, even a little bit, you know, generous about giving back to the amount we sunk into all this, because we sure aren't going to make it back in streams. We do have merch. The thing with this is like we were in talks with this like a long time ago. It was like when I first joined GlitchStars or something. It's just kind of like already in the works. So I'm usually not going to do merch drops like outside of GlitchStars or anything, so I can't like hardcore advertise it or anything. But Kawa agreed to do a cute full set diorama with us, with our idol outfits, and it looks very cute. And if you get the full bundle, then you get a fancy hollow film version of the poster with our little signatures. You gotta collect it all for your eat bags, am I right? Although Kawa's very sweet and generous, but because it's not like my company, I also do get a less of a split anyway, so in conclusion, I'm not sure we'll ever recoup the cost. Eventually. Eventually. Money makes the streaming life go round is all I can say. Very expensive. Speaking of which, I will also be dropping my own original song this year as well. I will just preface, I don't think the song is as good. I don't think my original song is quite as good as Ephemeral, because I didn't pay like a big shot like Ferris. Well, I don't know if you consider Ferris a big shot. I think he's kind of cool. I think he has some really cool songs under his belt, especially I like his songs for Miss Phoebe. But yeah, my song is not going to be such a banger. Or as highly produced, especially since the solo and my squeaky little voice is doing its most. But I hope you will still, look forward to that whenever that comes. That'll be a fun little thing. And know that I am going to be drowning in original song debt for a while. Is the merch limited time? All merch is limited time. Fun fact. Fun fact. Why is it limited time? Because they gotta order it all, and once they order it all, they're not gonna make like 1 or 2 pieces, They're not gonna make any random stragglers. So yeah, it'll be limited time. I don't really know how long it will be, but like a month or so. I got a month or so, probably. Everything in the world is limited time if you think about it. Well, limitations are also illusions. You should surpass them. You should plus ultra. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. How much merch can I get if I sell your soul? Trick question. You've already sold your soul to me. No double dipping. Eating one's own hat and ration in the meantime. Listen, I've got like 50 billion hats, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, I think that's it for that stuff. I now have to turn back to... Oh wait, hang on. I'll show you a little clip. Here's my advertisement. Here's the trailer we made like literally after it released, because we're like, shoot, we don't have a trailer. Wow, it's so inspirational. Ignore my BGM. That's me. So this is the part where you go in. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yippee! Okay, you guys know your parts now, right? You know your parts. So yeah. Make sure to sing those. Make sure to catch that. Okay. Hi, tsugi. The next part of our agenda for today, before we jump into videos, is this. I was serious, guys. Okay, I actually need help on this week's schedule. I'm out of ideas. I need your help for your votes. Okay, listen. I want to min-max sort of. Somewhat. Like, I don't know. I'm not desperate. I've just been like... I've just been seeing everybody else roll 500 bazillion million times. There's like a thread on our Discord where people post like rolls that require any sort of like additional input or like gacha, and it's just been going on all day. I think this is just a gacha company now, guys. Everyone's addicted to the roll. I'm just in it for the love of the game. I don't want any of the prizes. I just want to see how high my points get. But you know what happened? You know what is happening? I'm getting punished, guys. Duolox added more things. He added more things. Targeting people like me. Where is it? Is it here? Or maybe here? So there's like a couple of the rewards where like it benefits you more if you pull. I was just gonna wait until the very end and pull everything and see if I get stuff. But now there's a lot of things where it benefits you more if you like pull it. Like there's ones where like if you pull it, then like... Well, this one, like, but once before the event ends, you can do a daily task twice. There's ones where it's like... Where is it? Yeah, pick a day after this. Increase the value of all tasks by 50 points for 24 hours for everyone. And you know what happened? Stim chose today. I was like, dang. I'm being forced to stream on these days. They're double point days. Well, not double points, plus 50. They're like... They're making the rest of us stream on these days for the extra points. They're gamifying this too much. I'm gonna like blow up. And then there's this really fancy new one, which is essentially, hang on. I mean these are the golden grail ones. So you know in like Kirby Air Ride, where in order to unlock the Hydra and the Phoenix stars, you have to pick up 5 pieces in gacha of like the same thing, and before you can piece it together. Well now we have this. There is 5 fragments of the cover song. You need 5 fragments to get a cover song. You need 6 fragments for a graphics card and 10 whole fragments for a new outfit. But if you fail to get 10 of that exact fragment, then the prize will be converted to a mere $10 per fragment at the end of the event. And you cannot pass these fragments to other talents, so they'll be wasted. They'll be gone. Yes, they're the pieces of Exodia! Exactly! But until you get the full pieces, they're just bricks in your hand! I was like, oh man, I see. Is an outfit more expensive than a graphics card? How much is a graphics card? How much is this graphics card, actually? I don't know. I don't know this specific one. Asus Dual GeForce RTX 5060 8GB GDDR7 OC Edition. I don't really know why he put that specific one, because I don't know too much about graphics cards, but this one's the cheaper version. How much is it? How much is it? How much is it worth? I wish I could choose the fragments. I would like to put the fragments together, but no. Of course, that would be too easy, wouldn't that be? About 350? What? Huh? The graphics card is only 350. Ah. I see, I see. Well, see, you see the outfit one is $500 credit. So, it's $500, right? Versus 350 versus the cover song one. It doesn't specify actually. It doesn't specify how much towards the cover song, but I would fathom a guess more closer to like 200. Like, we're not all mochi where we like to spend $500 on a cover. You can get a cover reasonably done for 200. Granted, that's on the cheap end. You can cover the fancy bells and whistles, like the upgrades yourself, right? With the rest of it. Like, $500 also doesn't pay for a new outfit. That's like 1,000 minimum. 1,000 minimum to get a new outfit anyway. No, it doesn't cover art editing and mixing. It says towards a cover song in relation to art editing and mixing only. So like, you're not allowed to put that credit towards animation, you know? Like, you're not allowed to get like a 3D edited sort of cover. It's saying like a normal cover that has art editing and or mixing. It's not like it's some insane incredible thing. Pretty normal one. Did GlitchStars receive the GPU I sent? I kind of just shipped it and forgot about it. You might can you like re-ping them with like a tracking number? I didn't get word of anything, but that's because the person that manages most of this stuff is Faith. And, you know, she's not in our server anymore. She's not, like, actively working it, but she's working behind the scenes and stuff. So, she might not have pinged me if they received anything. They didn't want a physical standee. Well, actually, it's not, like, at CarrierCon. It's at Nondescript Con. We're just, like... That was just, like, placeholder. Because we didn't like officially get into mini cons yet. It's not like a con. I don't know. Like, there's like a period of time where you can like apply to cons, and then like afterwards there's like the acceptance period and then the announcement period, right? These cons haven't gotten to the acceptance period yet, you know? So I don't really know what we're doing. I just know there's like a lot of cons we like to be at. But no, I don't really want a physical standee, so I'm cool with that, and I was just gonna hold back on all of my polls until the end so that all the girls that really want those spots will get them first. But then Duologs was just like, no, actually, I'm just gonna add more legendary spots like after they're filled. Also, like the ones that are already like empty, they're already like taken the spots. If you roll it again, you'll get like $10 instead. So there's like a substitute. I need the Meimi standee. Well, I'm not gonna have a standee. That's really not high on my list. I've already had standees before, so I'd rather have people who haven't had a chance get more spotlight at cons, you know? A lot of the new girls or the girls like Outbreak who haven't really participated much at cons, they would find it much more meaningful. So I would like to give them that spot instead, especially because I will probably participate in like some event or another on my own anyway, so I feel like it would be extra sad if you like aren't in a panel and don't have a standee. Like that's like a double whammy, right? At the very least, I like to see like the other girls have some sort of presence. Yeah, I'm gonna be applying in various ways to cons, like either just with GlitchStars or perhaps like in other capacities. So yeah, I feel like it's only right that I pass along opportunities and whatnot. So I'm not too pressed about that one. You have a specific region you usually do cons in? What places have you been before? The US. I mean, just other places don't really have that many cons that would benefit us. But region, there's not really regions that we look for or anything. It's any con that might have a VTuber presence. If we're the only VTubers there, it's a little awkward. Especially because we're not going to be like physically present at most of these cons or anything. So how it works is first of all, we prioritize the cons that have VTuber presence, right? Like to what extent we decide to participate is also like what foundations they have for VTuber guests. So if it's like just a small VTuber presence, then it will usually be some there's like some organizations, some nice volunteers and such. They have like Discord channels and they will invite, or you can like apply for meet and greets and stuff. That's like kind of like the smallest participation, right? They'll be like, I don't remember all the names of the companies or organizations. I guess they're not a full company. Like there's I think it's called virtual theater. I don't know what they go by, but they're the ones that did like Hyper Japan with us. There's like some other ones like Oshi, whatever. So if they have people at the con physically, they'll usually be the ones setting up like the booths. They'll be the ones who like actively ask a bunch of VTubers if they want to participate, and then they can set up a meet and greet, and all you have to do is just like, you know, sign up for a slot and whatnot. That's like the easiest. Otherwise, like you can, if it's like just virtual participation and they have the equipment to have virtual panels and whatnot, they know how to like, you know, stream. They allow us to stream from our OBS to their like con, then we can do like a virtual panel. Otherwise, we can do like a pre-recorded thing if they don't have the means to have anything in real time. And then finally, like things like off-kai that are actually for VTubers, they'll tend to have like the most amount of participation, right? Like where we can maybe have a booth, you can have merch, you can be a guest, etc. Yeah. It's not like we're not open to cons. It's just that like we're probably not going to shoot our shot at a con that doesn't have any other VTubers, because we're probably not going to. They're like, they don't know how to set things up for us, and there's no one else, and yeah. We're not gonna physically be traveling there anyway, so it's not worth the hassle. But yeah, I've done meet and greets at various cons, but I wouldn't say I was like I wasn't a big guest or part of many cons yet so far. Just like little things. What's SXSW? Huh? Question mark? Anyway. So yeah, we have some enticing things they threw at us, which unfortunately makes me the hamster in this experiment, forced to do my little dancey dance. So we gotta min-max my schedule for this week. I still maintain that this is very much geared towards the girls that stream every day and stream this stuff anyway. I don't really stream half of this stuff, so I don't think it's very good for me, but I guess like out of all the game segments, I feel like I can only play Jump King. There's... So they added this, I swear. This is my one thing. What's a Valentine's themed deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, guys? This feels like I'm on an episode of MasterChef. Doing MasterChef. Like, I have to cook up a Valentine's themed deck? Can Master Duel just give me a Valentine's event and I'll be... like, I'll just take one of their loners? What do you mean 15 push-ups easy? They specifically say normal push-ups. No knees touching. Guess how many of these man push-ups I can do? Physically. You have any faith in me? Why? Why do you still have any faith in VTubers? One, that's pretty like generous. I would say I can do about a half of one. So yeah, this is not really for me. And also my legs still they're still jelly and they're still trembling from the 45 squats we did last time. Yep. Look up cards that have hearts on them. That has no synergy. Have you played a TCG game before? Trading card game. Is the play a card game 30 minutes or 1 hour and 30 minutes? Huh? Where do you see the 1 hour 30 minutes part? Oh, this thing? Yes, this one would be 1 hour 30 minutes. Sometimes you just copy paste the stuff. You have to play it, not win. Okay, yeah, but I also want to make it entertaining. See, that's the problem with all of you. You're all just do everything at once. It'll be the boringest, most annoying stream possible. What do you mean? Do you understand the point of this stuff? It's supposed to be like the springboard to plan fun streams. Okay? And how do you... I don't know. I mean, sometimes you guys consider weird things to be fun streams, I suppose. But as for me, I at least need a stream where people will enjoy it. If not myself, I will not enjoy Jump King. The point is to see you struggle, but like, you guys don't seem to understand. Even the act of streaming that is a lot of work for me. You know? You ever sit down and you play a frustrating game? Are you doing much? You're probably quiet half the time. I have to put all my effort into making it something salvageable and talk through it the whole time. I have nothing to say for half of this stuff because it's just not me. Like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if I play Brown Dust 2, okay? Is it just like... the concept is non-Gooner plays Gooner game. Is the story salvageable? Do I just keep a straight face through the whole thing and like... know the like... break down the character development of the game? While also try not to get demonetized on stream? This kind of stuff is boring to me. It's not even like I'm scandalized. I'm just like... okay, what's the point of it all? This is like, I cannot think of a thing I'd rather not do with my life. So I'm gonna have to be actively fighting my ennui the whole time to make it somewhat seem entertaining. Like, I have to be an MC hype man, you know, for my own stream. There's no one else shouting in the background, narrator voice. She did not care for that segment. You can try playing Don't Pee. I'm not gonna play any 3D games, thank you very much. None of this, a measly 100 points is not worth throwing up, thank you. I once watched a paint drying stream, so I'm easily entertained. Well, thank you for announcing that your bar is in hell, but my bar is higher than that. And yeah, also the average person's bar is a little bit higher than that too. So, you know, I would rather not waste my time to stream to 5 people. Thank you very much. I know I do it sometimes, but if I'm doing it, then there's a good reason for it, and the good reason is that I like the game. If I choose to stream to 5 people only, then at the very least it is because I'm enjoying myself. Can't even pretend to goon for the content. Like, I'm not built for it, man. I don't like big boobs. I am actively being repelled. It is not content for me. Critique it like a novel? I just don't think there's any substance. It's not really gooner early on. Maybe you ever think you're just immune to it? The first hour is that sussy? Well, is it that good, though? Comment it like you do Nikkei. Nikkei has actual story content. Nikkei has meat to it, okay? I never like comment on the gooner aspects that much of Nikkei anyway. The other GlitchStars shows are beating you? Yeah, they are. And I don't really... Didn't we go over the whole I don't care about that part? Good for them. I want them to succeed. I'm not competing with them. They can beat me. You know, they're working hard. I don't feel like working that hard because it's not really worth it that much to me. Change of heart considered a Valentine's card? I think that's like yandere. I think change of heart is kind of yandere actually. I drink all my juice before I started streaming. Yeah, I don't like big boobs. If I get another outfit, I'm making myself flat. I'll finally do it. I'll cut them off. I'll take out the padding in my bra. And finally live my life full of justice. So anyway, I have like actual stuff. Listen, like it's sweet and all that people say we're here for the VTuber, not the content, but it's like not helpful, you know? Like you are like one voice out of hundreds, and if you guys don't care what I stream, then why should I pick something with you in mind when I should be picking something with the extra people that do care of what I've streamed? I've said that many times. I'm just like, that's very nice that you guys don't care what I stream and you'll watch it anyway, even if it's patently false, even if you're like lying to my face. However, there are many people that will not watch whatever I do, so obviously I still have to think about that then in order to min-max it, right? Like I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the whole like it's up to you kind of information. That's not very helpful in making a decision. Warhammer Crowd pays the bills? Technically they don't. Technically it's YouTube that pays the bills, but yes. I'd watch a stream where you literally kill me? Well, you'd have to pay me for that first. Okay, I don't dirty my hands for anything less than a good tidy sum. Need a pop quiz from what happened last stream? I don't even know what happened last stream. That was a blur. 10 hours. I think the TLDR was I did not show off my gaming prowess. I'm sure there are many other girls out there who are capable of beating games, but I'm not. And I think 4 hours of gameplay is enough to prove that point. So I will not be getting any of the... I will not be reaping any of the rewards on the bottom saying beat something. It is sadly impossible for me. So which is why I think the only ones I can do is... like, these are the only ones I could possibly do. Otherwise, If you guys truly don't care what I do, then I'll just do reacts for an entire week. That is the most romantic pre-Valentine's Day week, like, schedule ever. Just a whole week of reacts. Only reacts. React channel time. The thing is, reacts don't even do well live. I don't think they do well live. They do better on Twitch than they do on YouTube. For sure, because I feel like YouTube cares about watching games live more than anything. It depends on your channel, of course, if you curated your channel or not. But every one of my reacts that gets views are on my clip channel. I'm not streaming on my clip channel, so the audience isn't here or anything. It's the only overlap is Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So if it's Yu-Gi-Oh, I might have a chance. Everything else is kind of like whatever. What the heck would be an NTR Yu-Gi-Oh deck? You celebrate Valentine's like this? Is that the meaning of Valentine's to you? Yeah? You wanna like, I'm gonna grab my chocolate and my like popcorn and my Dr. Pepper and sit down for a 5-hour stream of someone else playing an NTR Yu-Gi-Oh deck. That's your ideal way to spend the holidays? Yeah? Couldn't think of anything better? Waifu deck? What would the waifu deck be? I already play. I don't know. Every deck I play is already something I like. Otherwise, I'm just like, no, it's too ugly. I'm not playing it. Playing Mikanko to snatch steal as many opponents' girlfriends as possible? To snatch steal? Mikanko doesn't really snatch the opponent that much. You would have to play something else. You would actually have to play like Farfa's card stealing deck or whatever in that case. NTR enjoyers be damned. Is there anyone here that actually likes NTR? I feel, isn't that just a meme? It's like people who are into feet. I refuse to believe it's not just a meme. And if it's not a meme, then like I think we have made the internet too comfortable of a place to talk about these things openly. Bring back bullying. Bring back public shaming. I will do it. I will drag you in the, in the county square in front of the mayor. Extra, read all about it. This guy likes feet. Everyone point and laugh. Reflection Rondo. I know what Reflection Rondo does, buddy. You don't even play it in the new Mikanko deck. Reminds you of loophole stealing cards. That's what I was saying. The Forfeit deck is the only one that actually stole cards. You know, everyone else did it a very different way than the literal thing. New live twin support soon? How soon? If it's not next week soon, it's not gonna be in time for this event. This event only runs on through Valentine's. Yeah. Do I actually have to play a Farfa deck? Should I go and steal his deck? That's pretty meta, right? That's pretty fourth wall breaking there. I go and steal a deck about someone else's, someone else's deck about stealing cards based on someone else's prompt about stealing cards. Oh, it's actually coming out like that soon? In 2 days? Dang. You understand liking feet, but you don't understand Netorare? I don't understand either, and I do not want to. You know, some things are better left not understood. Stealing fourth was deck truly the meta. I wonder how expensive that is, though. I don't want to like waste. I don't want to waste dust on stupid meme cards. That's why I don't really play many decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, because building decks is very expensive. From scratch, anyway. The only way that you actually get anywhere is if you actually pull them. Hmm. So anyway, so reacts all week, yeah? Sounds good. You guys don't seem to have a credible opinion. So yeah. I don't know. I just wanted to be chill today. I just wanted to relax, so Yu-Gi-Oh videos it is, because I have been wanting to watch Yu-Gi-Oh videos. And I have not been wanting to play. Well, maybe if they have come out with another event. Is there like another meta Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel event coming out soon? We just had a bunch. You like the reacts on my clip channel? Really? You like the Uma series? I like learning about Umas. I feel like the Uma make craze is kind of past, and you've only got like a couple of those zealots left. That kind of already covered like the main popular horses. So everything after that will be like, watch a video of my niche favorite here. Well, I guess, you know, they're not niche in that regard, but yeah. The Moon Spider Dream in shambles? Huh? What do you mean in shambles? This is his dream. His dream is literally for us to do non-stop reacts. His ideal is that we just all become react channels, and then we'll rake in the bucks. And I'm like the slowest to implement this. This is why I'm like the channel that grows the least. Because up until now, I have not really wanted to do fun, because I don't really care for the content that much. I'll just be like, oh, this is interesting. But it's not really like my niche or personal interest, and I don't have autism. You know, if I had autism, I didn't realize. I go through life, I'm socially adept. I have no trouble fitting in with making friends. And I go on the good old interwebs, bam, I'm handicapped. I can't believe it. I'm missing the one key factor, the unifying factor that makes you a good VTuber. I don't have enough hyperfixations. I don't have an addictive personality that quickly gets into things. I thought React's meta were dead? No. Who told you that? You don't even have a little sprinkle of the gift? Oh, the Tism? Anything I like? I can easily think of other people that like it so much more than me and know so much more than me. And then, like, if you make me do personality quizzes, I pretty much almost always choose. I would say, like, I'm not out partying with friends, but my ideal is like a good day, a good weekend to me would be like going out and like playing board games with friends. We like go check out like a cute cafe, and then we would play board games, and then maybe we would like talk about like fashion and like latest like games and cute things that everyone's has been into lately. So I have to like fake it to make it here, guys. I have to really dig deep into my soul and gaslight myself into liking something, even a fraction of your power, guys. You see what I do to imitate even a fraction of your power? I'll be like, yeah, okay, I can kind of see what makes this interesting. I can slightly get behind it. I could not imagine spending 5 hours of my life on this daily. Like, every now and then, if an interesting video pops up, yeah, okay, I'm down to like learn some fun facts, I guess. Fake nerd. I can be quite geeky about my interests, but like not on the true level of like, hi, I need to make a video essay on it. To come down to our level. Exactly, though. I'm telling you, that's why. Everyone else just like quickly got into stuff. You tell them this is a very good hobby to get into as a VTuber. It'll make you very successful. They sign up immediately. I'm just like, I can do like an hour of this. And anything beyond the hour, I'm like, oh, I'm a little tired. Board game collabs coming? No, not really. Why does it see like my hobbies are not very marketable. I've already told everyone many times, but I will not stream majority of my interests because it's not good stream content. It's just not. I've asked people if they wanted to play board games before, but just like it's hard thinking of a way to make it fun and engaging. I feel like the downfall of collabs is when you're just watching a couple of people play amongst themselves and like nothing else is going on, just normal gameplay, you're not included. It has to at least be funny. There needs to be a narrative or something. Candyland. I haven't played Candyland in a million years. Do you play chess? No. Okay, why do I seem like the type? Why do people think of chess? I've already said I don't really like the Eurocentric power, like the points, victory points games to that extent either. What part of my like average 100 IQ do you think is capable of learning chess moves? I could play it in the sense that I know the rules, but I would quickly lose the thread of thinking 5 steps ahead. Never let your opponent know what you're thinking if you don't know what you're thinking. How the fun does streamers themselves enjoy what they're playing? That's not quite true. But I don't want to break your immersion. Yeah, sure. Yeah, those are really fun. That's why everyone likes seeing me play rage games. You can really feel the joy radiating off of me every time I stream one of those. That's why the most successful streams of mine have always been games that I have abhorred to the deepest core of my heart, and it has never actually been any games I ever liked streamed on this channel. The thing is, like, even for when I'm enjoying myself, if I'm having a good time, I'm just like, I'm internally thinking like, oh, this is kind of boring. Like, dang, nothing is happening. There's no narrative. Like, in order to be hooked on the stream, there needs to be something going on. And usually, it's me versus the game. Man versus the obstacle before them, right? Or man versus himself. In fact, layer both on top of each other, and that is a very good stream. And for the most part, it's Meimi versus her own abysmal gaming skill diffs, and Meimi versus the game that is trying its best to piss her off, right? And succeeding. And if I'm too successful, it gets boring. So if I get the handle of like a Yu-Gi-Oh deck too quickly, for example, then I quickly find that there's not much else to do. Like, oh, okay, I already know what to do, and I'm winning, and oh, okay. Let's go do something else now. Listen, this channel is built on the bones of me complaining. If I have no complaints about something, then people start falling asleep. I'm not really like a screamer, but I feel like I would like to come off as somebody that has things to say. You ever talk to people or listen to people and you're like, oh wow, oh, I can just physically feel that if their vocabulary was published in a book, it is fairly thin. Right? The only thing I can pride myself in is that I have a colorful vocabulary, but every year I feel like I'm ripping a page off. The less books I read, the more that slips away. Every year I'm docking off a 0.5 IQ. Oh no. Yeah, but anyway. So the only thing I can say that I have above perhaps any other randomly selected VTuber is I can speak with more than 5 pieces of slang. Not to say I don't know slang, just that I've purposefully choose to ignore that, and I would like to expand upon, you know, my thoughts and be a clear communicator for somebody who's watching and not quite, you know, not quite fully paying attention to what's happening on stream. Unless it's a comedically placed moment. Comedic timing is above all. Content. I don't know about others, but enjoying this talk way more than most games you play, but that's me. Well, yeah, because... I mean, do you really want me to sit here and talk about VTuber meta? I don't know how it always devolves into this. I like explaining myself too much. I should just not explain myself. Figure it out yourself, bozo. There's like a categories of fans. I'll just say this much. There's like a sliding scale of fans. The bigger of a fan you are, the more you enjoy stuff like Zatsu. But casual fans actually don't care too much about Zatsu. What usually hooks them is like the vibe of the stream immediately and the content, right? You need to hook them immediately, otherwise they'll click off because their zoomer brains will have 5 seconds of interest and attention. You also I feel like the Zatsu portion is very important. And so like I don't do too much Zatsu if I have nothing to say. I need to like frame the story in the funniest way possible. Usually at my expense or someone else's expense. Yeah, I'm not afraid to shoot some people, you know, public execution style. I click Yap stream so fast. Yeah, but Yap usually doesn't do that well on my channel, to be honest. So I only sprinkle it in. VTuber talking about clickbait meta. Yeah, do you want to know about more about clickbait meta? Meta this, meta that. Well, I cannot physically stream every single day. If I try, I will die. So I have to min-max a little bit. And that does tend to mean that I gotta prioritize. But it also means that I instantly forget every single week what I actually wanted to stream. Every time I have like a list of things, I'm like, yeah, maybe I should stream these. And then every week on the Monday, I'm just like, what are games? I've never played, I've never heard of a single game in my life. What do I stream? What did I buy in my Steam library? I don't even know. An AI Meimi to stream for me? Dude, AI Meimi would be awful. AI Meimi would just make Meimi noises. You could just... AI Meimi should just make Meimi noises and make her like fall off of a ledge in Jump King for 5 hours. That would be enough. That would be the Subway servers. The golden, you know, grail. Just make it a vertical stream. And release it to the masses. The peasants require more girls being angry at their own skill issues. Yeah, maybe it would be nice. Whoa. I thought it was based on me. When have I ever been nice? Let's AI someone else. Exactly would be a baby noise. I see what you're getting at. I see what you're trying to fish for, buddy. You think you can pull a fast one over here? Well, fine. I will entertain your little banana thrown at me. The dancing monkey shall comply. It is like when I play a game and I get angry and I go... Or I go... And I go... No! And I fall off the screen like Mario. Those are the quote-unquote Meimi noises. That's really all you need to do to be a VTuber. It's hacks. Well, specifically, if you're doing a rage stream anyway. Can the dancing monkey do squats? Unfortunately, I do have 45 squats to do, huh? Just cat noises? Well, cat noises come, you know, naturally to me. I don't know about other people, but I feel like VTubers and cat noises kind of go hand in hand, no? Right? Shall we do the squats and then move on with our lives? I don't know if we resolved anything here. Hello? What is my stream schedule? I don't know, man. Oh, but I will say that for next week, not this week, but next week, which is Valentine's Day week, I will be having a love advice stream, and I think what would make it even funnier and get more submissions, I haven't gotten that many submissions yet, is if I invited Virus along with me. So if you haven't seen this post already, can you please go submit to it soon? Chop. The deadline shall be February 10th. I was like, hey, to Leah and Miwa, do you guys want to do this with me? We haven't had a Virus collab in a bit, and that's what we are best at. I feel like submission streams is like the bread and butter of Virus streams, because we just have like 3 different perspectives on every single problem, but also like somehow we complement each other and come to the same conclusion. Like Leah will say something crazy out of pocket and me will be like, oh my god, that's so true. And then I will be like, this is absurdity. This is I have to play the straight man, basically. But sometimes I can see the logic behind, like, you know, the madness of Leah's like big brain. So yeah, it'll surely be entertaining. You can now not only embarrass yourself in front of me, but also the rest of Virus. What a treat. There's genius behind the madness, as they say. Exactly. But Leah's actually very smart, you know. Leah's much smarter than me. I can only critically think in terms of my expertise. I also don't have the parallelism that helps me watch 5 billion videos on obscure topics, I'm sure. I don't have anything to submit that isn't super general. Then think of an interesting story to tell. Share for the class. It's show or tell hour. What makes you a qualified love advisor? Who said I was qualified? I can be an entertaining love advisor. At the very least, I can't give you anything worse than you would choose for yourself. So, you know, we can have 3 girls' perspectives on your love life or lack thereof. And hey, out of all 3 of us, there must be one answer that you find agreeable. If all 3 are you know, are not amenable to your taste, then consider that women may not be for you. That you have bad taste if you don't like girls like the 3 of us. Yeah. I think perhaps you need to write off the entire sex, because if you don't love us at our most Manhera, then you do not deserve us at our least Manhera. I forgot that Stream Elements thing was still happening. Yeah, the Opera GX thing already ended. In December, and I just like I've been leaving half of my old links up. Let me go turn that off. Some of these things are aggressive, aren't they? Red is the color of the heart, therefore red flag equal love. Yeah, you just got rose tinted lenses. Great. I mean, if you like to break your own heart, then you can write a banger emo song about it. You know? And find success in a different angle. Be creative. I have a better chance asking my cardboards out. Well, we might be able to fix that mentality. You know? If you don't even ask how to improve yourself, then yeah, your chances will always be 0. Midwest emo is still popping? What? What do you mean popping? Who says popping? Most online people, it's easier to fall in love to the Manhara version. Okay, Mel. That's because... And let's not get into it too much. I'm gonna run out of material on the day of. But you like disasters? Here, I'm gonna put a little spotlight. I'm gonna put a mirror right in front of you guys. The reason why you like disasters is because A, you feel better because your flaws seem so much smaller in comparison. B, you like feeling needed because otherwise if they're too good, if they're too perfect, then you, on the other hand, feel inversely, you feel worthless. And C, because if something goes wrong, then you have something to blame. You have like, well, I tried to fix them. I tried to love them despite their flaws. I guess my love wasn't strong enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway, please send an inquiry and tune in the day of so I can send more bangers that keep you up at night and dissect who you are as a person. See? Do I sound qualified now to talk about love? It's not about love, because we're not talking about love, okay? We're not talking about... Realistically, we're not talking about that. Although if you want to send in some inquiries about, like, what should I give as a gift or whatever, then sure, I'll give you the female perspective and whatnot. But, the question, the spotlight I'm shining on you is... If you know there's a problem, why haven't you fixed it? And if you want to fix it, and you don't know how to fix it, then we can brainstorm. Probe me like those alien abduction stories? Exactly. I'm going to give you a lobotomy and fix the wiring in your brain and then return it to you. You'll be a changed person. I swear. And if it doesn't work, no refunds. Anyway. Valentine's week. See, what's gonna happen? Valentine's week is very predictable. If you know anything about me, you know I'm gonna be singing more than once. I'll be singing several times. So we've got karaoke next week. I guess I'll do an ASMR. So we can do ASMR next week. And we'll do this love advice one. So that's already that's 3 streams already. And then I don't know what to do with the last one, but something Valentine's Day theme. Maybe I don't know, maid cafe. It's been a while since we did a maid cafe. We could do a maid cafe. So that's all the Valentine's ideas I have. But that's all for next week. So we can't do them yet. We gotta space it out so it feels special. How long for love advice? I'm thinking the 10th, February 10th. So that is next week. Next week, Tuesday. As long as saying there isn't a problem, a solution. Can you say that again, but like in English? I understand the words individually, but can you rearrange them a little bit? So yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know what about this week. They actually want me to play Brown Dust, but like I wear a science coat and I'm like up there with my like professor glasses on and this here, folks, this line here that they say is a really bold choice by the narration. It's clearly showing the character's underlying daddy issues. Just kidding, but maybe. I do feel like I will have to censor a lot of it though. I'm like so unfazed by that kind of stuff. I'm just like, yeah, okay. People like this stuff? People like this stuff? It seems so unrealistic. It's like, I don't know. It's like watching... It's like watching... children's TV, but for men. That's what Gunnar games are like to me. I'm like, oh, okay. I see what's going on. We put the little hand puppet on. The hand puppet says the cute stuff that they want to hear, except the hand puppet has boobs. Like, that's how it feels to me. That kind of low brow content. If ignoring the problem works, no. Well, but like, if you don't consider it a problem, then that's a different problem now, isn't it? It's like watching the Jersey Shore. Jersey. I never watched the Jersey Shore, that's all I know. Coffee. You can't collab with a GlitchStar talent who plays brown desk for over an hour and knock out 2 tasks at once. See, like, here's the thing. Stop trying to add these two together. That's just a recipe for a horrible stream. That I would be miserable locked into that sort of thing. So no, we're not going to be doing stuff like that. Break down the real physics of anime girls. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know physics, and I don't have the boobs to test it. Maybe they do act like that. I don't know. You think I'm going around like testing like with easy access to big chests to like see? For all I know, maybe someone out there does have them. They come in all different sizes. Maybe some of them defy gravity. ED2 is the sort of game that you get into because of gooning and stay for the story. Listen, I have high standards for story. Okay? If it's not like Nikkei, then I'm already like, it's no more. 3 guys who admit to playing Gunnar games. I personally know 13 women who proudly declare they play Gunnar games. Yes, you know why? It's more socially acceptable for women to say they play Gunnar games. Shrug. That's it. That's the reason. And you're not going to your bros and being like, hey, yeah, like, this is my waifu. I mean, you could, but... you could, but, I don't know, you have some social cred, a less sense of dignity, perhaps. Yeah. The high standards just mean a lot of rules, like Yu-Gi-Oh? Maybe. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh is different. I don't know. I don't know if that is on the same level. What about Fate? You meet Fate Grand Order? I don't like the story of that, yeah. Women goon as well. I never said women don't goon. I said it's more socially acceptable for women to admit to gooning. Which, am I wrong? That's what I'm saying. And you could just reasonably say, as a girl, you can just perfectly say, oh, I play this Gunnar game for the plot. And people would be like, okay. They'll believe them. Like, you're not a man. You probably would prefer if they were men in this game. Or whatever. Yeah, but anyway, that's neither here or there because that is just not me. I'm not built for that. Yeah. So I fear I will have a fairly disappointing reaction to it, but I guess I just contest it for an hour. Fate Grand Order started very weak, but it gets better. Dude, I played it for months, okay? If a game doesn't get better within months, I am not going to invest any further. It's like, I don't like the opening of Arknight's Enfield, so I'm like, I feel like I should just drop it. I don't know if anything else will really hook me in. And they have my waifus. But the thing is, my waifus also exist in base Arknight, so I can just go play that game, which I prefer. Yeah. OGVN, Fate Stay Night. What about the OGVN? You mean the story? But okay, you said Fates, but then you said Fates Day Night. Okay, well, I don't know the VN. I watched the anime. That's about it. The anime was fine. You know? One Piece, it gets to go to episode 150. And that's why I'm never gonna watch One Piece. Story's good, but this game is very outdated. I don't know which game you're talking about anyway, but I don't care that much about game. You think I'm a gamer? You think I game? You think I'm good at games? I'm sorry, I'm gonna go play like a Slay the Spire for the 500th billionth time instead of play 6 hours of your mediocre action game that I don't care too much about. Okay, but anyway, since you guys have not been very helpful about this schedule, and I've already complained about this for an hour and a half somehow. What the heck? An hour and a half. I'm sorry, all you Yu-Gi-Oh fans. I've held you back. Okay, we can move on with our lives. I'll just pick out of a hat and stream whatever I'm feeling for that day, and I guess we won't have a schedule then. It'll be what it is. I would just suggest a Nikkei 24/7. Well, it's not on the board, so it's not on the board, so I'm not gonna play anything that is not min-maxy. I'm gonna play that outside of this event. Are you supposed to help with the schedule? That's exact. The reading comprehension, the listening comprehension. Single digits. 3 hours of reacts, another 2 hours of mandatory end stream yap. If anything, less yap would probably be better. 12 hours Slay the Spire stream? Dude, I'm not streaming that stuff. If I'm playing a game to enjoy it, I'm not streaming. I'm not making it work. What kind of deep dive into Yu-Gi-Oh are you doing? Good question. I don't know, because I've never watched the videos now, have I? I have some videos that are suggested to me, and I'll do my best to go through and pick some fun ones. But I don't really know the contents myself, so we'll find out. Isn't this list internal? We can't help you min-max? Huh? What list internal? This one? This one? No. We're allowed to share it? Do you think I'm breaking my NDA by sharing this to you guys? I simply was like, oh yeah, is there anything on here that you would like to see me do for a schedule? What do you guys suggest? Crickets. Okay, cool. So we're gonna play one of the games on this list. I don't know what Diabell Star lore video you guys are talking about. Like, I don't see one when I look any up that seem to be very good. So I don't really know. We suggest your videos? Oh, dual logs. You mean like these kinds of videos? Yeah. Like that stuff? We have internal lists for videos, yeah, but it's not like I will not look for other videos. Your options are Guna game or Rage game? Yes, sadly. History of the TCG? I did that last time though. I feel like it would be kind of redundant to keep going on the history part for now, since I would like to switch it up a little bit. If we don't like them, we can flame dual logs. Well, to be real with you, if you don't like them, then too bad, because they're picked specifically because enough of the population of YouTube likes those videos. So, majority opinions out there. We don't choose obscure videos or anything. We need an excuse to flame vlogs. True. True. You don't need my permission. But anyway, yeah, let's do those squads. Clearly summoning pot agreed to draw 2 cards. Yes, I too know a lot about Yu-Gi-Oh! How do you do, fellow Yu-Gi-Oh! Players? The thing with what makes a good like reaction video, I feel like people mistake a good video versus a good reaction video right often, is that other people need to care about it. It needs to be a video that not just you find good, but that other people find good, and other people are willing to watch new people who have not watched that video, you know, how they find it as well, outside of your own personal interest in the VTuber, right? Like, oh my god, this is my super favorite niche video. Like, for me, it would be like, oh, I really like this K-pop song, or like Project Sekai-san or something, and I'm willing to watch people with a certain amount of expertise dissect the video and add a different perspective. And perhaps, like, if you're new to it, perhaps, like, it wins them over, but maybe they become a fan, right? Like, they share in my hype that I don't really have a community to share it with outside of YouTube videos, right? I personally also don't have that many, like, friends that I talk to about, like, new song releases or whatever. So I'm excited to see, like, oh wow, this classical musician is reviewing this K-pop song and saying with really technical terms why this is a good song. Like, wow, okay, then my opinion is being validated right now because this expert is clearly breaking it down and telling me that this composition is astounding and whatever. And like, oh wow, so many people are more hype about this, like, you know, this new video than I expected. So like, it makes me more excited to participate in the overall fandom that it's about, right? Or just like things like, wow, somebody did some really wacky Pokemon things. I would never do them on my run, but I've always wondered, like, what would happen if someone did that crazy thing and then devoted 100 hours of their life doing some niche Nuzlocke. And then you're willing to see them edit it into a nice fancy video, so you don't have to do it yourself. That's also, you know, a brand of it. What's with so many people? You actually want me to play? Fine, I'll play Brown Dust 2. Okay, you happy? You can go thank Logs for that, or you can thank me instead. And with $100. One of the rewards is get $100 on stream. That would be nice too. Okay, quick squats. But I'm just saying, I'm just gonna have the most driest delivery of playing that game ever because I don't like big boobs. I don't find that interesting. It's okay. I dropped something. I don't have my heart rate monitor on anymore, sorry. You can't see me hit 145 BPM just for bending my knees a little bit. Okay. What even is it? Google is free, my friends. Google is free. Okay. 45 squats to end my life. And make sure that I will not be able to walk up and down any stairs for this week. Yugioh! Okay, we're gonna do the sets of 15 again. What? Ugh. 2 3 4 5 6 7 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ugh. You know what? I need to stretch. I swear, last time was because I didn't stretch before and after. Listen, I cannot even do a single man push-up, let alone 15 of them. I've never done 15 full push-ups ever in my life. And I don't think I'm about to start now, long past the ages of my PE classes. What do you mean they don't count if you can't bend your knees? Does this look like a 3D model to you, huh? Does it? And also, you know that models are linked to your head. I know, crazy, but this movement is... This body movement is fake. It's only linked to my head. Immersion breaking, gosh. What do you mean just do 3 sets of 5? I can't even do one! Okay. Yugioh, do a girl push-up on your knees? It specifically says you can't use your knees. The rules say you can't do it. Who are you to change the rules? If I could, I would do it now, wouldn't I? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ugh. Why does it burn so much more than before? Dude, I'm like taking off my hoodie. Need to take off my hoodie. Ugh. Suffering. Okay. Last set, and then if I complain about the squats tomorrow, I've earned that right, okay? I've earned that right. I've also earned the right to eat a lot of chocolate pudding. What do you mean? I can hear my knee creaking. You do this with me too, huh? Get up and do your set. Last set. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like my form is slipping. I gotta resteady myself. Is that 4 or 5? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ugh. I'm sitting down forever now. See, I make sure to truly bend into those. That's why I timed them. So I'm not cheaping out on the squats. I'm not rapid fire. Bending my knees. I'm making sure that they go all the way parallel. Okay. You see that? You see that? You see this? You see this? Bam! 200 points! Yippee! Is it worth it? It's good for my health, TM. That's the covium we have to tell ourselves, right? 200 points is not 200 bucks, please. Balance when getting up, I almost fell. See? Yeah, that's why you have to do it slowly. Otherwise, you'll, like, ruin your form. Okay, I fully expect that stairs will give me trouble tomorrow. But I just have to think about my sweet, sweet 200 points. Please understand, playing one of the games is 100 points. Squats is 2 times a whole stream, okay? Like, if you're talking about min-maxing, I should just stream every single day, do squats, and stream. That's all. Screw mins. Screw minimum of 1 hour streaming. Just stream my squats, grab my points, and run. Squat and dash. We need min-max with a ring fit. Ring fit's not on the list. I physically can't do the push-ups. Besides, if I'm on the ground, you can't even hear me do them anyway. How are we all both to know that I did them? I mean, squats are hard. Okay, mister. What do you do for a living? Run marathons? Get every talent to exercise daily? You know what? He does go to the gym, but like, I don't know. Jury's out on how much squats I need in my life, okay? I was born to be a pretty little princess and sit on my desk and stream. And that's it. Anything more than that is inhumane. Okay. Let's see. They're much harder the more you weigh. That's true. I don't know. That doesn't really affect me, but I guess that might be harder for some people then. Okay, I have some animations. We can watch silly stuff. I also have in my what do I have? My watch later, some latest videos that I saw that seemed interesting. Here's my watch later. A healthy body helps you on having a healthy mind. I don't need that. I have a healthy mind, thank you. If I truly wanted a healthy mind, I wouldn't be VTubing. We already traded that off long ago. Don't worry. Being Minhara makes you more interesting as a person. It's flavor. Okay. I did want to watch these 2 videos that I saw in my recommended. Actually, there's a couple. Let me... Well, I guess you don't. I don't know if it's a good video. Maybe you guys can tell me. You guys probably saw it already because it was like heavily recommended. This one.
You know we're a procedural.
Is this actually a good video? What do you guys say? One of you mentioned it before. The Squiddy's downfall of the most notorious Yu-Gi-Oh cheater. And they said somebody responded 5 days ago. Like, surely you guys watched this. Is this interesting? Is it a good video? Hang on, I'm gonna switch over here. It's fun.
Majokko Meimi. Check yourself before
What the
you
heck?
wreck yourself.
Oh my god, both of them happened at once. Oh, why did why did I give 2 notifications? Nebula, thank you so much for the big dono. Oh my god, wait, did you have a message you wanted to send with that? There's no message. There's no message. You want to send me half of the daily goal for me to get points? Thank you. I will tack that on to my... It'd be like, this 55 bucks that went to my iPhone upgrade was because of you. I won't play this card in my deck? I don't know. I didn't watch the video. you guys to figure out. This might be more embarrassing than the Jesse FTK. What? There's something worse than that. Okay. This is terrible quality though. What is this? This is camera. I mean, I hate cheaters too, but apparently this guy's annoying. Like, is this like the? It's what is the last video we watched on the speedrunner? Is it like that guy where like nobody liked him anyway? Everyone wanted to see him fall. 12 years ago. Crunchy era video. Okay. This is like a phone quality from 12 years ago? Really? Phones were this bad? I don't remember. Okay. But I think it's fun. We can watch this video afterwards. While we tried to get into the video, timeline didn't match. He provided much additional context and hilarious new details. So go check it out. Like we can watch the follow-up. I'm excited. Okay. He used to brag about scamming children. Wow, Mr. Grinch. Okay, so this is Mr. Grinch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all things, where like cheating gets you what? Cheating gets you what? We can maybe get them an air fryer. What did they get back then? 12 years ago? What was the air fryer equivalent? New toaster? Like, yeah, it's cheating in Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Notoriously big prize pool, by the way. But yeah. I saw this recommended heavily 7 days ago. Okay, so it's very recent. Squiddy's video, The Downfall of the Most Notorious Yu-Gi-Oh! Cheater. So, here we go, I guess.
You know where a procedural goes after a
I know, but I'm
right?
saying, like, I don't know where it went
Yo,
wrong.
your whole field is illegal.
This is Fraser Smith. Fraser has just won a match of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the most bizarre way possible.
Oh, did they stream these back then like this?
Smith, Fraser has just won a match of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Not him taking out his graphing calculator for Yu-Gi-Oh! Me too, buddy. It's like, hey mom, I need that calculator for school. Yeah, definitely for school. This is, I don't know, something about this board seems so slightly primitive. Is that mean? Nowadays we have fancy desk mats with all the little placement holders. We have like dice to mark our like life points, but these are just a normal set of dice. This looks so normal. Where's all the trappings? Where's your fancy deck box, man? Primitive is about right. Wait, the graphing calculators are big? What graphs are you doing in Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, where's my dual disk? Why graphing calculator specifically? I mean, sure, you can get a scientific calculator, but do you need the graphing one to like save your history? I don't know. Anyway.
in the most bizarre way possible, because he barely played a single card. Rather, his opponent has just 2-0'd himself, and you might be wondering how this is possible.
But it's so
And I'm not going to
basic. These moves are just like the basic moves, you know? It's so basic, and
The
it's
end
like...
result, you actually left me
I'm
with that
just
choice.
saying.
Well, the person sitting across from him is none other than Peter Chang. Peter has just made 5 illegal moves in the span of less than 10 minutes. And his current field on the board is entirely illegal. But the community...
He speedruns illegal plays. Hang on, is there... I'm gonna try and do an HD quality switch. My computer is not very good at running high quality videos, so we'll see if this works. How do you speedrun 5 illegal moves in Yu-Gi-Oh! In this time span?
less than 10 minutes, and his current field on the board is entirely illegal. But the community wasn't surprised, because this was not the first time that Peter Chang had done this. You see, the man was previously disqualified and banned from organized play on multiple separate occasions for unsporting conduct, cheating. And for over a decade, Peter Chang was one of the most well-known names on the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene. Not necessarily for his skill per se, rather for for his antics over the years. But on this day in particular, his actions would culminate in perhaps the most legendary feature match ever, and luckily for the world, it was live streamed for thousands of viewers. Now, to understand the gravity of the situation that we just saw, we're gonna have to rewind just a little bit for context. This is a story of Peter Chang, the most notorious Yu-Gi-Oh player of all time. Our story starts over 15 years ago in the year 2009, where Peter Chang was an
2009?
accomplished Yu-Gi-Oh player who would travel the world to attend championship level tournaments composing of thousands of players and rare cards worth lots
Rare cards worth lots of money. A gold sarcophagus. Oh, this was Cyberstein era? Wait a second. I just watched the history video. I can place like what was the meta based on this list. Let's go. Those cards are $300? What? So what Cyberstein means that it's the FTK era, right? Crush card virus goes for good money? Even now? I've never heard of the other two, but I'm sure it all goes down to some meta stuff. Is that why I think the video mentioned that they didn't want to ban some stuff because it's like prize cards and they were limited and hard to get, and that's why they were super powerful, so they didn't want to like forbid you from using stuff that you got. Oh wait, hang on. There's like a pause. There's like a little fight going on with the stream avatars. If you guys want to do the fight, I forgot to turn them off, so here you go. Intermission. Intermission. Hey, that's like the Enfield guy. One of the Enfield tutorial boss. I didn't actually fight any. How do we fight? Good question. Use your extension panel to fight back. I maybe press the stream element, the stream avatar sign-in panel. I don't know. or just go on Twitch. I think Twitch is just easier. You guys are doing pretty well though. It's like Osu. Oh yeah, they said there's like a thing you have to press to match things or whatever. I don't know. But hey, it's happening. Dang. You guys are you like just body slamming into the core? You're sending yourselves in there. Who chose the pan? Oh. Yo. Final form is a girl. It's always a girl. You guys took it down pretty easily. There's some gaming. Yippee! Now you guys can unlock more avatars to use from Arknights. I hope you guys had fun. Anyway, I'm gonna put them away now. Does it even tell you how much work you guys do? Do you have like MVPs and whatnot? I didn't participate. I did nothing. I was dead weight. Sorry. Ba-ba-bum. And a big kamikaze. It really was. But though, congrats though. Didn't match a single icon in phase 2. Eh? Isn't it just like three in a row? How hard can the game be? Okay, intermission over. Intermission over. You got a free code for something in Arknights? What? That's actually useful? What? Quick, sell it to one of the people that actually play Arknights here. So, okay, this guy is actually... They said that the people only know this guy because he complains and cheats a lot, but also, I guess he's played a lot and is a winner.
championship level tournaments composing of thousands of players and rare cards worth lots of money on the line. His prior success included multiple Top Cup finishes at these tournaments, but before he became a semi-big name, Peter was a dominant player in the New Jersey area, winning nearly all of the local and regional tournaments. But how could one man consistently win almost every single tournament? It was a question that many would ask, and over time, people slowly became suspicious about his style of play, and rumors began to spread, to the point where Peter would be known locally as a shady character with a history of connivery beyond the mere rules of the game. Local players would accuse Peter of stacking their decks and shuffling them in a manner that would cause them to draw the worst cards. At the same time, others suggested that he had marked his own sleeves to draw the powerful cards that he wanted. His opponents would basically agree that Peter seemed to open the perfect hands every time.
That is true. Back then you're more likely to brick, right? So that is more suspicious. It's not like nowadays where you have a one-card starter.
With the player even saying that at one of the local stores, Peter was banned from using white sleeves because they were so easily markable. And players who knew Peter in real life would claim that he was caught cheating on 7 separate occasions. It became so widely known that even some of Peter's closest friends would not refute this claim. But in light of this, he was never punished officially by the Yu-Gi-Oh! Organized Play Committee, as his hijinks were limited to his local area at the time. Nevertheless, it got to the point where Peter was disqualified from numerous local and regional tournaments.
I just want to say, I love that they digged back these ancient forums from 2010. Truly, the internet is eternal. They just have all these screenshots by Googling slander against him. So many people were frustrated. They took to the interwebs, found a little forum, and was like, yeah, this dude sucks! And 2010, we still have the records now.
Tournaments, and eventually banned from several local stores. Coincidentally, as Peter's success flourished, he grew bored of the Jersey scene. I mean, yeah, being banned from several local stores probably didn't help. So he began to travel around the country to attend tournaments on the major circuit. So we're talking about the largest tournaments in the world here. This would prove to be extremely rewarding, for his skills were more than enough to compete on a national level. Peter would quickly make a name for himself, going undefeated at multiple events in a row and threatening even the strongest players at the time, upsetting legendary names like Adam Korn and Jeff Jones. At the same time, he would supplement his travel expenses as a backpack vendor, someone who carried around binders chock full of cards to buy low and resell at a higher price. Though it was technically, and still is, against the rules to buy and sell with anyone besides the official vendors in the convention hall, back then it was an unspoken taboo where basically everyone would secretly try to buy and sell with each other. Now I know—
Wait. I've never been to a YCS. Why? Why is that a rule? You're not allowed to buy from a non-official vendor? But it's just Yu-Gi-Oh! Card products. Is it just because they want, like, you need to have a quote-unquote license to sell, or like you need to buy a table? Right? It's mostly like that? People are scamming? Konami isn't profiting. I don't think Konami profits anyway, because it's like secondhand card selling is okay. But I can imagine like if it was like a convention, for example, you need to pay to have a table, like a vendor's table, which is very expensive, right? In order to place your product and sell stuff. So if people are just selling stuff without the table, then nobody will want to buy the table, because you can just sit anywhere and do the same thing. Yeah, but like I can sort of understand that, but also I don't feel like that's like, I guess if he's doing it on like a huge scale, I can imagine just like, hey, I just really want an extra ash. Like, you have a pretty nice ash, I'm just gonna buy it off of you. Like, it's like a step up of trading. I don't know, right? But yeah, if you're doing it like large scale, then no one's gonna like you.
I know what you're thinking. You probably thought that Peter was a delightful businessman to trade and buy with.
Got something that might interest you.
Wait, he's shady?
Unsurprisingly, Peter was known to be extremely hard to deal with, often charging well over the market prices, especially if he knew that the buyer was in a desperate position. And according to a tournament report, one man who was the unfortunate victim of Peter's business practices had said, "When we got to the event, I had to ship $30 for sanctums, ignitions, etc., and got savaged by Peter Chang for like $20. Sucks to suck." You can imagine my dismay when my teammate Dylan showed up later with a binder full of artifact cards. Except that the other vendors were sold out of the cards, so the man had no choice but to approach Peter. And since Peter knew that the man needed the card for the tournament and round 1 was about to start, he upcharged him. Others would say that Peter would lowball them when buying their cards online. But at the end of the day, though perhaps immoral, none of what he was doing was technically illegal.
Yeah, that's like like a scalper move. So nothing like legal technically, but also a lot of bad blood, I can imagine. You used to tell me, wait, you knew this person? Wait, did you actually meet this person? He used to tell me and my friends that he would scam kids into trading him for their rare cards and resell them for a crazy amount. What? What? You know this dude? Oh my god. We have I guess 2010 wasn't like forever ago or anything. That's like knowing the legendary thief. This is like someone who like worked with Ted Bundy, you know? Sharing personal insights to add to the mystique of it. Yeah, I mean, when I was a child, I was also scam traded out of a nice card on the playground. It was a Pokemon card. They said they would totally give me like a Graveler in return, and then she just never did. She just never ever gave me another card. Yeah, I was too trusting of an 8-year-old or whatever. But if you were like getting scammed into giving like actually valuable cards, that is very BS. Yeah, the origins of my villainous eye. Never trust anyone. What's worth more? Friendship and goodwill, or a $20 card?
Beyond, well, buying and selling at the venue. The bottom line is Peter needed more money to be able to constantly attend these majors because they were always held in a different city across the United States, and travel and accommodation can be pretty expensive. As his play continued, Peter quickly cemented himself as one of the best Lightsworn players in the world. A strategy relying on self-milling, it would trigger powerful effects in the graveyard to flood the field with monsters. The deck's signature boss, the Judgment Dragon, could only summon itself when 4 different Lightsworn names were in the graveyard, with its Day of Judgment ability wiping out all other cards on the field. But
Lightsworn is pretty hard to keep track of. Like, I can only imagine. You just kind of do it really quickly, and you're gonna like the opponent's gonna forget if you activated that like already in the graveyard. No, I would just take them at their word. Like, I don't know what your stuff does. Sure, that activates twice, right? No once per turn? Well, okay, but like, I don't know. I'm sure there's some stuff you could reasonably say, oh yeah, I totally forgot. Haha, that I already did this, or I didn't do this.
But Peter's opponents complained that he always had the perfect mills, consistently hitting 4 names as early as the 2nd turn, and constantly milling multiple copies of Wolf Lightsworn Beast, one of the deck's powerful methods to...
It must be special summoned by card effects sent to your deck to your graveyard. Oh, so he would just super conveniently throw the correct things into the graveyard every single time. So just keep milling and keep shuffling.
milling multiple copies of Wolf Lightsworn Beast, one of the deck's powerful methods to swing the game in favor, for it was essentially a free 2100 beater who brought itself back to the field. Though the deck could be pretty inconsistent due to the RNG factor associated with milling, in the hands of Peter Chang, the deck always seemed to perform exactly as he wanted it to. And with his devotion to the light, Peter would finish top 4 at Shonen Jump Championship Orlando and top 16 at Shonen Jump Championship Columbus. With his name now commonplace among the elite, everyone would agree that Peter was no doubt a skilled player. But while his accomplishments grew, so did an aspect of uncertainty surrounding his gameplay, which had now transcended his local community and became known to the world. Online chatter was abuzz on the popular forums at the time. One player would note, Peter Chang is...
This is what the forums look like? Do people still use them? Are they still like this?
Online chatter was abuzz on the popular forums at the time.
You guys said this is Pojo? Pojo? What does Pojo stand for? What does Pojo mean?
One player would note, Peter Chang has swept multiple events with Lightsworn. It's statistically impossible to go 8+ rounds and not lose.
Was that edit of him necessary?
Multiple times. Factor in Lightsworn.
It's statistically impossible to go 8+ rounds and not lose? Multiple times? Did the math nerds come out? Not just the lawyers of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the math nerds. Oh, Pojo was the owner? This was like me making Meimi.com and deciding it would be a forum for Yu-Gi-Oh! Crazy. Konami's staff was on there.
Inconsistencies, and you've got someone who is obviously defying the system in some way here. To further my claim, he's been asked to change his sleeves during multiple regionals due to marked sleeves. In 3, he's been DQ'd in the top 8 of regionals before. His reputation would rapidly become known, with a chunk of the community calling him Cheater Chang, while others use the comedic spoonerism Cheater Pang. With each consecutive tournament that Peter attended, the forums would be abuzz with users following along for updates and potential drama.
Oh my god, this was the big internet drama back then. So how's that cheater boy doing?
And boy, would there be drama. At the
Cheater
Shonen
Pang
Jump Championship in
wild.
Los Angeles, where after starting with a phenomenal 8-2 record and nearly locking himself into the top cut yet again with Lightsworn, Peter would suddenly be disqualified mid-round. Not explicitly for cheating, but rather for lying to a judge. You see, in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, infractions generally start with warnings. This is to give the player the benefit of the doubt for a genuine mistake, but also to ensure that players don't try to soft cheat by deliberately performing illegal plays or breaking policy to try and gain advantage. Therefore, multiple warnings or infractions would escalate into steeper punishment, with 2 warnings often granting the player a game loss. Now, apparently Peter had already received an infraction earlier in the tournament for having a marked sleeve in his side deck. But later when he was deck checked again in the tournament, that same sleeve in question was still present. Peter allegedly told the new judge that he had no prior warnings in an attempt to avoid receiving the upgraded penalty. But
Dude, they're getting him out on this technicality. They're like, we can't prove you're cheating, but we can prove that you're lying, and that's perjury in court. Throw the guy out.
unfortunately for Peter, his statement would be fact-checked with the head judge, resulting in immediate disqualification for his dishonesty. Word of this quickly spread online like wildfire. The infamous Peter Chang was finally disqualified from a major event. Now, a pro player being disqualified from a tournament in the championship tier was already a rare occurrence. But factoring in Peter's scandalous background and every...
Peter Cheater Pumpkin Eater! wait, I need a shirt like that. Can we please? Like, that's so gold. I just need like stickers of that. Peter Cheater Pumpkin Eater. Please, the Riddler can... Do they have Reddit upvotes? Can you go give him gold or something?
Everyone on the internet waiting for exactly this to happen, it certainly spilled the tea. Forums would reach peak traffic, with many flocking to hear the story and also to share their own personal anecdotes about Peter's gameplay. Now, you would think this is the end of the line for any regular Yu-Gi-Oh player, but unfortunately, Peter was not a regular player. In fact, this was only the beginning, because such an act of humiliation would only fuel Peter's revenge, igniting his thirst for redemption. Because
this is when a petty thief decides to spite the world and become the evil villain. They're like, fine, you're gonna make me the villain? Then I'll be your villain. I'm going to go scam children.
of humiliation would only fuel Peter's revenge, igniting his thirst for redemption because he was so close to winning his first championship, and now he wanted to prove himself more than ever. Miraculously for Peter, luck would be on his side, for he would avoid any immediate punishment beyond disqualification from the event. Apparently, not even a disqualification from a major tournament would put a damper in Peter's shenanigans, because at the Shonen Jump Championships in Edison the following month,
Okay, what is this photo? The photos back then? I'm sorry, like, what is this? His DMV photo? This man just won a championship? Why does he look like he is, like, being held at gunpoint by his mom to take a photo for the relatives? Show some enthusiasm here, Mr. Champion! He's just exhausted.
put a damper in Peter's shenanigans, because at the Shonen Jump
Right.
Championships in Edison
like
the following month, yes, during the well-known Edison format, Peter would be caught
At the
trying to
police
add a
station.
card that was removed from the game back to his hand.
Oh. I'm not sure. I heard at some event he was drawing extra cards. When he added a removed from play Arbellium to his hand without opponent looking or something. Removed from play? Banished before they had a banishment zone. We should just have an official banishment zone.
But the judges simply gave him a game loss penalty instead of a disqualification because they didn't actually see it happen, and Peter argued that it was an accident. No surprises here. But just 4 months later, to the chagrin of the entire community, Peter Chang would pull off the unthinkable.
Unthinkable?
It's May 16th, 2010. Peter Chang has defied all expectations and once again made the top 16 of a championship. But it would only get better for him as he breezes through the top 8 and then the top 4, at long last landing himself in the championship final. And the crowd can't believe it. If Peter Chang wins, I'm learning how to cheat, says one.
I love these quotes. How are people so funny? You know what? The internet is good. The internet is good because they can, like, just... These bangers. They're just immortalized for me to see 10 years later. It's been more than 10 years. 16 years later.
One poster online. And finally, when the smoke cleared, a man raises a trophy with one hand and clutches 3 elusive prize cards in the other. After years of grinding, Peter Chang has finally achieved a championship title by winning the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Washington. And not just any regular championship tournament, but the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series,
The
a
first
prestigious
ever one
tournament
was
that
won
would
by a
replace
cheater!
the previous Shonen Jump Championships, featuring a set of new and elusive ultra-rare prize cards, the 3 Dark Lords. Dark Lord Superbia, Dark Lord Asmodeus, and Dark Lord Ada Ari, and they now belong to Peter. But instead of celebrations and congratulations, the community was largely skeptical, beyond just the mere fact that it was Peter Chang. You see, at this event, Peter pulled off a complete upset. He played a Machina Gadget deck utilizing the Jinzo engine, but it wasn't exactly the most competitive deck. In fact, it was regarded as a significantly weaker deck that paled in power compared to the existing X-Saber and the newly released Infernity decks that were expected to dominate. His strategy was rather simple. The gadget monsters replaced themselves for free card advantage and fueled the Machina Fortress, who could be summoned by discarding another machine from the hand. Next, the Jinzo engine would supplement this, providing the only means of power for the deck to match the pace of the newer strategies, who had nearly outdated it completely. It would enable him to play Future Fusion, one of the strongest cards ever printed, that years later would even have its effect nerfed. But at the time, it allowed him to fusion summon by using resources directly from the deck instead of his hand and field.
Oh, he's using this deck that is this archetype that is quote unquote not the top meta because he can go to his deck several times, and that's where the funky stuff can happen.
Breaking the game mechanic completely. The monster wouldn't be summoned until the following turn, but that didn't matter because resolving a Future Fusion would allow Peter to dump all of his machine monsters to the graveyard if he declared a summon of the Chimera Tech Overdragon, a boss monster that required Cyber Dragon and any number of machines as fusion material.
Wait, we just watched this. We just watched this in 5Ds. Wait, no, it's not 5Ds. No, hang on. I watched this. I watched this myself in GX recently. I was like, yay, Cyber Dragons. Yeah. Sorry. It was similar because I was watching it the next day. Once Peter touches his deck, it's over for you. Yeah. You know what? We need him. We need him to like call out moves and someone else like pilot. Like someone else is just like holding and handling the cards. A third person, neutral party, and see what happens. Imagine being old and playing these cards back in the day. What? I mean, they look silly.
All of his machine monsters to the graveyard if he declared a summon of the Chimera Tech Overdragon, a boss monster that required Cyber Dragon and any number of machines as fusion material. This also meant he could dump 2 copies of Jinzo and 2 copies of Jinzo Returner from the deck to the graveyard.
Do they not make you hand the deck over to the opponent for a cut? I thought that was like standard. Do they not like offer to the opponent at all? Although I feel like weren't there some cheaters that are still able to like manage to cheat despite that? It's in the rules. Like even if they cut it, they'll still manage to get what they want. They just like put it like they put it in the middle where they think they're gonna cut it. Cheaters are like magicians. We should go do like magic tricks. I could never. I rarely can shuffle on a good day.
And he could dump 2 copies of Jinzo and 2 copies of Jinzo Returner from the deck to the graveyard. The baby Jinzos would then trigger, immediately reviving the 2 adult Jinzos, whose effects instantly kick in to negate all trap cards on the field, while presenting 4,800 damage on the board at the same time.
I can't believe Jinzo was so popular for so long.
From there, he could revive the Machina Fortresses from the graveyard that were also dumped there via Future Fusion, thanks to their special summoning conditions to deal well over 8,000 damage in one single turn, and without any fear of staple disruptions like Mirror Force or Torrential Tribute. But the rest of the deck just wasn't very consistent and lacked significant combos beyond Future Fusion, which was also limited to 1 copy per deck at the time due to rampant abuse in the past.
Right, they didn't have that many like spell card searchers and such, right? If you only got 1 gadget, it's not usually enough to get this far.
Was basically the deck's only unfair advantage, so to speak. In addition to the deck being pretty slow, it was also full of bad cards to draw, like Jinzo, which you would be less than ecstatic to see in your opening hand, for it required a sacrifice to summon. Even the gadget monsters were much weaker than the other monsters on the block, and he would have to power them up using support cards like Solidarity, while relying on trap cards to control the game at his pace. So needless to say that getting carried by 1 card to winning a 1,000-person tournament was pretty OP. Which brings us to the conundrum. Peter would have to hard draw the Future Fusion because it wasn't searchable.
Yeah, exactly. See, like that's the main chokehold there. That's obvious to me since I don't know the rest of it, but like, you just can't search it.
Unless your name is Peter Chan. Because after his win, even more rumors exploded online, with some players at the event claiming that instead of drawing Future Fusion, Peter would search for it from his deck and add it directly to his hand when resolving the effects of his gadgets. Since the gadgets could add each other, rather than add the corresponding gadget and reveal it to his opponent as per the game policy, the story goes that Peter would add the Future Fusion from the deck to his hand face down by accident, say oopsies to the opponent, and then reveal a copy of another gadget that was already in his hand.
Oh, wait, the judge should be watching then. Dude, you take it from the deck, flip it immediately. There's no adding it to your hand first and showing something. No distractions.
Telling them that that was a card
misdirection.
Other players would share similar anecdotes of
That's not
sleight of
even-
hand when playing against
That's
Peter.
not even
Some
dexterity,
accused him of
that's just
deliberately testing illegal plays to see what he could get away
letting
with,
people
and
trust
allegations of
you.
stacking while shuffling and using marked sleeves were again at the forefront. A few players even surmised that Peter may have been taking advantage of a ruling loophole. Though this was never explicitly proven, they would say that Peter may have utilized the effect of Baby Jinzo when it was sent to the graveyard for cost. You probably know by now, but Yu-Gi-Oh is an extremely complex game where
Yes.
card effects are taken extremely literally down
Yes,
to the
where's the
exact
lawyers?
word. And Jinzo Returner reads that when this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one Jinzo from your graveyard. The keyword being when, which in Yu-Gi-Oh terms means that it can only be triggered at the exact time that the card is sent to the graveyard. For example,
so don't
when
miss
sent
the
there via
window.
Future Fusion or a card like Foolish Burial. Being sent to the graveyard is the last thing that has to happen in order for the effect to meet its activation timing. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, costs take place before a card or a summon resolves. So if Jinzo Returner is sent to the graveyard to pay for the cost of a card, for example, being tributed for a tribute summon, then the last thing to happen is a tribute summon itself and not Jinzo Returner being sent to the graveyard. So the game would automatically skip the trigger
Yeah, this is a mistiming thing. Dude, this happens to me all the time. I'm like, why can't I activate this?
timing, and the player would be unable to activate the effect. And this is the exact ruling if Jinzo Returner is sent from the hand to the graveyard to fulfill the summoning cost for Machina Fortress. It wouldn't be able to activate because Machina Fortress's summon takes place immediately after the cost, therefore stiffing the activation timing of the baby Jinzo. This being said, some players online would claim that Peter may have abused this throughout his tournament run. Since this was an obscure ruling that wasn't immediately obvious when reading the card at face value, it's possible that not every player would have known the implications. In the worst case scenario, with Peter taking a warning from the judge, if the opponent even bothered to call a judge
This is
in
a
the first
Pokemon
place.
card.
Surprisingly, most Yu-Gi-Oh players are a lot more chill and reserved when it comes to calling judges compared to other trading card games that are out there.
You're kidding! Judge.
Now, the art
Wait, is that an actual clip from Magic? Do I need to watch a Magic's most notorious cheaters? What was that? Tell me that was a bit. Hopefully that was a bit. It's a skit? Okay. But is it like a representation of the norm? Are there a lot of Karens in Magic? Because I don't expect there to be a lot of Karens in any TCG game of all places. You go to a TCG tournament, you're not really a very assertive person. He's cheating because he knew how to read. Yes. Judge, this person has read their card effects instead of let the funny yellow buttons resolve on their own. What do you mean cheating is kind of allowed in Magic? It's the Wild West. Where's the lawyers? Where are the lawyers who play the game? That was Boogie's character, Francis. He's supposed to be a lame, dorky nerd? Sorry, a lame, dorky nerd archetype? You mean average person playing this good game? Magic has even more cheating. I can only play games with the yellow buttons. I'm sitting there on the other side of like my TCG opponent. If they're resolving stuff, I'm not questioning anything. You know? I just assume that they know their deck and I don't know their deck. I'm not like sitting there analyzing their solitaire gameplay. So if they mess up, then someone else, the judge, better catch it. Because I don't know what it's supposed to be doing. Otherwise, we could sit there and I'll be like, hi, I'm sorry. I know you're in the middle of a 5-chain combo, but can you explain the effects and how each card resolves and what that means for me? Because I don't know where to stop you. Thanks.
card games that are out there.
You're kidding! Judge.
Yeah, I don't even know my own deck.
Now, the R&D team would later patch this loophole by rewording optional when effects to if instead, therefore allowing future cards to activate even when sent to the graveyard by cost in order to avoid abuse and confusion. But despite the rumors, no one could explicitly validate the claims against Peter. While most of the community completely disregarded Machina Gadgets as a viable contender because it was Peter Chang that won with them, there were a few voices that weren't fully convinced that Peter had cheated because there wasn't any hard evidence of it. I mean, in hindsight, it does seem a little ridiculous that Peter's opponents would be okay with him searching his deck for a card face down, adding it to his hand, shuffling his hand, and then showing them a random card from their hand that was a gadget. Especially at a competitive championship rules enforcement level, because in Yu-Gi-Oh, any card that's searched from the deck to the hand has to be revealed to the opponent. Now, perhaps Peter may have used other sleight of hand to make...
But I can imagine this, right? You take the card out, you're talking to the opponent, you put it next to your hand, and you start shuffling. And then by the time you go to flip the card, no one has noticed, like, which one you put down. Like, maybe something like that.
make this possible, but it's more than likely that this was just a meme that snowballed and spiraled out of control online because of Peter's history of making illegal plays. But on the other hand, to add some more suspicions, it was also the first major
Wait, who is that? Who is that character? Sorry, I didn't watch that far in 5Ds. I know Black Wings. I don't know that character. He cheated like Bandit Keith and just sleight of hand. Well, that's like similar to sleight of hand. The sleight of hand assumes that he has some sort of skill, right? Oh, this is Crow? DD Crow? I thought DD Crow was a card, not a person. Mabel's boyfriend? Dang, she likes the gangster type. The bad boys. I guess 5Ds is full of bad boys. Season 2? Oh, I've got like 50 billion episodes to go to get to season 2. Oh no. Okay. I'll evaluate him kindly. DD Crow. Okay. But do you see? I still want to say, like, do you see the Yu-Gi-Oh card? The booster pack doesn't have the character. It just has the Black Wings guy. The Black Wings Crow guy. It doesn't have him. Why did they switch? He's not popular enough? People won't buy it if he's on there? Shining Darkness was a terrorist? What does that mean? The glossar's more important. Listen.
tournament after the release of the Shining Darkness, a powerful set that forever changed the landscape of the game. It would bring power creep to an entirely new level that was never witnessed before. With the support for X-Saber and the highly anticipated release of Infernity, a deck that defied any prior sense of Yu-Gi-Oh logic. Previously, gaining card advantage and resources required setup, often taking multiple turns and being earned as payoffs through difficult means. But the Infernity deck was highly explosive and could overwhelm the field with near endless resources out of nowhere, granting the user the ability to set up a near unbreakable end board or just attack and win in one single turn. The deck's gimmick relied on the user having no cards in their hand, and once the requirement was met, all of the effects became live. Their signature card, the Infernity Archfiend, could search the deck for any Infernity card when it was special summoned. Infernity Necromancer would then revive the Infernity Archfiend, and 3 copies of Infernity Launcher could revive both Archfiend and Necromancer, creating a mini loop as Archfiend would then search for another copy of Infernity Launcher to reborn over and over again. Built-in tuner monsters allowed the deck to summon a plethora of synchro monsters like the Mistworm to spin back the opponent's field, while Infernity Break could disrupt the opponent's cards. As if this wasn't enough, they also released a TCG exclusive card in the form of Infernity Barrier. This was an in-archetype Solemn Judgment that could negate any opposing card.
Infernity Barrier. When your opponent activates spell or trap or monster effect while you control a face-up attack position, Infernity monster have no cards in your hand. Negate the activation if you do destroy that card. So you have to have no cards left in your hand for that, as opposed to the opponent. This is right before Max C. Already meta before the set. Searchable because of Infernity in its name. Is the difference that this set actually has searchers in its own archetype and special summoning combos? They just... the player using it has to have 0 cards in their hand. Oh. So just play everything. I thought it was the opponent. As long as you play all your cards, that's much easier of a condition to start it all.
Infernity Barrier. This was an in-archetype Solemn Judgment that could negate any opposing card, making the deck complete overkill. X-Saber, on the other hand, was already an existing powerful deck in the metagame. Double X-Saber Gotams could easily loop the opponent's hand for multiple cards. Cold Wave and Trap Stun could lock the opponent from using traps, while Double X-Saber Hyanle could then destroy up to 3 of them. Their ace main deck monster, the Rescue Cat, could swarm the field and even enable crazy degenerate turn 1 combos. But the Shining Darkness would would introduce another TCG exclusive, this time for the X-Sabers as Double X-Saber Dark Soul, who allowed the player to search for an X-Saber monster during the end phase of the turn that it was sent to the graveyard. The exact card that the deck lacked for follow-up and resource management, because now we had a body that we could synchro away while getting a search in the end phase. The other TCG exclusive, Double X-Saber Bogart Knight, allowed the player to special summon another X-Saber monster from their hand, easily placing two bodies onto the field to enable Double X-Saber Fall Troll.
Not me being like, yeah, every deck nowadays is so sad. Me being like, yeah, we can all summon from our hand. What about it? Okay, so this is like the start of that kind of era. Yeah, the crazy 3-card combo, the waffle combo. My God.
From their hand, easily placing two bodies onto the field to enable Double X-Saber Fall Troll. There was just one problem. A search is not exactly the term I should use for Double X-Saber Dark Soul's effect. You see, this was the first card that was worded in such a way where the search would be delayed, causing uncertainty about how it would work. Previously, cards like Sangan would trigger immediately when they were sent from the field to the graveyard, and we didn't have any precedent for something that would search in the end phase. Therefore, it was left to the judge's interpretation, and they would rule that Dark Soul triggered immediately when he was sent from field to the graveyard.
What? Oh, it should be the end of the turn. I was thinking this isn't like Magna Hunt. Bestial Magna Hunt, like he gives you a search at the end of your turn. Right? So this was a judge thing. Like they didn't clarify in the rules because this was unprecedented, right? So the timing was all off. Okay, it's different. Now people are saying it is like and not like. It's exactly like Pizza Hut. Who said it was wrong? Actually triggers in the end phase. So when you go to hit end phase, that's when it starts. Right? Is that not it? Even the judges can't read the card. Okay, we could have stressed. Listen, translation is hard.
Meaning that the same copy of Dark Soul could be resurrected and sent there yet again, accumulating multiple searches off of one single copy.
Oh, that is so not how it should work. Multiple times? What?
Though this would later be overruled years later, at the time it would push X-Sabers to even greater heights than ever imaginable. And armed with heavy graveyard disruption like the DD Crow and the anti-Dark Floodgate Consecrated Light, the deck could go toe-to-toe with Infernity, resulting in a stalemate of power, with 7 X-Saber and 7 Infernity decks both making the top 32 cut of—
Wait, so one of them is there legitimately like Infernity maybe because it's like actually really strong. X-Saber is there mostly because of judge ruling failings. I'm sure it was good on its own, even without the judge ruling failings, but like calls into question, doesn't it? And Peter was on gadgets. Well, this is like afterwards. This is afterwards, right? No, Machina gadget is over there. 2 in the top 32. Infinity won Worlds like 5 times. Konami's favorite child. Wait, Infinity also had a massive amount of cheating? Dang. You gotta send me all the cheating videos now. I need to know. Wait, what's Cat Synchro? That looks cute.
The tournament. So you can probably see why it was borderline impossible for Machina Gadgets, a deck that had received 0 new support from this game-breaking brand new set, to defeat multiple X-Saber and multiple Infernity decks across 15 rounds to—
Okay, but like, devil's advocate here. If the top 2 decks are cheating, then Machina Gadget, a little cheating as a treat, evens out the odds. No.
Win this tournament. And in the finals of this event, 7 judges were watching the match from every possible angle to ensure that Peter Chang did not pull any shenanigans. I'm not even joking. This was actually what happened. Yeah, they really wanted to cover their bases. And with the pressure on, he would defeat YPFL Stephen Harris, an Infernity player who, interestingly enough, Peter knew was not playing the Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon. Fortress Dragon was a direct counter to any machine deck, for it was a unique fusion monster that could be—
Any machines, right? Special summon. You do not use polymerization.
made without polymerization. Rather, the card introduced the concept of contact fusion, allowing the user to simply send away the fusion materials from the field to the graveyard as long as they were all present on the field. It was specifically printed as a countermeasure to the advent of powerful machine decks that had plagued the game over the past couple of years. And its fusion materials would require Cyber Dragon plus any number of machine monsters from either
you can use
side
your
of the
opponents.
field. This meant that a regular
Super
player
poly.
could even utilize Peter's own Cyber Dragon alongside his other machine monsters to wipe his entire board on a whim. But at the very last minute before submitting his deck list, Harris decided to play an additional Synchro monster over Chimera Attack, theorizing that nobody would be crazy enough to play Machina Gadgets at this event. But evidently, Peter was crazy enough. This meant that he was able to keep his Cyber Dragon on the field without any fear of his machines being wiped away by one single fusion summon, adding additional pressure to his board, ultimately contributing to his victory alongside the fact that Harris somehow drew the worst possible hands. The forums went absolutely crazy. Peter Chang, who everyone thought to be an egregious cheater, had won a championship event, and with the last deck anyone would have possibly imagined. Players had already begun buying out X-Saber and Infernity cards overnight with the expectation that one of these two decks would easily sweep the event. But they were wrong. He had to have cheated, said the community, who completely dismissed Peter's victory with such an unconvincing...
Okay, but to be fair, maybe he didn't win. Maybe the opponent just lost. The opponent just like bricked so hard.
strategy. But outside of the allegations of potential misconduct, many players also brought forward anecdotes about Peter's overall character, with some claiming that he was highly egoistical and erratic, often rushing his opponents into making misplays, angle shooting, or carelessly grabbing their cards without permission. Others even hated his voice. It seemed like everyone had a reason to dislike the man, even more so now that he held a championship title. But regardless of whether or not Peter cheated, the general consensus seemed to agree that he was highly annoying to play against. In a Reddit thread titled "What's the worst player you ever dueled?" on the r/Yugioh subreddit, a hefty amount of replies were about Peter Chang. It seemed that a lot of players on the competitive circuit had witnessed his shenanigans at one point or another. With the spotlight illuminating his elevated notoriety, players began to complain about his apparent invulnerability. It seemed that no matter what penalties or disqualifications Peter received, he would receive no further suspensions. I don't cheat. It's just I'm good and you're not. He would
look at the way he typed. Good and you're not, lol.
Claim online, but some players decided to take matters into their own hands. You see, at a regional tournament just a week after his championship win, Peter would get jumped by a group of rare hunters trying to steal the coveted prize cards that he had brought with him to show off.
What is this Yu-Gi-Oh episode? What do you mean he's getting jumped in real life? What the? They sicked goons on him. What if he's the main character, guys?
But luckily for him, he would narrowly avoid disaster.
Or maybe Kaiba, actually. I think he's probably Kaiba.
Well, now you know. As a result, Peter would take a low profile over the next couple of weeks, but quickly found himself back into the swing of things to test for the upcoming National Championship, the largest tournament of the year that would qualify a handful of players for the prestigious World Championship. But only 2 months later, things would finally devolve for this devoted duelist. In the year of 2010, Peter would attend the Yu-Gi-Oh! National Championship. And inside of the convention hall during check-in on Friday, he would sit down at a table with friends to work on their deck list and collectively theorize what the best tech cards would be. But as they lost themselves in the conversation, a judge suddenly tapped Peter on the shoulder. And at that moment, he would inform Peter that he was banned from organized play, effective immediately.
What?
Apparently as a further consequence of his original disqualification from Shonen Jump Los Angeles earlier that year, but also as an additional penalty in regards to another disqualification from a regional tournament that took place at some point between his championship victory and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals. But the rules committee would have to confer with their higher-ups to determine whether or not a suspension was warranted. And though it took some time, they had finally come to the green light to ban Peter Chang from organized play.
This is like them pushing around the faxes, guys. The faxes finally got to the higher-ups. It took this long. He didn't even get to play. He made it all the way to a tournament. He didn't even get to play. But the ban finally got enacted.
After being caught on multiple
Average
different occasions
Japanese
with
company.
suspicious shuffling, conspicuous sleeves, performing illegal plays, and numerous penalties and multiple disqualifications, Peter's guardian angel had done all it could, and the consequences had finally caught up to him. And at that very moment, Peter would be forced to leave not only the venue, but also the game itself for the next few years.
Ooh.
Understandably, he was completely crushed. This was a devastating blow to a large part of his life that he devoted so
Okay, but like, doesn't he have this expression though? Maybe he's Weevil. You guys, do you think Peter Chang is Weevil? this frame, it just looks the film. It looks like a 1-to-1 copy.
much time and effort to. But if there's at least one takeaway from the story so far, we know that Peter was extremely determined. And even a forceful setback
I could only please one person each day. Today is not your day. What is this? What is this, like, Hot Topic t-shirt?
like this would not stop him.
Wait, this video's only halfway through. There's more. What do you mean there's more? You got
5
banned.
years later, Peter Chang would return with an even greater vengeance. By now, the game was a lot more popular, and events were getting way more players than before. And at the same time, not only had the power creep completely changed the game itself, but there were also complex online simulators where the best players could practice, competitive articles and guides available online, and less secrets that were held by the inner circles of the pro players. It was a completely new generation of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Online forums were slowly being drained of their culture as a trend towards social media and Facebook groups had facilitated discussion and theory, pushing even the average player at the time to one that would have dominated the scene only 5 years prior. But Peter, of course, was still following the game even during his ban, and now that he could enter tournaments and sanctioned events once again, he quickly adapted. Defeating thousands of players, he would make top 32 of both YCS Columbus and the National Championship in 2015 with his new favorite deck, the Teller Knights, a strategy whose signature monster ironically searched for another copy of a Teller Knight monster from his deck.
I've never
just
heard
like
of
the
this
gadgets.
archetype either.
Yeah, Peter seemed to love cards that would search his deck. It was almost a combination of his two favorite decks in the past, Lightsworn and Gadgets. His confidence with the Teller Knights would also propel him to win the Ultimate Duelist series.
Wait,
an
Farva was
exclusive
called
tournament
average.
comprising of the nation's top-ranked players, granting him the championship belt and also 2 buys for the first 2 rounds of all foreseeable tournaments to come. This was a prestigious achievement that only the upper echelon of duelists had ever attained, once again engraving Peter Chang into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! History. It quickly became obvious that Peter Chang was once again a force to be reckoned with, though whether due to pure skill was less than debatable, at least according to the general opinion online. His explosive resurrection was certainly less than the community had anticipated, but at the same time, it reinvigorated the excitement of having a scandalous player in the relatively calm competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene. And in the following year, Peter Chang would find continued success, landing himself in the top 16 of YCS Columbus, again with Teller Knights, and in the top 32 of YCS Providence with Cosmo. It was without a doubt that the man had a compelling mind when it came to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! While other players experimented with different options, Peter was an early pioneer of utilizing just one singular deck across multiple events until mastery, a notion that would become popular years later.
Really? That wasn't a popular thing? To just keep using one deck and be good at the deck? This is brand new information to people.
Across multiple events until mastery, a notion that would become popular years later. His core theory and methodology within the game was definitely well ahead of its time, but unsurprisingly, Peter's tactics would once again catch up with him. And at the start of the 2017 season, Peter would be disqualified and banned yet again for an extended period of time.
Rip.
With his legacy frozen, the community would largely forget about Peter Chang once again, but nothing would prepare them for what would happen next.
The duel
If
of
you're
all
enjoying
time.
this video, I just want to let you know that there's a lot more content like this in the horizon.
Decks
So
are
thanks for
cheap
hitting
then?
that subscribe button and liking the video.
Are decks not cheap now?
These are just so.
Both of
Comparison?
these monsters cannot be on the field right now.
Like,
I'm just saying, like, it's,
Chill out
I'm
with that
just
choice.
saying.
I feel like
I'm just saying.
the $20 they complained about
I'm
is
just saying.
pretty expensive.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I feel like decks are cheaper now.
Oh my freaking god.
Where's my
They print a lot more.
In 2017, competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Had
He's
grown
just
to be
saying.
extremely popular. But in the competitive scene, there was a pressing issue. Players had slowly become disillusioned with the way that the game was being run officially. Formal rulings, like for XX Saber Dark Soul, were often delayed for months or years, because Konami Japan overseas was in charge of setting up these rulings and giving context to the judges,
Yes.
but for whatever reason, they just never did. Tournaments also failed to distribute any cash prizing, providing only prize cards and playmats instead, which was hardly a consolidation considering a lot of the players were spending hundreds and thousands of dollars to travel and accommodate themselves for these major tournaments.
You don't
Not
want
to
a
mention the other
playmat?
popular card games at the time all had lucrative cash prizes. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh,
Ooh.
making even the top 16 of a 2,000-man tournament would mean you get a felt playmat and some booster packs as the sole prizing. The ridiculousness
Really? Oh, that's pretty sad. I should make you guys do a tournament, and you guys can get my playmat as your reward, and you'll just like be as rich as these Yu-Gi-Oh! ICS top players.
would mean you get a felt playmat.
Yeah, consolidation. You mean constellation prize? But it's okay. It's okay. He's doing his best.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Making even the top 16 of a 2,000-man tournament would mean you get a felt playmat and some booster packs as the sole prizing. The ridiculousness of which would expand into top 8, with players receiving an Xbox 360 when the Xbox One had already been out for nearly 1 full year. So
Oh, I forgot the Xbox One was even a thing.
basically, to earn your money back or to be profitable, so to speak, as a professional Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, you would have to make top 3 at the very minimum in order to get a copy of the prize card that could be sold for significant value on the secondary market. So needless to say, a lot of the players had become slowly more and more disillusioned and were pissed off. But a large and popular Texas game store named Ultra Reality Games, or ARG for short, took advantage of the situation and launched their own circuit of tournaments. And you guessed it, with cash money on the line.
Illegal
Much like the Star City
format.
game circuit for Magic the Gathering, these events were pushed by many pro players who partnered with the brand and boasted better policies, up-to-date rulings, and a generous lump sum should you win or place well in the tournament. They would put a focus
Your
on content and
response,
social
Konami?
media, live streaming each event, and often with commentary from prominent players on the mic, providing a feel
Wait.
that was akin
Should we be Squiddy? It's not this Squiddy, is it? Was it this Squiddy?
streaming each event, and often with commentary from prominent players on the mic, providing a feel that was akin to that of early Smash Brothers tournaments like Genesis or grassroots tournaments in the FGC. Feature matches were chosen by the audience with a focus specifically on well-known players, and tournament records of these players and their storylines
It's
were
another
placed
guy?
at the forefront of coverage. Rivalries and grudge matches were common, top-notch content that would have never been featured on an official Yu-Gi-Oh! channel.
Okay, yeah, we'll play for $500. Let's go. All right,
500?
to my face. All right, and I'll play that shit. So Tennessee beating this motherfucker's ass for $500. You better sure you bring that shit.
But most importantly,
This is the real Yu-Gi-Oh! Energy that was missing from the scene. You just threaten someone's life. You're gonna cause mortal injury over a children's card game.
So Tennessee
Yes,
beating
exactly.
this motherfucker's ass for $500. You better sure you bring that shit.
but most importantly, these tournaments generated immense hype for the game, which was never before seen. It would be the perfect stomping grounds for Peter, for he was otherwise suspended from official tournament play. And unsurprisingly, Peter would instantly set his focus on grinding the ARG circuit, attending several events with little problem, and receiving a handful of feature matches, to which the YouTube comments could be pretty amusing. But one particular match would catch the attention of the entire world and bring the spotlight on Peter Chang once more. ARG Championship Series Springfield 2017. It's round 5 and Peter is currently 5-0. He sits down to meet face-to-face with Fraser Smith, a pro player with a championship win himself, alongside dozens of other accolades. Fraser had previously won YCS Atlanta using a unique Gravekeeper strategy during a graveyard-based plant synchro metagame, but he had since taken a break for some time and was just returning to the game. The tournament format would revolve around Zodiac, a powerful engine that could be played as its own pure deck or splashed
Zodiac.
into other strategies. They would completely break the XE's mechanic, which previously allowed the player to summon out an extra deck monster by stacking 2 or more monsters with the same levels on top of each other. But with the Zodiacs, the extra deck monsters could be overlaid on top of one single monster. It was textbook power creep at its finest. Zodiac Broadbow could search for another Zodiac monster from the deck, while Zodiac Trident was an endboard piece that could destroy a face-up card during either player's turn. Now this of course already generated unreal
Zoos are
advantage
the
from just
OG
one
Link
single single
one.
monster, being able to search for a card to replace itself, and then also destroy a card on your turn and another card on the opponent's turn at the minimum. But it gets even better. You see,
X's are
your
just so
signature
strong.
monster, the Zodiac Rapier, could special summon 2 more copies of itself from the deck whenever it was overlaid as a material. The new copies of Rapier could then be overlaid into any other
Rat
rank 4,
Army!
with Daigusto Emerald being the premium choice, for it could then recycle back the Zodiac Rapiers to draw a card and allow for the Rapier loop to be conducted again on the next turn. While Fraser utilized a pendulum Zodiac strategy with Metaphors, Peter would instead combine his Zodiacs with the Infernoid engine. It seems that Peter would be nostalgic about prior decks that he'd seen success with, for just like the Lightsworns, the Infernoids were heavily mill reliant. They could resurrect themselves
like
from the
mill
graveyard
decks.
by banishing other
Is
Infernoids
he a
and
Tear
had
Lemons player
explosive
now?
effects that could wipe the entire field, while negating either a spell or trap card in the case of Anoku, or a monster effect with Deviati. But the Zodiacs meshed really well into this strategy because the Rapier combo could end on Bujinte Kagutsuchi, a rank 4 who could mill 5 cards from the top of the deck. So imagine being able to search a Zodiac monster, pop up to 2 cards, and also mill 5 cards from the top of your deck thanks to 1 lone monster. That's how broken the Zodiac engine was. But that's not all, because the deck also had access to one of the strongest in-engine cards ever printed, and also very much like Peter's favorite card, the Future Fusion. You see, just like Future Fusion, Void Imagination let the user fusion summon by using monsters from their deck, as long as the opponent controlled a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck. This would be used to fusion summon the Infernoid Tierra, who could be made using any number of Infernoid monsters, meaning just like the Chimeratech Overdragon, the user would effectively send all of the Infernoid names from their deck to the graveyard, which of course could be brought back using their own effects. Upon summon, Infernoid Tierra would allow both players to send the top 3 cards of their deck to the graveyard, and also 3 cards from the extra deck to the graveyard as well, allowing Peter to send copies of Elder Entity Entis to pop a free card on the field, Cyframe Lord Omega to disrupt the opponent's graveyard, or just additional copies of Tierra to serve as fodder to banish from the graveyard to resurrect the other Infernoids. An unfathomable level of advantage from one single card, meaning just like Future Fusion, if Void Imagination resolved, the game was effectively over on the spot. The Infernoid Zodiac deck had everything that Peter liked in the past, from milling to activating Future Fusion. But the downside, of course, was having to play Infernoid monsters who really aren't that appealing to draw on.
No, I want to just stop the sentence there. The downside there, of course, is playing Infernoid monsters. The downside, of course, is bringing with ugly monsters.
Their own. But here's where the deck had an edge. It could take advantage of That Grass Looks Greener,
The
one of
grass
the
looks
strongest
greener.
cards in the history of the game. Grass would allow the user to mill cards from the top of their deck equal to the difference in their deck size and the opponent's. Since a minimum deck
Did he
count
do
was 40,
60 or
most players would
something?
play exactly this number to maximize the chances of drawing the strongest cards in their deck. With Grass, however, the player could easily max their deck count to 60, meaning a guaranteed
he
mill for at
started
least 20
this
cards
meta.
against most opponents that were playing 40, or even more cards if the opponent went first and had already thinned their deck via searching. Resolving Grass would fill the graveyard with a plethora of Infernoids and also Fairy Tale Snow, a monster with
Snow!
an on-demand
This
quick
little
effect that summoned
terrorist.
itself back by banishing any
Terrorist.
7 cards from the graveyard, just like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Upon summon, Snow was a disruption as it flipped an opposing monster face down. And for this reason, with Grass being so overpowered, the deck also played 3 copies of Left Arm Offering, a card that can search for any spell card in your deck,
My
including
God.
Grass, but at the steep cost of banishing the
Search.
player's entire hand. And game 1 would start
Oh.
with Peter winning the die roll, activating Left Arm Offering, only to
Maxi!
discard his entire hand to the graveyard instead of
Ooh,
banishing
that's not
it.
banishing.
His very first action of the game was an illegal play that was so egregiously illegal that it's honestly kind of surprising. The card itself says banished. If it discarded, it would be way too broken, especially
Did
with
it
a
actually have
graveyard-based deck that
banished?
wants to mill. Peter's excuse later on would be that he had only picked up the deck 5 minutes prior to the tournament and his friend had made the deck completely for him, even though it was round 5 and both players were undefeated. On top of this, he did this in a feature match that was live streamed in 4K HD to thousands
Bold.
of people around
No
the world.
shame.
But what was more shocking was the fact that neither Fraser nor the judge would immediately catch this. Though, in Fraser's defense, he did did mention that he was on hiatus and took a long time break, so he didn't really know all of the cards to the
See,
exact
that's
wire.
me.
Of
I don't
course,
know
the
what they're
chat
doing.
at the time would go completely bonkers, having caught the error and attempting to notify the commentators and the staff. Though some time would pass before someone finally caught wind of it, so play would continue as normal, with Peter activating the search copy of Grass, now milling a large chunk of his deck,
What?
which surprisingly lacked a chunk of Infernoid
Oh.
names. In fact, it was probably one of the worst possible mills. But he would be able to bring back an Infernoid Deviati by banishing the few 3 names that he did have in the graveyard, including at least one that he happened to discard.
Was that
with left
illegal?
arm off.
Is this still with the illegal graveyard?
Names that he did have in the graveyard, including at least one that he happened to discard with left arm offering, meaning that the first illegal play had now created a second illegal play. Play
Yes,
passes
he
over
did.
to Fraser, who
Oh.
then normal summons a copy of Eccentric Archfiend, now threatening the Deviati. So Peter is forced to banish 7 cards from his graveyard to resurrect the Fairy Tale Snow and flip face down the Archfiend Eccentric. But as Fraser lays down his next 2 cards,
Play is immediately halted.
the head judge sits down at the table, having been alerted from the Twitch chat that something, fishy, to say the least, had occurred earlier in the game.
Oh, you have to banish your hand? He discarded his hand.
I discarded mine, yeah.
Oh, crap.
They had to redo that whole game state then. Wouldn't at that? How do you even like rewind all that? That's too hard to remember. You already banished some other stuff and summoned some other stuff and went through your deck. Like, wouldn't that just be a loss?
Neither Fraser nor Peter can remember the original contents of Peter's hand, so the
Yeah.
judges have no choice but to huddle together and talk it over.
He banished so much all into the
After
graveyard
a few
and
minutes of heavy deliberation, the judges return to the table to inform the players that the game state is now irreparable because so much has happened since Peter discarded his hand. Peter argues that it's his first time playing the deck and he had no idea, and even asked for them to rewind the stream to try and piece together their hands so play can be rewinded, but at this point it's kind of hard to do that when a bajillion cards have been milled and an entire turn has passed.
It's going to be a procedural error for both players, a warning for Fraser, and a game loss for you. As you do gain mass advantage from not banishing.
you do get massive advantage.
Earlier, I mean, it's adjusted right here.
I mean, to be honest, a game loss
always
is
getting
the
lower end of the
minimum
deck.
for something that happens like this.
Yeah, I could.
I
I don't think anyone can go piece back.
But I'm not, because I don't think
So
it was
this is-
intent. I
okay,
think it was
so-
just accidental.
Instead of being grateful to the head judge, who had given Peter the minimum possible penalty, as he didn't believe that Peter deliberately made the illegal play, a salty Peter complains that the table judge should have caught his illegal play earlier and not waited until Fraser actually drew his card for turn, even though it was his own fault in the first place that the illegal play even happened.
The judge should have just said something earlier.
But we...
You know what I'm saying?
No one at this table knew what that...
Yeah, I'm saying you should have said something earlier, not let it go to, you know, your turn.
So this is
and then
his
say
little
something.
mental breakdown live streamed.
No, I'm just saying.
I understand, don't be mean.
Just saying. If they had said it earlier, we could have like fixed
Absolutely, but...
Peter receives a game loss penalty, so he's now down 0-1 in the best of 3. The community goes absolutely crazy. Twitch chat, Reddit, Facebook.
Oh, hello, Leah. Hi, readers. How was your stream? What were you guys doing? It's midnight? Yeah, it's only midnight. That's not bad. Yo. I am your TCG variety streamer. 50% sassy, 50% sleepy, 100% here to make you mild. Majokko Meimi desu. We're in the midst of the Cheater Pang legacy that was recently put on YouTube. This is quite compelling. You like the new song? Thank you. Yeah, did you guys listen to our new original song? It's very nice. Cheater Pang gang. Hope you guys had a good time. It's only midnight, right? It's only midnight. You guys can stay up and catch up on the latest Yu-Gi-Oh drama. Well, it's not latest. This is like 10-year-old Yu-Gi-Oh drama with me. So TLDR, to catch you up if you haven't seen this extremely viral video. This guy
This guy is a known cheater who for years likes to casually misdirect what card searches he actually performs, and live streamed, like, is this the finals? This is like the top, at the very least, of top round YCS tournament match, where he immediately from the get-go, there's something wrong, but it takes forever for anyone to catch him. Which, granted, I do think the judge has a little bit of onus there and should have caught that. Like, I don't think that card is like obscure or anything. I feel like an opening card like that should have been obvious and known to judges. If like everyone in Twitch chat already caught that problem and knew about it, and no one was monitoring chat to like stop it even like a few minutes earlier. But I also think a game loss is a natural consequence of that. Like, you should read your own cards. You should know your own effects. He's being super salty and blaming everyone except himself for not knowing his own card effects. Hello?
Said it earlier, we could like fix
Absolutely,
that.
but
Peter receives a game loss penalty, so he's now down 0-1 in the best of 3. The community goes absolutely crazy. Twitch chat, Reddit, Facebook groups are all once again talking about Peter Chang. Cheater Pang had returned.
You return.
Peter Chang's not cheating with us.
Wait, why are they reading that to them? Okay, that's stupid. Well, this is okay. Don't tell him what Twitch chat is saying. I think when you're on stream, you just can't read. Don't read the comments.
Chang had returned.
Oh, what was that?
What are they saying?
Peter Chang's not cheating with us.
Oh, great. This is gonna look bad.
This is gonna look bad.
Always is.
He does have an
There's
annoying
some
voice when he's
uncomfortable
cheating,
silence
though.
as the two players side deck for the next game, with Peter opting to go first since he lost. He looks at his hand for a minute, pondering, then activates Zodiac Barrage to special summon a Zodiac Rapier from his deck, commencing the Rapier combo by overlaying into Borbo, then Tiger Mortar, detaching Boar so he can special summon a second copy of Rapier from the deck via its own effect. Standard plays, of course. He then proceeds further into the combo, overlaying Broadbow over Tiger Mortar, resetting the first Rapier's effect so it can be used to special summon a third copy from his deck. But as he goes through his deck for the other Rapier, he shortcuts the other effect of Zodiac Broadbow, who can detach a material to search for a Zodiac monster. Except Peter completely forgets to detach a material for the cost of this effect. Illegal play number 3 of this match. This also makes it so he only has 2 monsters in his graveyard, which stiffs his next play as he's not allowed to legally use the effect of his Daigusto Emerald to shuffle back 3 monsters from the graveyard into the deck, since there's only 2 monsters in the graveyard at the time of the activation.
You don't have enough targets. You have to have.
Oh,
three
right, I'm
monsters
sorry.
in the graveyard.
I need to pay attention.
Yeah, like, how the fuck did I fuck that up? Give me a second.
Yeah, what'd you do wrong, Peter? What did you do?
Yeah,
wrong?
like, what the
This combo always ends.
Were Xy's that new? That people weren't watching, like, him not detach? I feel like detaching materials is second nature. Maybe I place it too much. I'm just always like, okay, how many materials do I have? You know? Maybe because I play Pearly, I'm always like, I have to have 7. I have to have 7. It's safest. He was trying to cheat, you think? No, this is the normal combo so far. This is normal combo so far. Is this like advantage if he still had he wanted the extra card material?
Give me a second.
Yeah, what'd you do wrong, Peter? What did you do?
Yeah,
wrong?
like, what the
This combo always ends with Daigusto Emerald. How did you mess this up?
Yeah, what the fuck happened?
Illegal play number 4. Now, I genuinely want to believe that Peter made an honest mistake here, because it's certainly not in his favor if he can't resolve the Daigusto Emerald to draw the free card. But it seems like he initially caught himself when he goes to detach and realizes that it's an illegal action. But then he tries to go through with it again before the judge stops him. So take that for what you will. Now, at this point, both Peter and his opponent are confused and are wondering what the heck he just did, because the current game state makes absolutely 0 sense.
Do your solitaire play slower.
This game. I don't want to play anymore.
Same, bro.
I don't want to play anymore.
That's how I feel every time I go into ranked.
I just want to go home.
I just want to go
I'm sorry
home.
this happened.
What should have been an extremely linear and standard combo line has somehow been fudged, and the numbers are just not adding up. As Peter mutters to himself, he proceeds to activate Void Banishment to try and search for Void Feast, a trap card that strengthens his end board and would summon out multiple Infernoids during the opponent's turn.
Okay, but like, what's Twitch chat saying? Someone go and figure it out, because obviously the judge is asleep at the wheel, so someone must have noticed that he didn't detach. Someone must have seen it. I don't know. It looked very standard. Everyone said this is the standard opening play that always ends in this state. So someone else must play this opening hand and know this combo and noticed what was wrong. Right? You're missing a guy in the graveyard. Oh, that's strange. How do we normally get an extra body into the graveyard? Maybe from an easy mechanic like detaching.
Well, asking himself what the hell he just did wrong. But little does he know, he's about to make illegal play number 5, though we'll get back to this in a second. At this moment, the table judge points out that he hadn't detached from his broad bowl for the effective rapier earlier, something that's still easily fixable, though technically at a warning for Peter, which the judge forgets to give him.
Chat told me to remind you to detach for something.
So, they did go to chat! Guys, what are judges even for? Who needs judges? We just have Twitch chat monitor every move.
Detach for bull search.
Oh, I guess it was that. You probably were supposed to detach for that.
Okay. Alright. So, that's like, wait, something happened. That's why.
Something went wrong.
Yes.
To make things even more confusing, Peter then asks the judge if he still has to activate the Void Banishment, or if they can rewind to him shuffling and drawing a card first.
So, do I even still need to do this first? Because I was originally going to do that.
Oh god, I don't want to play anymore. Don't ask me anything.
Alright.
Do you know what I'm saying?
What happened?
I think I was supposed to detach.
What's between you? God, can this not be my life right now?
I'm still going to make this move anyway.
I just want to play Yugioh.
Hold on. Don't make me.
Okay.
Peter decides that the outcome is the same anyways, so he proceeds with his next play.
Yes, just stay here. Just
stay here.
please.
Peter overlays for Zodiac Drive.
Not gonna lie, like, I could, if this was anyone else other than Cheater paying, I could totally believe that was a mistake, though, because I would make that mistake. I would be the one. I don't play TCG because it's scary and I need someone to make sure I'm activating everything up time. I need someone to tell me, okay, this is chain 2. Thank you. The buttons, they need to light up.
And then tributes the Daigusto Emerald to summon out Vanity's Fiend, a powerful card that he brought in from his side deck that locks his opponent out from special summoning.
Okay.
As if this wasn't enough, he then passes his turn and flips up the Anti-Spell Fragrance, locking the opponent completely out of any spell cards during their turn. With the Void Beast poised to summon out 3 Infernoids during Fraser's turn, and the Vanity's Fiend preventing him from summoning any monsters,
What do you mean, when
this is
I just
effectively
wouldn't
an
read. I read
unbreakable
too
end board
much.
that should be an automatic
I read
win
so
for Peter.
much.
Even
Master
worse for
Duel
Fraser
is the
the
great
fact that he drew
equalizer.
is one of in the form of Speedroid Takum Tomborg, a useless engine piece that you'd never want to draw. While Fraser would have probably scooped up his cards immediately against any other player, in the back of his head he still knew that he was playing against Peter Chang. And if the first game was any indication, anything can happen when you're...
This is why never give up. Never give up, never give in. Even if I think I should scoop because I have a brick hand. The opponent could always mess up and blow themselves up first.
playing against Peter Chang. And the longer that you stay in the game, the more likely it is that he might have made an illegal play, which he did. Because a judge suddenly pauses the game yet again.
Oh?
So wait. Why can't he summon dragon?
That's all chat said. You cannot summon dragon, so as soon as you finish it,
Oh god, what is happening now?
Yeah, Void
Oh,
Banishment.
is it because you activated that card? Does that card do something?
Yeah, you can't normal special summon monsters other than Infernoids.
So this is why I was supposed to do this first. So, like, this is unbelievable.
Oh.
This is another error.
Oh. If he had done his combo correctly, he could have ended on that, though? Like... that's just a case of unfortunate, like, timing, right? That's like, still not really his fault. Oh, this is, like, really gray down here. If he was doing his ideal combo without messing anything up, and he didn't get confused about the timing of summoning things, his his game state would be legal, right? His field would be legal, right? Yeah, he was just careless. He didn't know his cards, and he admitted he didn't know his cards. You know, I don't even know my cards if I play like 50 times too, sometimes. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Players being incompetent is the most believable part of this. But right now, because of the order of things, he locked himself into Infernoids too early. And he couldn't summon a very key part of his end game field. Of which case he can't take back anymore. Which really sucks.
I'm done. What is happening?
Someone in the chat had noticed that Peter cheated yet again by summoning non-Infernoid monsters after resolving his Void Vanishment. You see, Void Vanishment has a line of text at the very end that says for the rest of the turn after...
See, like, this is stuff I would never really check. We do this all the time on my stream where everyone's like, why don't you just summon like SP? And then we check my deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel says, sorry, you locked yourself into dragons 3 turns ago. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I don't remember this stuff either. You don't look at this sort of thing. You're like, yeah, this is normal. I have archetypal stuff. And then you're like, this is completely fine. I only play my archetype. And then you're forgetting like, oh, wait, heck, actually, I do play a couple of pieces that are not, in fact, my archetype.
you resolve this card's effect, you cannot summon any monsters except for Infernoids. And Fraser even picked up this card to read earlier, but it has so much text that it was just easy to miss.
You can discard one card.
Every Yu-Gi-Oh card ever!
So, okay, also... You can
Me too, reading a... I'm just skimming like, can I...
basic combo line, Peter had effectively
I'm only
messed up
skimming for like, does this
He was
destroy my
supposed to
monster?
summon out the Zodiac Trident and Vanity's Fiend before activating the Void Vanishment as the final layer of his combo, so the monster lock wouldn't matter. But he didn't.
So you can't even summon Vanity's Fiend?
No.
Oh my god.
See, I told you this was supposed to be done first, and then this is supposed to be at the end, but you know.
Oh yeah, he can't do this or this.
Yeah, no, he can't do either of that.
So that's what I'm saying. This was supposed to be done first.
Yo, he
and
can't
then,
do
like, he
either
said I
one
had
of
to
these.
disarm.
Oh, your whole field is illegal.
I think he's supposed to be activated last. I knew that. Oh my freaking god.
This is the most...
We went from a game 1, game lost to...
Oh my god.
And then...
It's not like it's intentional.
Okay, so you didn't even... Somehow you
that part wasn't intentional though.
Without detaching.
Like, this is not like...
That's why
this is not some crazy big brain play to get ahead. He wanted this field anyway. It was just extreme carelessness and no one reading.
I'm just saying, like, it's not intentional. Like, you know, these moves are just... These moves are just... I don't...
Yo,
I know, but I'm just saying, these are just so...
Both of these monsters cannot be on the field right now.
Like,
yeah, no.
That's the worst.
Goes after
I know, but I'm saying...
That's like when I click the button to play the card and I can't take it back anymore.
Like, this is so... It's so...
Peter realizes this, but has little to say beyond...
It's so basic, and it's like... These moves are just so...
Basic counter?
They're not, like...
30
And these
minutes
are just,
outgoing.
like, basic moves from these,
Someone talking
you know...
teleboard.
God. This is, like... the most common basic moves, and it's like...
Then why are you messing
No,
them
I'm
up?
just saying, because...
The chat and the head judge were really unamused. In addition to this, Peter had got away scot-free without receiving even a warning for his illegal plays earlier in the match. He doesn't really have anything to defend himself with, besides his new catchphrase,
These moves are just like the basic moves, you know? Oh my freaking god. And it's just a basic turn 1 move. It's not even like, no, but it's so
And I'm not going to
basic.
DQ you.
I'm just saying the moves
This
are
is
so
what playing
basic.
Yu-Gi-Oh does to a man's brain.
The moves are just so basic, it's unreal what's happening.
because they were technically basic moves, but he kept repeating himself as if there was some sliver of hope that the judges would let him rewind and actually do the combo the right way.
It's not like there was any interaction with this move. They're just basic moves.
I get his frustration,
It's not even like there was
but
any
I
interaction.
feel like
I don't know
the
what
only
went
thing you can
wrong.
do is
wrong getting into the car this morning.
Is
I'm
like-
basic, and I'm like, I feel like he's awake already.
just practice
It's so basic, it's
practice
so
your
basic.
combo better.
The match is over.
And it's just a basic
It's so
turn 1 move. It's
basic.
not even like this was like it's not even like there was any interaction in the game.
No, they did make a decision.
Oh my
He's just not
freaking God.
accepting it. He's throwing a hissy fit about it because he doesn't want to like. Grace is
I'm
not
just
in his
saying,
dictionary.
At
Grace,
one point, he would
humility.
seemingly get annoyed and would even proceed to blame the judges.
Because he keeps coming over and saying, I'm just saying, but you guys are not saying.
I'm just
why are you not
saying.
after the move is done? And he's like not saying anything either.
Because I'm still learning what these do.
You still okay. I still think that the judges could do a bit better job. I agree. Twitch chat caught this a lot faster. You better just be reading Twitch chat out. Twitch chat is better judge. You know, certify them instead. But also, like, no. At this point, this has been like he's been complaining for 5 minutes straight. Just get off the table. Just admit that you messed up. This is all on you. At the end of the day, who made the mistake? You did. You did, right? The judges should have caught it faster. Yes, but also you should have just not made the mistake in the first place.
Saying that they didn't point out his illegal moves and they were distracting him by walking back and forth to his table to check on the game.
This is unreal. I hope you know. I just hope you know.
Yeah, as you know in Yu-Gi-Oh, when you go to a professional tournament, at the very like top of the top play, you hire a judge to breathe down your neck and make sure that every play you make is legal, you know, because like that's expected, right? Like we can't be expected to know our own play. That's what judges are for. That's why we pay judges. They're supposed to tell us when to do things. Otherwise, how will we know? There's no buttons. There's no yellow button to tell us.
I'm letting you know. Oh my god. He literally did nothing. And like no one is like saying this after the move's already done. Unbelievable. Thanks, Judge. You're a real help, by the way. If it was anybody else, literally, that would have not had slide. Just saying.
I have no comment.
What do you mean?
I am simply going to go to the bathroom.
This is actually just insane.
The stream chat went absolutely crazy. Fraser had only played a total of 4 Yu-Gi-Oh cards, only to win the match 2-0, including a game that was basically unwinnable.
Yeah, this has to be crazy on stream.
Yeah, because he bricked.
I just know the stream has been going crazy. I've literally drawn 2 hands. Game 1, Summon Archfiend Eccentric. Game 2, Summon Talking Tomboy. And this is all I've done in the last 30 minutes.
Freaking god.
Actual hard evidence of Peter's shenanigans had finally unraveled to the world in front of thousands of people watching. The legendary moment would forever be embedded in Yu-Gi-Oh history. Peter's defense? It was apparently his first time ever playing the deck, and Peter's friend had helped them build the deck before the tournament.
So what happens when you tell somebody to build you a deck?
Alright.
They have no idea how to play it.
Well, maybe we should practice.
Unbelievable.
Now, as funny as it sounds,
should practice.
I honestly think I might actually agree with Peter here. I don't think he deliberately tried to cheat, at least not in the second game. His sequence of play...
No. I don't think Peter cheated. I think the main thing is this exposed the general, attitude that everyone has towards this man as a person. Right? Like, that was the thing. I don't think he technically did anything wrong, but I think after this he became a laughingstock of his own making. Who shot himself in the foot here? Himself! He exposed how annoying he is to the world, and that just automatically in everyone's mind solidified his image as an annoying cheater. Right? I don't think he cheated, but I think like he had such a incompetent and whiny attitude towards it all that like who would be on his side after that?
It was so counterintuitive, and he had nothing to gain from it. In fact, if he played his basic combo the way that he should have in the second game, his hand was basically an automatic win. The head judge was also quite reasonable, and he didn't believe that Peter's actions were deliberate.
But I don't think you should
Also my first time playing
fight the judge. Go be salty in your own time.
No, but it's so basic.
Not live on stream.
And it's just,
As you can see, internet is
it's
forever.
just, the moves are just so basic. It's unreal what's happening.
No
So Peter would
charisma
receive
build.
only a match penalty and not a disqualification, allowing him to play further into the tournament. But he wouldn't do too hot, having been pretty tilted from this match to say the least. The match would be posted throughout social media, forums, Facebook groups, Reddit. Everyone in the community would
fact that
witness
he
the
cured
hilarity.
himself.
And more than anything, it was fantastic entertainment. But the story doesn't end here.
Content.
Ironically, Peter's official ban from the Konami organized events would be lifted around that time, granting him the ability to attend YCS Seattle only 1 week after the ARG incident. He would play the same deck, with one of his opponents going on Reddit to note that Peter was unpleasant,
Oh, wait, God. He was just the most annoying person to play against. So rude, he was constantly rushing me while slowing his turn. Always grabbing my cards without permission after I requested he not. Everything he did irritated me. Ended up getting disqualified later that day.
Extremely rushed and grabbed his cards
And yeah, I think he
without
just needs to work
asking,
on himself as a
overall being a very
person.
annoying opponent to play against. And at this tournament, Peter would somehow get disqualified and banned yet again. Though the exact reason for his disqualification wasn't explicitly confirmed, according to a user on Reddit, it was allegedly for UC cheating related to something with the graveyard. Now I know what you're thinking. Based on the prior story so far, you probably think that Peter would return to get his revenge once more. But this was seemingly the nail in the coffin for Peter's career as a player, for he would surprisingly not return to the competitive scene. But Peter's ghost would somehow still be in the community and haunt it in other ways. Also, if you guys made it this far into the video, it hopefully means that you enjoy my content. And
Like,
I
as
wanna
a
let you know really
legacy?
quick,
I
do
can't
have
believe he
Patreon
has a
page
legacy.
where you can get early access to
More
my
than
future
just
videos
being
like this
annoying
one,
and
and behind the
cheating.
scenes content, including footage from these stories that didn't make the final cut.
Yeah, if you get disqualified all the time, just ban them. Just cut them off.
With his career as a player effectively ended, or at least on extended hiatus, Peter still couldn't leave the game that he devoted so much of his life to. Now, remember how we mentioned earlier that Peter would buy and sell cards to fund his travels? Well, it turns out that being banned from playing, Peter would instead shift his complete attention onto buying and selling cards, creating an online store on the eBay-owned platform TCG Player. But over the next few months, across buy and sell groups on Facebook, there would be complaints about a certain TCG Player account by the name of Illumina, which
No
was
way!
probably
He's like,
inspired
became
by
a
the
real
Lightsworn monster,
scammer!
if you see where I'm going with this. In Yugioh trade complaints, a group consisting of over 11,000 members, several customers would state that this seller had sent them damaged high-value cards. In one case, it was a Starlight Rare IP Masquerena, which at the time had a market value of over $1,000 USD. But many others were even less fortunate, for they would not receive their order at all, having to complain to TCG Player support in order to get a refund. With such a concentrated group of Yu-Gi-Oh players, many were quick to call out that Lumina was in fact an online store that was owned and operated by Peter Chang. Quite a fitting name, as Lightsworns were one of his most successful decks over a decade prior. As time passed, there were more and more complaints about Peter, ranging from damaged cards that were received not as pictured, to more orders not being received at all. This was a recurring trend, for it seemed that Peter was extremely forgetful, or maybe he just didn't intend to ship out the smaller cards in the first place in the hopes that the customer might forget. Stories would also trickle across the internet to Reddit, where a thread asking sellers to watch out for on TCG Player would have the most upvoted response be about Lumina. Some less than fortunate players would receive their order, but it would be missing a card or two. With other orders, his communication through TCG Player would be less than accommodating, with the buyer having to send multiple messages only to get one sentence in reply before getting ghosted. A belligerent customer who didn't receive his package directly slid into Peter Chang's DMs, with Peter asking, "But how you know it was me?" before being informed that there were many threads about him online. "Oh wow, can't believe there's a thread," he would say. That's kind of cool. Peter then stated that the package was delivered and provided a tracking number to prove it, except it wasn't delivered to the right address. But with a quick glance at the screenshots, it seems that the buyer was actually moving during his deal with Peter, so we can't fully attribute fault to Peter here. But I thought it was interesting that one person just had enough and actually slid into Peter's personal DMs. Another member alleged that Peter canceled an order he made after the card's price surged overnight, only to relist the exact same cards on the same day that the order was canceled at a higher price. One customer even felt blackmailed and threatened by Peter Chang, though there wasn't any hard evidence beyond their comment. People quickly realized that Lumina, aka Peter Chang, was to be avoided at all costs. And to the hilarity of the entire community, one unsuspecting fellow would ask for a reference check on Peter Chang, only for the thread to be met with almost 200 laugh reacts. Luckily, he asked before making a deal with Peter. All of this would culminate in a chunk of terrible feedback in Lumina's store on TCG Player, with over 55 pages to a total of 548 negative reviews, and Peter Chang being added to the community blacklist for bad traders and scammers. But in Peter's defense, he somehow still had a positive lifetime rating, with 99.4% on over 50,000 sales, which means that he had actually sold a lot of cards successfully. And though rare, among the heaps of negative comments, there were at least a handful of customers who successfully bought cards from Peter with no issue. But to this very day, Peter Chang continues to peddle cardboard online, with a store comprising of over 450,000 individual products, the last remaining sliver of the legend himself.
And that's it. That was it. That was it. That was just, there was no outro. Just a 99.4% rating. Yeah, into Pokemon, because you know you can scout Pokemon better. Let's be real. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't sell anymore nowadays. It's all about the Pokemon and their unsuspecting victims in the Pokemon squad that want their shiny cards. Just cold cut it off, but oh my god, that was a 56 minutes, and every second of that was pretty much more drama upon drama. I did not expect this whole like actual eBay scummy seller arc to top off the like crown. I think he's like Kaiba. He's like, he fancies himself above the law. He like thinks it's smarter to get ahead and scam and cheat your way and complain and assert that he is entitled to cheating and entitled to scalping and having a bad attitude and being very whiny when he doesn't get what he wants. I think he's Bandit Keith Kaiba. Well, he's actually a better player. Bandit Keith, I don't know if he won that much in his career. I know. If cheating wasn't enough, he started a career of scamming people. Wonderful. And like, this is not even one or two oopsies, right? This plethora of complaints clearly attests the fact that this guy is just a serial liar. He just can't, I don't know, can't do honest business? Because clearly it says he's capable of it. He can sell a card, even if it's like $1,000 or something, and he got it from shady means. All you have to do is ship it out and do so safely and make sure it like reaches the person, and that's it. And like, even then he's like, nah, they won't miss this card. Like, why even risk that? Why even risk the refund and negative reviews? Just do it correctly. It's just a business. Messed up kind of guy, but now we know the legacy. Wait, hang on. I want to see this video. So, Fraser Smith, Peter's opponent in the video, has responded. Well, we tried to get him into the video. The timelines didn't match up due to the holiday season, and he provided additional context and hilarious new details about the ordeal. So let's just I know it's really long. Is there, oh, he watched like the whole thing. I wonder if there's like any timestamps. Oh man. Okay, I'm just gonna like see if he has like his thoughts summed up.
This is about to get lit as fuck. Yeah, this is honestly going to be very unhinged because Peter is just a very unhinged person even back then. So also there's a tournament going on tonight. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch any of that on Shacket, on DB.
Okay, so this is his reaction to watching this video, right?
This is Fraser Smith. Fraser has just won a match of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the most bizarre way possible, because he barely played a single card. Rather, his opponent has just 2-0'd himself. And you might be wondering how this is possible.
But it's so basic.
Yeah, man did glow up.
Basic moves, you know? It's so basic, and it's like, I'm just saying.
Well, the person sitting across from him is none other than Peter Chang. Peter has just made 5 illegal moves in the span of less than 10 minutes. And
so, real quick, chat. Is the volume for the video good? Like, is the volume good? Actually, I'll also...
Maybe, okay, yeah, maybe he only comments like when it's the actual match,
his
right?
field on the board is entirely which he did, because a judge suddenly pauses the game yet again.
So, wait. Why can't he summon dragon?
That's all chat said. You cannot summon dragon, so I assume you can.
So, here we go again. The chat is the only reason that they caught this. I don't know shit. The judge sitting next to me also apparently doesn't know, even though he already caught Peter doing one thing wrong. But Peter does so many things wrong, and this is why I don't like playing against him. Peter does so many things wrong that it's really hard to catch all of them. Like, he will just do so many things that it's really hard to catch all the things that he will do. So it's like, at that point, even a judge sitting there who's paying attention, you have to be so on point. Like, I really don't fault the judge completely because he caught one thing, but then Peter does 3 more things. Like, at what point is it enough? Oh god, what is happening now? Yeah, oh, is it because you activated that card? Does that card do something?
You can't normal
Does that card do something?
Infernoids.
Do cards do things in Yu-Gi-Oh?
So, like, this is unbelievable.
And Peter's just limit testing.
This is another error.
Look at this. He looks at the judges. Like, I'm done. I just
Huh?
what
His
is
haircut?
happening?
What about it?
Someone in the chat had noticed that Peter cheated yet again by summoning non-Infernoid monsters after resolving his Void Vanishment. You see, Void Vanishment has a line of text at the very end that says for the rest of the turn after you resolve this card's effect, you cannot summon any monsters except for Infernoids. And Fraser even picked up this card to read earlier, but it has so much text that it was
Was
just
that
easy to miss.
haircut? That's when you go
Yo,
to
I'm
the
telling
barber
you,
and
it's
you're
exactly
like,
what I said.
I wanna.
Hopefully,
You go to the barber and you say, yeah, you know the Millennium Puzzle? Exactly like that. And they go, say no more, fam. I got you. And that's what it looks like. It's a choice.
judge sitting there who's paying attention to you.
God, what is happening?
This is why I was supposed to do this first. So, like, this is unbelievable.
Was it sub incentive?
This is another error.
Look at this. He looks at the judges. Like, I'm done. I just what is happening?
Someone in the chat had noticed that Peter cheated yet again by summoning non-Infernoid monsters after resolving his Void Vanishment. You see, Void Vanishment has a line of text at the very end that says for the rest of the turn after you resolve this card's effect, you cannot summon any monsters except for Infernoids. And Fraser even picked up this card to read earlier, but it has so much text that it was just easy to miss.
Yo, I'm telling you, it's exactly what I said. You'll and hopefully, if you are in chat, hopefully some of you can resonate with what I'm saying. You will see a card that your opponent plays that you don't know what it does. You'll read it. You'll read the card, and I swear to God, you will comprehend zero things that you just read.
It's just like water.
I'm reading that card.
Your
right
brain
now.
is so
Like, I'm
smooth
reading
it
the words.
repels.
The words are going in my brain, and they're going 100% out the door. I didn't comprehend a single fucking part of that card. Also, I don't know what the Infernoids do at all. Like, genuinely, to this day, if you started summoning Infernoids on me, I'm just gonna hope that you're doing it right. I don't know what they do. Like, the only one I remember when it came out was Decatron, because Decatron can send one from deck and it like copies it. And I remember that was like their main Infernoid. The rest of those fucking things, I couldn't tell you how many you need to summon, how many you need to banish from grave.
He gets a graded voided banishment.
Things, but I don't know which one negates spells and traps and which one negates monsters. Like, they're just they're a myth. Like, the whole thing is a myth. And that spell card, I'd never played with that spell card or played against that spell card. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if Peter's deck is considered good. Like, I feel like this is another case of him playing Machina Gadgets in Zodiac format.
It was considered good though, right?
I don't know if his deck is good. I don't know if he should even be playing the deck that he's playing. I'd played against other mirror matches and like Zodiac decks.
His ideal field would have locked him out.
Case of that, he's playing a deck that's probably outdated or doesn't really make the most sense, and just kind of getting away with it is kind of how I feel about this whole situation. But to the point, I did not read that card, even though I'm reading that card.
Okay, but like, to be fair, him reading the card, most of the time when I'm reading the opponent's card, it's part of their own combo and has nothing to do with me, right? It's like, opponent gets to do this thing, which searches them their thing, and they have to, like, make sure that they know that, like, this is the cost or whatever. Like, you're just checking to see, like, does this stop me from doing anything? Does this mean I need to ash this and respond to this? Is this going to have a graveyard effect later that's going to activate? Is this going to destroy anything of mine retroactively? Like, no one's going to be like, oh yes, now he cannot summon anything except Infernoids. That's the line of text I was looking for. I know everything about his deck now. Like, that was like the weirdest catch that like got him. In fact, I feel like if I was playing with friends, like, we would have let this slide, right? If you were playing with friends and so I messed up the order and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I meant to do this first. Like, you wouldn't let them go. It's like, whatever. You understand, like, the spirit of the field that they're going for in the combo is just like, the details don't really matter. It's just like, because it's professional play, you gotta be professional about it.
Card one card, add one void from your deck, except okay. Also, you can have normal social moves for the rest of the turn, okay.
So in this very basic combo line, Peter had effectively messed up everything. He was supposed to summon out the Zodiac Trident and Vanity's Fiend before activating the Void Vanishment as the final layer of his combo, so the monster lock wouldn't matter. But he didn't.
So you can't even summon Vanity's Fiend?
No.
Oh my god.
See, I told you this was supposed to be done first, and then this is supposed to be at the end. But you know.
Oh yeah, you cannot. He can't do this or this.
Yeah, no,
like,
he can't do either of that.
so
That's what I'm saying.
I
This
just
was supposed to be done first.
Yo, he
and
can't
then,
do
like he
either one
said,
of
I had to
these
do
things. Oh, your
this.
whole field is illegal.
He's supposed to be activated last. I knew that.
Not your whole field is illegal.
This is the most.
We went from a game 1, game lost to.
Oh my god.
And then.
That's Jim right there, the owner of ARG, who just came up and choked Peter with the headlock.
Somehow you pulled off activating an XC without detaching and didn't get a procedural.
That's why I said, like, where did it go wrong? Like, this happens all the time.
You went to go for that
And now,
right.
And now you have Dryden Vanities, which is a procedural area.
After.
You do know where this is going.
But I'm just saying, like, it's not intentional. Like, you know, these moves are just.
There's
basic. I know, but I'm just saying.
Is the field state irreparable? I thought he could just unsummon those 2 monsters that were illegal. Is that not like reversible at all? He could have a pretty weak board, but he would still be in it. Just like shuffle his deck again or something. I don't know.
Both of these monsters cannot be on the field right now.
Like,
yeah, no.
You know where a procedural error goes after.
I know, but I'm saying, like, this was. I don't know how I walked up to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is so. It's so.
Peter realizes this, but has little to
Oh
say.
god, he just started melting, bro.
Basic, and it's like these moves are just so basic. They're not like.
30
And these
minutes
are just
outgoing.
like basic moves from these.
Someone talking
You know.
teleboard.
God.
I'm sure his opponent
Common basic moves, and it's
was just like disassociating on the side.
The chat and the head judge were really unamused. In addition to this,
My
Peter
guy
had
is
gone away
literally
scot-free
floundering
without
right
receiving
now.
even a warning for his illegal plays earlier in the match. He doesn't really have anything to defend himself with besides his new catchphrase.
These moves are just like the basic moves, you know? Oh my freaking god! And it's just a basic turn 1 move. It's not even like, oh, but it's so basic.
There was a random draw that was hard to repair. Oh.
The moves are just so basic.
Yeah, I can't deal. I can't deal with him keep saying it. He just keeps saying it. He's fucking stammering right now. Like, why is he? Who broke him? Like, he broke himself. He broke himself. Why is he just saying the same thing over and over?
Unreal what's happening.
Because they were technically basic moves, but he kept repeating himself as.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like it was just a very awkward situation. I feel bad, especially for poor Fraser getting stuck on the other end. You're just like, yo, listen, I didn't have any part in this. Like, you shot yourself in the foot. It's between you and the judges. Don't drag me into this. I have no opinion. He's like, I'm leaving. I'm dipping. Goodbye. He did break himself. He became a broken record. But I mean, if you were like feeling heightened emotions at that time, I think I would also be at a loss for words. But either way, cool story, bro. Why don't you go study your basic deck a little bit more before you complain that the judges also don't know your basic deck either. What do you mean, what would I do in this situation? Just be like, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Like, what can you do? There's nothing you can do. There's no magical, like, ability to undo the moves at that point. It's just take the loss and move on with your life. How old was he? What do you mean, how old? Does it matter how old you are? They have to be adults. They're all adults. Yeah, just laugh it off with grace. Just be like, oh, I'm sorry. Clearly I'm too nervous and have been misplaying because I need to practice my combo a little bit better. I'll just be like the spreadsheets, man. I should have pulled up the spreadsheets. I don't think it's legal to have spreadsheets out when you're playing these matches. I'll be like, usually I'm not at this point, you know. Usually I've got chat in my ear telling me which is the next move. But I mean, the 2-0 is pretty dire, right? He's already really tilted. There's no way like someone can calm down after that. Nah, double down. Yeah, exactly. In the history of everything ever, doubling down was always the right move. No. Never admitting you're wrong. Never saying you're sorry. Blame it on everyone else but yourself. That is the way. Okay. Well, this is this video, so... Let me see. You wanna watch another one? I wanted to watch... Wait, there's like... something tangentially related to this. Because I was interested in the cheating video. It's actually anime related rather than the history of the TCG. It's how often does Yugi cheat? I feel like I watched a million years ago that like Yugi keeps cheating, mostly because I know a bulk of my knowledge of season 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! I say I watched season 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! But I'm gonna be honest, it was mostly the abridged series. So I had the impression that Kaiba's cheating, Yugi's cheating, nobody knows how to play this game. This game isn't even playable. But this video came out a month ago, and I think it's true. Allegedly, maybe Yugi doesn't actually cheat as much as we think he cheats, right? They all cheat a little bit, of course. But like, I wanna see it broken down by someone who actually knows the game. So, how much does he actually cheat? Does he deserve his title as King of Games? This is how often does Yugi actually cheat by Yifan? 1 month ago. Literally just recommended because I was watching the cheating video, I think. Okay, the moon thing is ridiculous, yes. But like, after they started releasing the TCG and made established rules and changed a couple of effects, like some things are just like anime only cards, but as long as they're anime only card effects that consistently work like that for anyone, not just Yugi, that's not really cheating, right? So this has to be clearly cheating within the rules of the anime too, right?
Yugi cheats a lot, like a whole lot. Like here, or here, or here, or here. At this point, it's practically a meme. Yugi has cheated so much, he's gained a reputation for pulling off some of the most ridiculous rule-breaking plays. But the truth is, Yugi bends rules in almost every arc. And yes, even in movies. So today, I wanted to make the most complete breakdown ever made.
Ooh.
Every illegal move, every contradiction, and even clearing up a few things that look like cheating, but actually aren't. So let's find out. Does Yugi really deserve the King of Games title? Or is he actually the King of Cheats? We need to lay a few ground rules about what counts as a cheat.
See, this is what I'm saying. We'll follow the anime. Everything is judged on anime rules and card effects, right?
You can pause if you want to read them. The most important thing is some ground rules.
He does not read them. Okay, each arc has their own specific rule set, so we'll be judging each duel under that rule set. There's like every tournament they enter, like Pegasus throws in weird stuff. Didn't Kaiba made them like? Actually, it wasn't really Kaiba. It was like the one after that where they were like sucked into a video game and their souls are forfeit or something. I don't know. Strange things happen in children's card games. If a Yugi performs an action that contradicts other cases that he has performed before, then it counts as a cheat. Yeah. If it's consistent, it's not a cheat. It's just weird anime quirks. If Yugi at any point uses some kind of trickery that misleads the opponent, then that counts as a cheat. What if you just aura them? What if you just like bluff? Bluffing doesn't count. Any duel that I do not mention, you can assume that I did not find anything noteworthy to mention. Okay. Mind crushing them? That's not cheating. That's just a special skill. That's just we punch them into Daddy's parking lot after.
About what counts as a cheat. You can pause if you want to read them. The most important thing is that some of these are a bit subjective, so if you disagree, make sure to let me know in the comments. But starting off with Duelist Kingdom,
yeah, I know this Yugi. I just think it's a funny thing you have to know.
With Yugi versus Weevil. I also use this duel to lay out some of the weird plays that Yugi makes that aren't actually cheats. Starting off strong, just 2 turns into the duel, Yugioh draws a card during Weevil's draw phase, which, you know,
What?
you aren't allowed to do.
How did
Weevil
he
first
do
attacks
that?
Dark Magician with his basic insect, but Yugioh activates Mirror Force, and then Weevil's monsters get destroyed. Seemingly out of nowhere, Weevil loses 1445 life points. This might seem like a cheat, but in Duelist Kingdom, whenever a monster is destroyed by effect, the owner of that monster loses a portion of those monsters' attack now are destroyed. That being said, the amount lost is never consistent, as in this duel, Weevil should have lost 2035 life points, not 1445, but given that in this case it doesn't help Yugioh, the way life points are taken away based on card destruction is also too arbitrary for me to definitively say if Yugioh's cheating, so we won't count this as one. Another cheat that people consider one is Yugioh activating Burning Land, which he uses to destroy the field. An aspect of Duelist Kingdom that not a lot of people realize is that a lot of the rules basically come down to how good at improv you are when coming up with card effects.
How did he deliver that line so dry? I say it louder and prouder. The aspect of Duelist Kingdom is how well you can ad-lib card effects when you activate them. So true.
Realize is that a lot of the rules basically come down to how good at improv you are when coming up with card effects. So if something sounded reasonable enough, you could do anything. Akin to a game of D&D, but just like D&D, if Yugioh's explanation for an effect is just too far out of the bounds of reality, I'm going to count it as a cheat. So in this case, Burning Land is as reasonable of an explanation you can give in destroying a field spell. Weevil attacks Gaia with Great Moth, and in response, Yugioh activates Polymerization from his hand during Weevil's turn to fusion summon Gaia the Dragon Champion. So this is a tricky one, because on the one hand, spells are treated as quick play spells in Duelist Kingdom. There are many cases of this happening, so we know that this isn't a rule break. What's less justifiable is that Yugioh activates Polymerization from his hand during Weevil's turn, which isn't allowed. I couldn't find any examples of other spells being activated from the hand, but the best evidence I could of this being a rule break is that Yugioh actually summons Dark Sage, which has the effect of letting Yugioh activate one spell from their hand during their opponent's turn, which implies that you couldn't normally, so we'll count this as a cheat. Yugioh activates Meimi-mu-me-mo, the Magical Mist, which according to Yugioh,
that's right, Magical Mist washes the field clean.
Which was important as Great Moth continually weakened.
I can't not. Yugioh's improvs. Yes, this burning field burns the field. Now this mist washes the field. Okay, buddy.
Right, Magical Mist washes the field clean.
Which was important as Great Moth continually weakened Yugioh's monster through the air. Okay, sure, I can see this working under the current applications of Great Moth's poisonous scales. Yugioh also attempts to argue that Meimi-mu-me-mo, the Magical Mist boosts Summon Skull attack, due to it creating a thunderstorm, and the fact that Summon Skull has an electrical attack. This one is also fine, because weirdly enough, Summon Skull does attack with electricity. Moving on to Yugioh's duel against Mako, on Mako's turn, he declares an attack on Yugioh's Giant Soldier of Stone in defense position. And Yugioh changes Giant Soldier of Stone's defense position to attack position, which counts as a cheat because you can't change your monster's position during your opponent's turn. The next cheat is a controversial one. After Yugioh changes Giant Soldier of Stone to attack position, this card attacks his spell card, Full Moon, to cause the tide to reverse and the water to reverse, leaving Mako's monsters all exposed from the water, which in turn makes them lose attack due to them being shored. And so Yugioh's justification of this is,
as you yourself said before, Mako, it is the moon that controls the ocean's tides.
I'm actually going to count this as a cheat, and here's why. The main reasoning for this is when Yugioh first activates Full Moon, the tide doesn't change at all. So on the flip side, if Yugioh destroys Full Moon, there should also be no change in the tide. Next up is Yugioh's duel.
I cannot believe it. That was the reasoning. That was the reasoning. Yes, the punching of a field spell by a random monster that went into attack mode on someone else's turn. The sole reason why it was cheating. That the only absurd part is that the moon should have changed the tide when it initially was played. Otherwise, it doesn't have an effect on the tide. Otherwise, like afterwards. But like, also what was the thing? The drought, the ocean was like swept away so that the water monsters, they like couldn't swim, so they were just beached. Like that doesn't happen. Maybe they lost like at best 500 attack from the field spell. What does it even do?
Flip side, if Yugioh destroys Full Moon, there should
isn't a quick spell. It's an equip spell.
Could also be no change in the tide. Next up is Yugi's duel against Ghost Kaiba. Yugi uses Spellbinding Circle on Kaiba's blue eyes, which causes it to lose 700 attack and prevents it from attacking or changing its battle position. Nowhere on the card does it state that the monster loses 700 attack, and so normally I would count this as a cheat. But because the anime consistently shows Spellbinding Circle reducing a monster's attack by 700 every time Yugi uses it, I'm not going to count this one. Yugi uses Mystical Elf to boost Blue Eyes' attack by 1100, but Mystical Elf is a normal monster, and Yugi's justification for this is pretty weak. So this one is definitely a stretch, and I'm gonna count it as a cheat.
It became an effect monster because she prays so hard. Look at her praying.
Honorable mention is Kaiba hacking Blue Eyes, so it loses attack and eventually blows itself up through plot armor. Now, I'm not going to count this as Yugi cheating because the entire effect is caused by Kaiba interfering with the duel, not
But Kaiba was cheating.
Again, this is another controversial one. This duel
put
takes the
Kaiba on the
cake for quite
cheat.
possibly the biggest Duelist Kingdom nonsense. Yugi uses Spellbinding Circle to force Reaper of the Cards to attack one of Yugi's cards, which contradicts every other use of Spellbinding Circle. As I mentioned before, the anime always is shown to debuff the monster by 700 attack, and also prevented the affected monster from attacking, so that's a cheat for Yugi for just making up an effect on the spot. Panic swarms the Field of Darkness, which prevents Yugi from seeing what cards are being played, so Yugi uses Sword of Revealing Light to brighten the field. This one makes a lot of sense as it's in the name, so I don't mind it. What I can't let slide is Yugi's next move. He uses Swords of Revealing Light to prevent Panic from attacking for 3 turns, and then uses Catapult Turtle to sacrifice Guy the Dragon Champion to launch an attack on a flotation ring of Castle of Dark Illusions. And I'm going to count this as 4 separate points of cheating. The first is when Catapult Turtle sacrifices Guy the Dragon Champion. It boosts its attack by 600, which obviously Catapult Turtle doesn't do. And Yugi doesn't even bother giving it an explanation for, and Catapult Turtle never does this again in the anime, so I'm counting this one as a cheat. The second one comes from how after Guy's been fired at the castle, the only part of the castle that is damaged is the flotation ring on it, and absolutely nothing else. This makes no physical or logical sense, because for the flotation ring to be damaged means that the shield surrounding the monsters, the rest of the castle, or even the monsters themselves didn't get damaged, but only the flotation ring, which, might I add, the shield is what caused the monsters to be trapped under the castle, so we know the shield could be interacted with. The third cheat is Yugi's justification for why the Castle of Dark Illusions is still floating.
The only thing holding up your castle are the swords of revealing light. And when this turn ends, each and every sword will vanish.
Which makes absolutely no sense.
What?
Because if monsters are locked inside the swords, then how did the flotation ring fall before the swords expired?
What
and for
the
the
heck
fourth
is
cheat,
this?
Swords of Revealing Light disappeared after 2 of Panic's turns, where it should have been for free. Even within the framework of Duelist Kingdom D&D rules, the reasoning for Yugi's attack with Catapult Turtle makes no sense, and it's just too egregious to let go. Also, what the hell is a flotation ring? I'm pretty confident that this is just a concept Yugi made up to justify this ass-pull of a win. By the way, if
what does it do? What does
video,
this?
why not
What
subscribe
does
to the
any
channel?
of that
It helps me a
do?
lot and lets me know
Isn't
this
it
is the
just a
kind of
monster
content that you want to
card?
watch.
Why is it
Next up is
floating up
Seth's
and
rematch
it
against
going
Yugi.
away?
Yugi activates Living Arrow along with polymerization.
Have
to
a
fuse Mama's
shield or
graveyard
whatever
to blue eyes.
nonsense. I feel like I need to go back and watch that crazy
Yugi
video.
activates Living Arrow along with polymerization to fuse Mam's graveyard is neither dark or a zombie. It's an Earth
It's Earth Dinosaur.
dinosaur. And this is all based off the anime card. So because Yugi got
He's literally holding a card that says Earth. He didn't even like edit it or anything. Oh.
both the type
Man, delusional man waving around a card that's like, this is clearly, this is dark.
an attribute wrong here, I'm counting this as it allows him to use polymerization on an opponent's monster. The next time, it lets Yugi use one of Pegasus' spell cards after it had already been resolved. The next, it reflected Bandit Keith's spell card back to his monster. So if how its usage does not line up at all with
Is
the
this an
card's
actual
effect,
real
and how Yugi
card?
doesn't even justify how this works, I'm counting this as an additional cheat. In Yugi's
Really?
duel against Mai, he doesn't actually cheat. and every
Yugi
single reason
cheater,
he gives is
pumpkin
pretty solid.
eater.
Here,
So
Yugi uses
true.
Catapult Turtle to destroy Mai's mirror wall, where even if
Isn't it like every time he uses Catapult Turtle, it's like a freaking cheat? Which is crazy because Catapult Turtle is already as strong as it is, but I'm just saying.
is pretty solid. Here, Yugi uses Catapult Turtle to destroy Mai's mirror wall, where even if the mirror wall is a trap, Yugi's justification fits and makes sense. Mai's Shadow of
Sugar, he destroys a trap card with his Catapult Turtle? Okay.
Eyes forces Yugi's monsters to attack her, and Yugi plays Mystical Elf, which ignores Mai's spell as Shadow of Eyes only works on female monsters, which again, makes sense.
Female
For
monsters?
Yugi versus Joey's duel, Yugi only gets one cheat in this duel.
I didn't know you gendered them, and then it's like Pokemon rules of. What are they doing?
Makes sense here. For Yugi versus Joey's duel, Yugi only gets one cheat in this duel. Joey attacks with Thousand Dragon, but in response, Yugi activates Maki the Magical Mist, which blocks Thousand Dragon's attack by extinguishing the flames through the rainwater. It's a fishy explanation because the rainwater is shown only to affect outside of the castle, not inside, but I can see how rainwater can stop the attack of a fire-breathing dragon. Joey manages to affect Time Wizard's effect against Yugi, causing it to age the field, with this effect working on Dark Magician. But then we see that it never actually ended up working as intended, as now Dark Magician turns into another monster, the Dark Sage. This is much of an ass pull as you can get, and it's even worse when you consider Yugi gave this card to Joey. But the idea of a wizard with a millennial worth of knowledge, unfortunately for Joey, is an explanation that makes sense. Thank God. Moving on to our final duel in Duel's Kingdom, we have to evaluate in this arc is Yugi versus Pegasus. Like before, Yugi activates Living Arrow with a different effect from its written text. An explanation doesn't work, so that's an extra count to the score. The only other potential cheat is the sequence of events where Yugi activates Multiply and Kuribo to create an infinite number of them, causing Thousand Eyes Restrict to blow up, which all makes sense. We're finally off of the massive rules that
it makes sense.
Brings, and we can enter the more concrete defined rules of Battle City, to a certain point. With this being said, it means that we're now judging Yugi's gameplay based off Battle City rules, so that means no more headaches of wondering what a flotation ring is, or why Maki has a different effect every time it appears on screen. We'll start off Battle City with the very first duel of the entire arc, being Yugi versus Seeker. Yugi goes through most of the duel without cheating, but for some incredibly bizarre reason, it seems like Duel's Kingdom shenanigans are still in store, as Yugi makes up an effect where Alpha the Magnet Warrior gains 200 attack because of Summon Skull's electricity, boosting
What's Summon Skull being like the most electric type monster they got
Alpha
here?
the Magnet Warrior gains 200 attack because of Summon Skull's electricity, boosting Alpha. The crazy thing though is that Yugi didn't even need to cheat here, because well, if Yugi wasn't a bum of a duelist and used a monster with the lowest attack to attack a defense position monster, he had enough attack to wipe out the Seeker anyways. So
if he wasn't a bum, of a duelist, he already had lethal.
well, this is obviously a cheat, as Duel's Kingdom rules are off the table in Battle City, so any attempt at trying to logic your way through a random effect appearing doesn't work.
I'm very distracted by the change in animation quality.
Curtain to special summon a Dark Magician from his deck during his main phase, then proceeds to attack Yugi during his battle phase. Somehow, even after Dark Magic Curtain's resolution and an entire new phase change, Yugi for whatever reason is able to just activate his opponent's cards as his own to special summon Dark Magician Girl, which is a pretty clear violation of the rules. This move gives Yugi two cheats. For the first one, you can't just use the opponent's spell to special summon your own monster, and the second is that Dark Magic Curtain's card effect states that you can special summon Dark Magician, not just any spellcaster. So Yugi wasn't allowed to special summon a Dark
I mean, that's like one of those things where they clarify later on. It's like anything with Dark Magician in the title is like the part of the archetype, and Dark Magician Girl technically has Dark Magician in it, so it's part of the archetype, you know.
Magician Girl here. The third cheat is when Arcane activates Ectoplasmer, a card which lets the turn player choose two types of monsters to be converted into ectoplasm, whatever that means. An opponent loses life points equal to the attributed monster's attack. Arcane attributes two monsters, so the first type, Fiend, which does inflict damage to Yugi, but then Arcana sacrifices his Dark Magician to deal damage to Yugi, which should have caused Yugi to lose the duel. But for whatever reason, Yugi's Dark Magician absorbs the damage which Yugi...
Oh, okay, no, seriously, the ectoplasm is burn damage. But the burn damage, for some reason, got redirected to his monster instead of his life points.
Should have taken, which is just not an effect in the card. In Yugi's duel against Strings, we get a record number of times that Yugi cheats in a single game.
A record?
Yugi says that Buster Blader gains 500 attack for each dragon-type monster in the grave. However, he also applies it to Slifer the Sky Dragon. But Slifer the Sky Dragon, despite its name, isn't a dragon type. It's a divine beast. Yugi puts Creeble in defense.
No, foiled again by monotyping. Divine Beast, not dragon by the way, has dragon in the title.
Dragon, despite its name, isn't a dragon type. It's a divine beast. Yugi puts Kuribo in defense position, which should have triggered Slifer's effect to decrease Kuribo's attack by 2000 and cause it to get destroyed. But Yugi justifies this by saying as Nightmare Steel Cage prevents attacks, it prevents Slifer's second math effect from activating, This is wrong. Nightmare Steel Cage only stops attacks, not any effects that destroy monsters. Probably the most egregious is Yugioh activating Magic Cylinder, and Spellbinding Circle on Slifer the Sky Dragon, which counts as 2 cheats here. Spellbinding Circle shouldn't work on Slifer, as we've seen Mirror Force not working on Obelisk when it attacks.
Sorry to disappoint you, but Mirror Force
Huh?
will reflect Obelisk's attack right back at you. I'm afraid that you're weak.
Wait. Do all of the god cards ignore effects? I thought it was just Obelisk. I thought Slifer doesn't have that like immunity to card effects. Obelisk ignoring card effects does make sense. Not ignoring trap cards, I don't really know about that one, but
Mirror Force will reflect Obelisk's attack right back at you. I'm afraid that your weak trap card won't work.
Magic Cylinder negates and redirects Slifer's attack. While you could make an argument that this card doesn't affect the gods directly and affects their attacks, this again is inconsistent with the previous examples of traps.
in the anime all the god cards are immune to everything? Oh. Dang. They had immunity to traps and effects?
The gods. Yugioh uses brain control to take control of Revival Jam, which is fine. But here
This is the
Yugioh
jam, this is the stupid slime
cheats in
thing.
2 ways. First is that Slifer's effect gets procced when Revival Jam is
jam
on Yugi's
thing.
field, but that isn't how brain control works. It simply just swaps the side of the field Revival Jam is on. It doesn't count as a summon, so Slifer's effect shouldn't have worked here. The second is that even if Slifer's effect does proc after Revival Jam gets destroyed, this card gets sent to Marik's grave, and when it hits the grave, Revival Jam's effect causes it to get special summoned back to Marik's field, not Yugi's. As brain control doesn't make you become the owner for the rest of the game. In Yugi's duel against Loomis and Umbra, he cheats a total of 4 times. Yugioh activates Card Destruction, sending Beast of Guilford to the graveyard, which is fine. Its effect allows it to equip itself to a monster and lower that monster's attack by 500. What isn't fine is that Yugioh never mentions this effect at all. He only reveals it after Blue Eyes attacks, which is obviously just cheating. You can't
Oh, this is what he means when he says something misleading. Like, this isn't really cheating because it's allowed. It's cheating because he didn't tell the opponent that this is what happened and this is what activated. I was like, haha, I fooled you into making this move that is obviously not beneficial for you had you only known what I did.
just hide an activated effect and reveal it whenever it's convenient for you. Yugioh summons Valkyrie and a Magnet Warrior by tributing the 3 Magnet Warriors, but the cheat comes from where Mask of Restrict is on the field, which doesn't let either player tribute summon monsters. This one is pretty egregious, as clearly on a Valkyrie and a Magnet Warrior card, it specifically uses the word tribute. Loomis and Umbra even tried to call Yugioh out on this, but he tries to justify it by saying,
Only prevents us from sacrificing. But that's not the only way to summon powerful monsters, Umbra.
which is just a cop-out. As
It only prevents us from sacrificing / tributing. Which is not going to hold any water because I'm going to immediately just tribute something. Haha, ha ha.
As it doesn't matter what you want to call it,
Anti-flu
Valkyrion's card
true.
effect states directly that you will be tributing monsters. Yugioh uses diffusion on Valkyrie and a Magna Warrior, but it's clearly not
totally
fusion.
a special
It's an effect
summon.
monster in the anime.
Trust me,
so
bro.
This combo shouldn't have worked. Another cheat is that Yugioh activates diffusion to summon a Magna Warriors back, but they should have returned to Yugioh's field, not Umbra's, which is crucial as Kaiba then used 3 tributes to summon Obelisk, giving them the win here. Up next is Yugioh's duel against Joey possessed by Marik. Yugioh uses Dispel to negate the effects of Graceful Dice, but this isn't how Dispel works. Dispel doesn't negate, it only destroys. So in this case, Yugioh only would have destroyed Graceful Dice.
This is a very important point that I feel like the anime has never ever gotten right. Is that if you destroy something, it does not negate. But like, they pretty much treat it as one and the same in the anime, right?
Spell doesn't negate, it only destroys.
And
so
this
in this
to
case,
negate.
Yugioh only would have destroyed Graceful Dice, but he wouldn't have been able to stop the effect of Graceful Dice from working. The second cheat is that the end result of the duel should have been a loss, not a draw, as Yugioh's life points reach 0 first, and after this happens, the duel ends. And Joey wouldn't have been able to equalize his life points for them to reach 0 as well. In Yugioh's duel against Kaiba in the Colosseum, we see Kaiba summon Obelisk, and then Slifer's second math effect activates, causing it to lose 2000 attack. This shouldn't have worked worked, as literally in the same duel, Obelisk's attack destruction effect doesn't work on Slifer, which is inconsistent with what we see here. Either Slifer's effect doesn't work on Obelisk, or Obelisk would have been able to destroy Slifer in this case. And there's no justification for why Slifer's effect works on Obelisk, but Obelisk's effect doesn't work back. So
Well, you see, one of them is a main character, and the other one just simply isn't, and does not have the power of Kuribos. You have to believe in the power of Kuribos in the heart of the cards, obviously. Yeah, he didn't have an eyeball. His eyeball out.
So I'm going to count this as a cheat. Kaiba activates Flute of Summoning Dragon, and again, Yugi gets to use his opponent's card out of nowhere, and uses it to summon Red Eye's Black Dragon, which obviously isn't allowed.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, where did that come from, bro? Why does Yugi get to use his opponent's cards so often?
If you recall, you used your Flute of Summoning Dragon to summon your Blue Eyes to the field. But you may have forgotten that your flute works on my hand as well.
You can't use your opponent's card to summon your own monsters. Another thing to note is
Yeah, I know. It negates if it destroys like a continuous spell or field activation, but that was not the case.
Works on my hand as well.
you can't use your opponent's card to summon your own monsters. Another thing to note is that during this duel, Kaiba activates Spell Sanctuary, a card which lets spells get activated during the opponent's turn, which implied that before, any time spells used during your opponent's turn, it was illegal. I've decided to assume that all spells being spell speed 4 was legal, mainly due to the overwhelming number of times this has been confirmed. And then for finale in Battle City, I only managed to spot 2 cheats. Yugi sets a card without looking at it in the spell and trap zone, and I'm counting this as a cheat, because if it was a monster card, this would have counted as him misrepresenting.
Oh, that's fair. That's true and fair. If you do something with a card without looking at it and you literally don't know what it is, how can you legally play it in the spell and trap zone? Like, what if it was not a spell or trap?
What he had on the field. Yugi uses Ragnarok to banish his entire deck to destroy Winged Dragon of Ra, which again, destruction effects don't work on the gods, and this effect shouldn't have been able to destroy Ra. And in the case that you think Ragnarok does anything special, in the original show, Yugi explicitly says that Ragnarok destroys Ra.
Yeah, don't they have immunity to destruction?
So this is a cheat. In the entirety of Virtual World arc, I could only find one single instance of cheating in the entirety of Virtual World, and that's in the tag duel against the Big Five, where Yugi summons Dark Flare Knight with Polymerization and attacks the same turn it summoned. In the anime during Battle City, fusion monsters couldn't attack on the same turn they were summoned.
Wait, really? What's the point? Huh? What is this rule? That would never happen in TCG. You're not allowed to attack the same turn you're summoned if you're fused? That's weird.
And so Yugi attacking with Dark Flare Knight was illegal. You could
that's like less he did something illegal and more that everyone else is just following the wrong rules, but yeah. Okay. Fusions were too strong, so they all had summoning sickness? Wow. Like a tournament rule of theirs? Or Pegasus rule?
could argue that as
yeah,
this
what the heck
was
is
in Battle
summoning
City
sickness?
and in a separate arc, the fusion summoning restriction might have been taken off, and that maybe this rule didn't apply to Virtual World, except now we see Seto Kaiba using Quick Attack against No Kaiba, a card which lets fusion monsters attack on the same turn they are summoned.
Thanks to my Quick Attack magic card, I can attack right now!
Implying that any cases of this happening without this card broke the rules. Moving on to the Waking of Dragons arc, we'll start with Yugi's duel against Raphael. Yugi first special summons Kuri Babylon by using Kuriba's effect to banish the 5 Kuriba brothers from the field. Yugi then later activates Kuri Babylon's effect to remove it from play to special summon back the 5 Kuriba brothers. Later, Yugi then again activates Kuriba's effect to summon Kuri Babylon from the banish zone, but this actually was a case of Yugi cheating. Kuriba's effect only special summons Kuri Babylon from the deck, hand, or graveyard, not the banish zone.
Not
the only
the
way this combo would
banishment.
have worked is if he runs another copy of Kuri Babylon in his deck, but this seems pretty unlikely, so it's a case of Yugi cheating.
Hey, what if? Never doubt my man. My man loves Karibos, okay? He would have another brick in his deck just for this occasion. Why does he have a horn? Because he's adorable.
Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, gets destroyed because
Yeah,
Yugi
surely he just
activates
plays 2
Silver
of them.
Archers.
Of course. Just runs two of them.
Yugi cheating. Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, gets destroyed because Yugi activates Seal of Oracalcos, but there's
She's
an
so
effect
cute.
that lets her return to the field after it gets destroyed, and so Yugi would have had an empty field after this. In Yugi's duel against the fake Yugi, he states that Divine Wind's effect inflicts any damage the opponent's monster's effect would inflict damage to you, doubled back to the opponent. But this is a flat out lie. It instead reflects any damage that the player would have taken onto the opponent plus 500. This duel is probably one of the most insane duels in the anime, where so many times Yugi just objectively breaks the rules, and this isn't even in Duelist Kingdom. Yugi activates Relay Soul, a card which lets him special summon one monster from his hand, but you lose the duel if the special summon monster is destroyed. The cheating comes from when he activated it. His life points reach 0 before the activation of this card, and as Relay Soul is activated after his life points reach 0, he would have lost the duel at that point, and wouldn't have been able to play any cards past this point. Just bear with me for this next combo, because it's incredibly convoluted, where I think Yugi cheats in almost every conceivable way here.
That's
Legendary
crazy.
Knight Critias attacks Divine
Yeah, if you
Serpent
lose
again,
the
but then
duel.
Yugi activates the effect of Critias, letting it absorb the effect of attack guidance barrier from his hand. Now Yugi can choose another monster on the field, and whenever Critias attacks or is attacked this turn, the attack will be directed to the chosen monster, and so Yugi chooses Hermos. And Hermos's effect is that whenever it gets attacked, its attack stat gets tripled, and then it gets reflected back to Critias. But since Critias has just been attacked, its absorbed effect activates again, reflecting it back to Hermos. And again, Hermos's effect activates, causing its attack to be tripled. This causes
There's a
an
loop?
infinite loop, where Hermos's attack reaches infinity. Tamais then activates effect, absorbing Critias and Hermos to special summon a Knight of Destiny, letting it absorb the combined attack of the 3 knights and attack and destroy Divine Serpent.
Can you have an
and
infinite
within this
loop?
entire sequence of
What?
events, I found a total of 5 cheats. The first is that Critias absorbs a card's effect from his hand, which he uses on attack guidance armor. However, if we look at attack guidance armor's effect, this shouldn't have worked, as it only works when an opponent's monster declares an attack, not when your
There is an infinite loop? You can? But like, how do you have an infinite loop and then keep playing after that? That doesn't seem to make sense. You can't just like, okay, now that I've trapped you in an infinite loop, I'm gonna go play this card. Like, what? That's not the definition of an infinite loop.
monster attacks the opponents. The second is that attack guidance armor also requires a defense position monster you control, and so Critias wouldn't have been able to redirect the attack to Hermos. The third cheat is that obviously, your opponent cannot reach infinite attack points by stacking them over and over, as technically Yugi could have just let the attack stack continuously for a long time, but it always would have been a value substantially lower than infinity. Fourth cheat is
Okay, what do you mean a number substantially lower than infinity? Okay, like we could just say 1, 2, skip a few, 99, infinity, like who's out there counting? Who's out there being like, okay, we're gonna keep this loop going, but I'm gonna stop it at exactly 9999999. Got that?
for a long time, but it always would have been a value substantially lower than infinity. Fourth cheat is how Hermos is even able to reflect the attack of Critias back in the first place. Yugi sends the 3 Magnet Warriors to the grave as part of Hermos' effect, but there isn't anything that explains how or what these cards are related to in Hermos' attack deflection, and seems to imply that it's due to them being magnets, which is a whole nother can of worms I don't want to deal with. The fifth
They're magnets. Just don't worry about it. You know, magnets do some repelling nonsense. I don't know, man.
and final cheat of this combo is that Yugi claims
Divine Serpent's strength may be infinite, but that's still not enough. For now, there's a force beyond infinity.
this just mathematically makes no sense to me.
Just mathematically makes no sense. Okay, nerd. Shut up, nerd. Whatever.
An attempt to claim, and it's just untrue. For the only cheat in the Grand Championship arc, when Yugi activates Monster Reincarnation, he doesn't actually return Dark Magician to his deck. And for the final and last duel of the original series, we have Yugi's duel against the Pharaoh. For this, we will count both Atem and Yugi cheating as going towards the final count. The first cheat that will count is Yugi Moto using Ground Erosion on Obelisk, which Yugi tries to justify by saying that the trap affects the monster zone Obelisk is in, not Obelisk itself. itself, which is extremely flimsy reasoning, and Obelisk should still be unaffected by this trap. The
Yeah,
fire uses
what the
the
heck?
effect of Slifer to reduce the effect of each of Yugi's magnet warriors after they all get summoned. But Yugi counters with Magnet Force, which he claimed to redirect Slifer's attack back to the three gods. This again is a cheat, as the Pharaoh states in this duel.
Traps don't work.
Don't. Once you summon a god card, isn't it over? They're not affected by anything in this game. They can't get attacked. They can't get destroyed. No traps work on them. Like, what do? You get a beat stick somehow bigger than this. Actually, not even. You can't like destroy them. Can you destroy them through battle? You have to attack over them so the damage goes through. But you can't destroy them. Right?
To the three gods. This
You
again
kiss the
is a
god
cheat,
and
as
pray.
the Pharaoh states in this duel.
This guy you don't trust.
And so Magnet Force shouldn't have been
That's
able
true. You
to
could try
redirect
to
Slifer's
direct
effect.
attack
It also
through Catapult
contradicts
Turtle.
Yugi's earlier assertion that the second math ability of Slifer is an attack, not an effect, which Magnet Force implies. As this card directly states, if it's targeted by an effect. Magnet Force is also treated as a continuous trap, even though it's a normal trap, and stays on the field for longer than the turn, which again is a cheat. Slifer gets summoned through the effect of Summoning Clock, a card which lets him special summon monsters from your hand equal to the number of turn counters. This is all fine and well, but as we know if the gods are special summoned, then they are sent to the grave at the end of the turn, but this never happens in a duel. Yugimoto activates.
Oh, is that the thing? They get summoned once and then they get... And then they go to the graveyard? Really? Okay, I don't know any of these rules. Okay.
And they are sent to the grave at the end of the turn, but this never happens in a duel. Yugimoto activates Mirage Ruler, a card which returns all monsters destroyed this turn back to the field, and he returns Valkyrion and Silent Swordsman back to the field. Throughout the duel, Silent Swordsman has been gaining attack during each of Yugi's standby phases, so if Silent Swordsman was removed from the field, it would no longer have its boosted attack, and once Yugi summoned it again, it should have had 1,000 attack again.
True.
Atem activates Monster Reborn during the battle phase, but Battle City rules no longer apply.
I
And so
actually
Pharaoh
used
shouldn't have been
Silent
able to
Magician
activate a spell
before.
as a quick play. Yugimoto activates Spell Textbook, which lets him discard his entire hand to draw one card into Card of Sanctity. The issue is specifically with Spell Textbook, as its effect states that you can discard all the cards in your hand, but given that Yugi has no cards in his hand, he cannot satisfy the requirements.
Oh,
to
then he
activate
can't
it.
even,
And so
yeah,
this
he
was an
can't pay
illegal move.
cost.
Spell Textbook on a wiki does have the if any clause, which would make it a legal play. If you take the literal Japanese translation of the card, it makes no mention of the if any. That is in the last time we see Yugi duel in the anime.
I mean, if it's in the translation in TCG, then it still works no CG, no? If any is optional.
The card, it makes no mention of the if any.
It's not
That
like
is in the last time
cost.
we see Yugi duel in the anime, as in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, he duels against Jaden, where he goes through most of the duel without cheating, except for one especially blatant combo. Jaden activates the card Code Change, which lets him change a type in a card effect to be any type of his choosing, which in this case was Heroes Guild, and then Yugi responds by playing Mystical Ref Panel, which I'll be giving 3 docs for. The first is that Yugi wasn't even able to activate Mystical Ref Panel, as the card text of Mystical Ref Panel requires a target of Code Change to be able to be applied to another appropriate target. So in this case, Yugi would have needed to swap Code Change's target to instead be card on the field other than Heroes Guild, which now run on. So the conditions to activate Mystical Ref Panel weren't
This is too
satisfied in the
confusing.
first place.
Okay.
The second
Just
is
wrong
that Yugi
target.
uses Mystical Ref Panel like a continuous trap card, and it stays on the field for the rest of the game. But Mystical Ref Panel is a normal trap, and should have been sent to the grave after Yugi activated it. And even on a card that he did end up using Code Change on, Yugi still used it wrong, as Dark Renewal's Japanese effect is this, and makes no mention of the type of monster in that special.
I like the exclamation mark. Activate the moment your opponent summons a monster. Sacrifice that monster, one of your own monsters, to revive a dark
From the
magician.
grave being Spellcaster, and if we look at the TCG version, its effect specifically mentions a Dark Spellcaster, which Yugi still cannot summon Slifer with, as even if
Yeah,
Yugi
that's
used
true.
Code Change on Dark Renewal,
Slifer
he could
is
then only
not
summon
dark.
a Dark Divine Beast monster,
They are
not a Divine Beast
divine.
monster. Another cheat I found in this duel is when Impact Flip sends Beast of Gilfer from the deck to the grave, and then during Yugi's turn, his Dark Magician attacks Elemental Hero Blade Edge, and only when Jaden attacks into Dark Magician does Gilfer's effect get shown. Again, like before, Yugi's hiding knowledge from
That happens all the time in the anime, though. They're always like, haha, you did it. But it's like, I see it, I attribute it a little bit like, you didn't read my card. My card always had this ability, you just didn't read it. But it's true that it didn't, if it didn't change the board state immediately, then that's kind of sussy.
from Jaden until the last possible moment, so this counts as a cheat. Moving on to the big screen, we'll start with Pyramid of Light, where Yugi gets attacked and drops all his cards. You can see for a brief moment that he loses 2 copies of the Winged Dragon of Ra and King's Knight. The movie novelization confirms that he only has 1 King's Knight, and obviously there's only 1 copy of each god in existence.
You what do you mean you're running a 2 rise? Listen, the animator was on a time crunch, okay? He's like, what the heck does this guy have in his deck? I don't know. Can you run 2? Can you run 2 gods?
Almost definitely is an animation error, but still counts as a cheat. On Yugi's final turn, Yugi has done some switcheroos of his own, as he's shown to draw a diffusion wave motion, but out of nowhere he activates double
Someone
spell,
ate the god cards.
which he was never shown to have at any point before this, and his hand was also empty. This also isn't really a cheat. When Yugi uses Kaiba Return from a different dimension, he mentions that Kaiba wanted a perfect victory,
When Kaiba spoke of dealing me the perfect defeat,
which was fine, except for the part that Kaiba never said his part out loud. He only fought it.
Okay, well, obviously, you missed the part where, they are, like, fated rivals with, like, a hate boner so strong for each other that they are telepathic.
Almost definitely a continuity error, but it is funny to think that Yugi was reading Kaiba's mind the entire time. For Bonds
It's okay, he was just he was just mumbling it, you know? Maybe he was mumbling it, okay?
Jaden and Yusei's duel against Paradox, Yugi commits a sort of half cheat here. Jaden activates Flute of Summoning Kuribo, letting him add a Kuribo or Wing Kuribo from his deck to his hand, but instead, Yugi adds Kuribo to his hand, which under tag team rules, if an effect would special summon from the deck or add a card from the deck to the hand, the currently acting player performs the effect using their own deck.
Okay, so technically you can't do it for your teammate is all.
Because Yugi was the one who activated Flute of Summoning Kuribo, it would be him getting Wing Kuribo from his deck, not Yugi. There's a couple problems with adding this to the cheat counter though, as Jaden was also just as complicit in this cheat, as he's the one who's activated it. And while I'm using the official rules, there's nothing guaranteeing that the anime rules also use them, so I won't count this one.
So with that all being said and done, Yugi cheats 56 times.
56 times? This is like rather generous reading of things, all things considered. Half of the wacky stuff he pulls is like, well, this feels like cheating, but like we don't really have the rule book, so maybe it's not. Right? Yeah, much lower than I expected. Yeah, no dark-sided dimensions. There's no way that guy didn't cheat. Oh, to be fair, Yugi didn't play that much in dark-sided dimensions. It was mostly Kaiba dueling, I feel. Right.
6 times.
That was it. This is it, right? I thought it'd be a lot.
There's also another thing I want to point out, and it's that at the end of the ceremony duel, Shizu makes this comment.
You're wrong. You see, the Pharaoh didn't predict what his next card would be. His willpower made it so.
Which makes all these duels like here, or here, or here, or here, extremely suspect, as Yugi is basically able to cheat any card he wants to the top of the deck. We see multiple times he's drawing cards without looking at it.
It's a heart of the cards!
Which means that in every single
It's just
duel,
magic
in every
skill.
single draw, there's always the
This
question
is Duel
of,
Links,
did
right?
Yugi
Everyone
cheat
gets a
this draw
skill.
out? But you might say, in anime drawing cards is technically a skill, which sure is true. But what Yugi...
Oh yeah, it's the... Oh my god, someone told me that once. There was like some dude who like trained in a mountain because he kept bricking to pick the right cards, and then he had a duel and he lost anyway. And my response was, why didn't he just build a less bricky deck, man?
I say an anime drawing cards is technically
But
a skill, which sure is true. But what Yugi did was the equivalent of using steroids, given that he used an ancient Egyptian artifact, which gave him access to millennia-old spirit, who can literally manipulate fate and even duel for him, which in my personal opinion, definitely counts as cheating. After all, it basically means that whenever you're dueling against Yugi, you're technically dueling against 2 different people.
Okay, so like, you know, every time I log in and start stream and play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and I go chat, what do I do? And like 50 people send me some messages as suggestions and advice. It's just coaching, you know? It's just coaching. It's okay. it's technically Yami Yugi item playing most of the time. Little Yugi is just there for moral support. And just like that, I am a conduit of your collective choices, okay? I'm merely selecting the cards for you. You're channeling your willpower through my body and clicks and cards, so to speak, right? Yeah. It's not cheating because chat is also dumb. It's not cheating, you're just bad. What if your opponent has a 1,000 viewers? Yeah, what if my opponent was cheating too? Technically, they're just not. They're underutilizing this, right? They could be doing this the entire time anyway. It's not like YCS. There's no rules that say two people can't be playing at the same time and giving advice to each other. Friendly advice, okay? I'm not using any algorithmically proven way to manipulate choices and stuff. Yes, it's like team competition. Exactly. Like it's like a racetrack, right? I'm merely the driver. You guys are the pit stop. You guys are the ones changing my wheels and oil and like just pretty much pointing me towards the direction on the road. I'm merely pressing the button there, yeah. Michael Hicks, what does the 16... You use 16 months of Prime just to tell me fraud? Huh? Well, I never... It's just here. Here's the catch. I never said I was a good duelist. Now, did I? I never claimed to be. You know... The god of games or whatever. Maybe doesn't drive. I can drive. The driver's seat, but the car is remote controlled. Exactly. Yami Yugi doing the dueling and Yugi watching. Yeah, I never felt like baby Yugi did anything other than moral support.
So, to answer the question I asked at the start of the video, how many times does Yugi cheat? Given that he duels with Pharaoh in basically every duel, the real answer is simple. Yugi's cheated in every single duel. No. Okay, there were some duels where one of the Yugis was asleep. Okay, if you want to be super technical about that, some of the duels they had to do themselves. Okay, it wasn't always a duo, including the last one where they fought like each other. That was very meta. It wasn't cheating. It's not cheating when everyone cheats. Yeah, it's just called leveling the playing field. And if you ever get caught cheating, which Yugi never is throughout the entire show, even when they try to call him out on his BS, you know what you have to say, right? Everyone say it with me. It's just so basic. It gets you out of everything. But it's just so basic, you know? You know what I'm saying? Perfect. Thank you, Cheater Pang, for tying that off with a little ribbon. King of games, so the king makes the rules. What's a king to a god, though? Who are like Ishizu and the others? I swear, there must have been someone else in the authority position. We need a so basic redeem. You know what we need? I'll do a voice. We need a voice alert. They're so basic. Every time I do something stupid, you guys just spam that. Every time I misplay in Master Duel, like, oops. But that was so basic, though. You let me restart, right? You let me undo that. It's so basic. Oopsie. You know, if this was TCG, I wouldn't have attacked my 2,400 monster into your 2,750 monster. It's so basic. I just couldn't do math. I'm silly girly things, right? Teehee pedo. No, my combo. My combo is so basic though. Smile. Oh man.
These videos are kind of... It's because I take forever. I tried to let that video play without talking much because it's only like half an hour video. But how I'm going on for forever. Why am I taking forever? Okay, how long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours! Dang. If we start another video, it's gonna be like another half hour. Alligator eats the bigger number. Okay, but I'm the witch and I decide to eat the tastier meal. Always double the video length. I take forever. I wanted to watch another video. Okay, wait, this one's 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes, okay? Ugh. Okay, no, actually, I should just... If it's 4 minutes, then it won't... I should just watch it as a compilation with other things. We'll watch it later. I guess we just have to stream all Yu-Gi-Oh! Reacts this week. Every day, just do react videos. Wait, hang on, I didn't do the task! Wait, I need to do a daily task. The daily task states I need to do a video off of this list. I need to find a video off this list that is really short. We need one. It's non-Yu-Gi-Oh! I think. None of these are Yu-Gi-Oh! Related. Oh, I already watched that one. That one was like slightly Yu-Gi-Oh! Related. Pro Gamer Compounds. How long are these videos? Epic revenge stories, craziest one fights. What is this daily task? Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, we have a GlitchStars Battle Pass! Wow! In the GlitchStars Battle Pass, created by the one and only Dualogs himself to gamify streaming, because people like me won't do optimal things for stream money TM. We have all these dailies that we can do. Once per stream. If you do any of these once per stream, you may redeem them for points. And you can use all those points accumulated to pull gacha. And there's a lot of fun prizes to get in the gacha. Look, these are they're literally rates. You got 5% chance of getting a legendary. So anyway, do you really want me to play the Coven of Andy and Lele? I don't even know how I'd react to that kind of game. But anyway, see, one of them is that you can react to one random video, and I just don't there's gotta be a shorter one. This one's 14 minutes. This one's 14 minutes. This one is 23. No, too long. Okay, you know what? 14 minutes is okay. What's the magic carp chap? Didn't you guys really want to watch lockpicking last time? This was lockpicking. I don't know the appeal of lockpicking, but that's okay. Yeah, this one looks short enough, right? Surely. Okay, so yeah, it is very funny. From now through Valentine's. I like that, like, they try to make some Valentine-y related tasks, such as having Valentine's streams and stuff like that. But I don't know. I can't do Valentine's streams like 2 weeks before Valentine's, so we're gonna have to wait on those. The only things I can do is silly stuff like the react segments, taking a test on stream and playing these games and such. There's a Valentine's people. I'm just saying, it's too early for that. What the heck? Besides, I don't even have any of the art back. I don't have any of like my commissions ready or anything. You mean you're not excited? Excited for what? For Valentine's Day? No, you don't understand. Valentine's Day is like every holiday, and in fact, is like it's like more of a stress thing for VTubers. It's like, oh man, I need to plan so much. You guys can celebrate by laying back. You sit there, you watch it, you consume
You pay nothing into it. For us, it's like, oh, we have to plan weeks in advance what we might want to do. And I don't know. Yeah. What do you mean listen, react to VTuber ASMR? No? What does that mean? You don't react to ASMR. Anyway, this is... Pika Spray Yellow's soft lock picking, escaping the Magikarp trap. Is this a video? Is this Pokemon related? Based on their name. I don't know anything about lock picking. Or is this more like a challenge? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. We'll see. It's Pokemon related? Okay. I have no context for this. Ikuzo. What does Pika Spray mean?
Hello, internet users. So a while ago, I made some videos discussing some soft locks you can do in the first generation of Pokemon. Well, after giving it some thought,
Oh, this is not lockpicking. This is Pokemon. This is actual OG Pokemon. What, GBA? GBA Pokemon? An emulator or something?
I decided that continuing these kind of videos under the hidden content name wouldn't be a really good fit. So welcome to a new segment I'm going to call Soft Lock Picking. And like last time, today we're going to be basing the subject of this episode off of what you, the comments, have sent in. After all of my messing around with Gen 1, one of the most popular ideas suggested to me was different methods you could use to potentially trap yourself with only the game's weakest Pokemon in your possession, Magikarp. After going through all of the different comments, messages, and emails I've gotten, I've put together all of the ideas seen in these suggestions and have created 3 scenarios that, according to all of you, should be impossible for anyone to escape.
Oh, so a Magikarp trap would be... You only have a Magikarp. It only has the move Splash. The move Splash does nothing. You are in a situation where you can't run, or win, or lose. So you're stuck there in a loop? Like fighting someone?
And today, I'm going to be putting that to the test. Bear in mind, though, that like before, the use of outside help such as cheating devices and connecting to other games is not allowed. We're going to attempt to escape using only the game and the game alone. With that out of the way, let's jump into the topic you've all been demanding I do more of, making Pokemon not fun to play.
That's how I feel. I feel all Nuzlockes do this. Like, are you playing a game or are you trying to min-max a spreadsheet?
The first trap takes the least amount of time to set up. Simply start a new game and play it normally until you reach the Pokemon Center outside of Mount Moon. It is here that we can buy a level 5 Magikarp from this man. Now to set the trap up, complete the following tasks. Once you have the Magikarp, make sure that all of the trainers up to this point have been defeated. Next, get rid of all of your money and items, including all of the hidden ones found on the ground that are available to you up to this point in the game. If you recall from the previous softlock videos, this is in order to make it impossible for us to gain money, which could then be used to buy Pokeballs. However, keep in mind that there are some items inside of Mount Moon, so as a part of the last step, you'll need to pick up all of the ones that can be obtained before coming across an unavoidable trainer fight.
What? Like, this is just trying to sabotage yourself, and this is considered fun?
As a point of reference, this Team Rocket grunt here marks the farthest you can possibly go without battling any trainers. And finally, release all of your other
Goodbye,
Pokemon.
Ivysaur.
And with all of that, the trap is complete. Because our only Pokemon is a level 5 Magikarp that just knows Splash, we're unable to defeat the trainers required to progress through Mount Moon to continue the game. And because we have no way of obtaining any more money, it isn't possible to buy any more Pokeballs. And because we can't buy Pokeballs, we can't catch any Pokemon that know any offensive moves. In theory, our Pokemon journey has come to a complete halt, with no way to move forward.
This is so
there's no choice but to start the game over from the beginning. This particular setup was the most popular one sent in to me when it came to trapping yourself with Magikarp. I'm honestly kind of surprised though, because, well, it's not too difficult to figure out how to get out of it.
You don't have any money, so you can't use your money to buy Pokeballs, and you can't buy any other Pokemon. Are there no other ways to get
I don't know, like casino alternative cash? Get free Pokemon from someone?
To sum up the solution in one word, struggle. Since
Oh,
Magikarp
yeah.
only knows Splash.
Okay, that was like, are you not allowed to count the struggle part?
The only way for it to deal damage is by exhausting its PP to the point where it has to attack with struggle. So if you use struggle, then even a weak Magikarp should be able to slowly but surely level up to the point where it could learn tackle, or even evolve into Gyarados. However, there was a comment that raises an argument to that. The logic here is that because Splash has 40 PP, it wouldn't be possible to exhaust it in battle before you'd be knocked out. And even if you're up against the Metapods and Kakunas that only know Harden in Viridian Forest, their defense would be too high by the time you could use Struggle, which means you'd end up knocking yourself out from recoil damage first. And of course, when all of your Pokemon have fainted, you'll be sent back to the last Pokemon Center you visited, with all of your HP and PP restored. However, I regret to inform you, Mr. Elf Monster, but you've overlooked an incredibly obvious flaw in your argument. All you have to do is exhaust your PP against the Cocoon Pokemon and just run from
Oh, yeah, I was like, can't you just run?
them. After that, you can use Struggle to KO the
I don't
various
know.
weak
Nuzlocke
Pokemon
always
found
have
at the
like
start of the
weird
game.
rules, so
Doing this is incredibly
I wasn't sure if this
tedious,
counted.
as your Magikarp will eventually faint from struggling. And once this happens, you'll have to spend 40 turns staring at a Metapod or Kakuna just to be able to attack again. And unfortunately, as I learned from doing this, you'll only be able to take down 1 or 2 wild Pokemon each time. Also keep in mind, healing at a Pokemon Center will restore Splash's PP, so there isn't anything we can do about Struggle's HP drain. And since we
How
don't have
fast
any
do you learn
access to
tackle?
money or items, that means we can't stock up on potions either. The amount of time it will take to level up Magikarp enough to evolve is so ridiculous that you're much better off just starting a new save file and replaying to where you left off. In fact, I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that you could go on and finish the rest of the game, and that would still take less time. But even though this is clearly not the most efficient method, the point of this experiment is to prove that it's not a situation that is impossible to escape from. So after much time...
Did it! He stuck his guns? Why?
Time has passed.
Why would
no,
you do
really,
that?
this
Yeah,
took
this is like a
forever, and it's
masochist
hardly an
run, though.
accomplishment worth bragging about. The Magikarp will level up enough to learn Tackle, which will speed things up towards getting a Gyarados. And once you have that, you'll absolutely have no trouble continuing your Pokemon journey, as if you were never even stuck in the first place. So sorry, comments, but this isn't the game-ending situation you thought it was.
He literally
But that
got
scenario
a
is just a taste of
Gyarados
what's
just to
come.
stick it to
Now let's try
him.
doing this
You're
somewhere
wrong,
else with trap
commenters.
number 2. Same premise as before, you want to release everything but a level 5 Magikarp, with no way to gain money or items. However, the point in the game we're going to be doing it at this time is the Indigo Plateau, right before the game's final battle against the Elite Four. For this setup, also make sure that the last Pokemon Center you used was this one here. This is to ensure that when you black out, you will always return to this location.
And you're
The
stuck in
logic
the
of this
Indigo
trap is as
Plateau?
follows. Because Magikarp is our only Pokemon, we can't possibly take on the Elite Four, meaning we have no choice but to leave and come back with Pokemon that can. And this is where you realize that doing so isn't so simple. Without a Pokemon that knows Fly, the only way to go back is through Victory Road. But without a Pokemon that knows Strength, that isn't possible either. And even if there weren't boulders in the way, once you make it back to the entrance of the area, you'll find this body of water you have to swim across to get back to Viridian City. And of course, we don't have a Pokemon that can surf either. Although we have to have HM3 and HM4 to even make it to this part of the game, at this point we've already released whatever Pokemon we use
Wait, can Magikarp not learn Surf?
to get here in the first place. And without a way to get Pokeballs, we can't catch anything that would be able to learn those moves. With the way things
What part of a Magikarp can't learn Surf? Oh, Magikarp. Oh, I don't know. There's like fat Magikarps you could surf on in the anime. So you have to get it to level 20 to become a Gyarados for it to learn Surf, right? Ugh.
things are now, it seems like we're completely screwed. The end of the game is just out of reach, and we're left with no choice but to hit New Game on the main menu. But is that really the case? Of course, Magikarp is unable to learn any TMs or HMs, but Gyarados can, and Surf and Strength happen to be the only HMs that it can learn in this game. So like before, if we can evolve Magikarp, then that means we can escape the trap. But the question now becomes, how do
What
we
do you mean
that?
Gyarados also
Out
learned
of all
fly?
the wild
What?
Pokemon we can find in Victory Road, there isn't anything our level 5 Magikarp can possibly beat. But there is still an answer. If during your playthrough you picked up the old rod, you can still fight against Pokemon weak enough to defeat with
Oh my god, this guy is big brained. What? I've never would have thought of, yeah, use the old rod, use the beginner rod.
struggle. Simply walk into Lorelei's room and use the old rod at the
Oh
side
my
here.
god,
You will always
Lorelei's
fish up a
room.
level 5 Magikarp, no matter what body of water you fish at. Once you're in a battle against Magikarp, you're going to have to sit through 40 turns of splashing before you can use struggle. Like before, this is going to be another test of patience. It will take quite a long time to get a Gyarados from grinding off of Magikarp. But once again, the point here is to prove that we aren't permanently stuck, no matter how ridiculous the method of escape
But he's still
may
gonna
be.
do it.
Though let me
The
tell
mad
you,
lad.
there is something really humiliating about constantly dying from a Magikarp in Lorelei's room. And sadly, that is going to be happening for a while until you get this thing's level up. Yeah, this is clearly the kind of show that you shouldn't be playing along with at home. At the very least, if you want to find a way to amuse yourself while you're doing it, you can always fish in the statue. Yeah, for some reason you can both fish and surf on every one of these in the game. It's kind of fun to mess around with, seriously, try it out for yourself. Anyways, eventually we get ourselves a Gyarados, which we can then
the
teach
mad
Surf and
lad.
Strength, and then use to leave the Pokemon League. And just like that, we've escaped another trap. But I'm not quite satisfied with this outcome. I'm sure right now some of you are thinking, isn't the old rod an optional item? What if you didn't get it earlier in the game?
Is
And
it?
you are correct. It is entirely possible to ignore picking up the
Oh.
old rod while playing the game. Meaning that if we were to trap
If you
ourselves
say no, I
outside
don't
of the
like the
Elite Four
fish,
without
they don't
ever
give it to
receiving
you.
it, we would not be able to use this method to get out. So I decided to up the challenge a little. Would it still be possible to escape from the Indigo Plateau without the use of the old rod? Well, if you know me, you'll know that I just love to solve pointless puzzles like this, so let's break it down and find out. The first goal is to find a way for our level 5 Magikarp to gain EXP in an area where the only wild Pokemon we can find are at a ridiculously higher level, meaning that out of all of the ones available to us, we need to find a method to make one faint in battle while Magikarp survives and receives EXP. But is there really any possibility for such a thing to occur? Actually, there is, and it can be done with two of these Pokemon, Geodude and Graveler. Why these two?
Self-destruct?
Because at the levels they're both found at in Victory Road, they will know some very helpful moves for this escape plan. Self-destruct and explosion.
I guessed
I
it!
think you can see where I'm going with this.
But how
If
do you keep
either of these
yourself from
Pokemon use one
dying?
of those moves and misses, then they will KO themselves.
Oh, they can miss. I forgot that move is not like 100% accuracy. I feel like just sacrifice your entire health bar to like do one move should not miss. I don't know, but like, you know, I'm not a game freak.
Leaving our Magikarp free to reap a nice reward of EXP,
The big
meaning that it
brain.
can level up without actually having to battle. However, both Self-Destruct and Explosion have an accuracy of 100%, which means that in order for it
Oh.
to miss, we're going to have to rely on the infamous
Yeah, it does have 100%. So
1 in 256
this is a
glitch. For those
glitch.
unfamiliar with this glitch, I'll sum it up simply. Due to how the Gen 1 games check accuracy, moves that are supposed to never be able to miss have a 1 in 256 chance of missing completely. This is of
Why,
course
though?
assuming that status moves such as Sand Attack or Double Team aren't in play. Although the odds are annoyingly small and it will no doubt take some time to do, it's certainly possible to use this method to level up your Magikarp to the point where it can evolve. But once again, I have to say that it would still take less time to play through the game from the beginning. Once you have your Gyarados, you can teach it the 2 HMs and escape to Viridian City. But why stop there? After everything I just endured, running away hardly seems like the most elegant escape. So how about I finish it this way instead? After much more grinding, I got the very same Gyarados up to
I'm sorry. This guy spent how long to get his Gyarados to level 100? To make a 14-minute video? That this is like
the
10,
max
this
level,
is like 5
and
minutes
soloed
of.
my way through the Elite Four and Champion. What's that, comments? I was supposed to be trapped forever with a Magikarp? Pardon me while I just waltz through the Hall of Fame.
He did the entire plateau with a single Gyarados? I guess if you're 2 times the level of their opponent, you can probably surf one-shot them. What?
Game with my level 100 Gyarados. And with that, the score is 2-0. Okay, now we're on to the last trap. This time the challenge is to escape from Cinnabar Island. You know the drill by now. No money, no items, and no other Pokemon.
He has
Also,
too
be
much
sure that
free
your
time
last heal was
on
done
his
at this
hands.
area's Pokemon Center, and that all of the trainers in the gyms and Pokemon Mansion are defeated. And just in case you forget, make sure that among the other Pokemon you released, the resurrected Pokemon of the fossil you picked up at Mount Moon is included. Both of them are capable of learning Surf, so we need to get rid of them to make sure we're actually stuck. If you'll recall from earlier, the simplest solution here would be to just use the old rod at the water, slowly grinding off of other Magikarp. However, once again, I'm going to ban the use of this due to the fact that you can choose not to pick it up while playing through the game. This is where things got a bit tricky for me. Without the rod, it seems as though there really is no possible way off the island. At first, I was confident that I could go into the Pokemon Mansion and rely on the 1 in 256 glitch to cause a wild coughing or wheezing self-destruct attack to miss, just like in the previous trap. But there are some problems with that idea. First of all, both of these Pokemon cannot be found in Yellow version. And second, in Red and Blue, the highest level that a coughing could be found here is at level 35. And the highest you can find wheezing is at level 42. And what level do these Pokemon learn self-destruct? Level 43. That's right.
They got locked out by one level diff.
The possibility to escape this trap is just out of reach. I've tried looking into different options, but none of it has gone anywhere. So it looks as though stranding yourself on an island with just Magikarp truly is impossible to get out of. This one is unfortunately a failure. And there you have it. Ridiculous ways to get out of ridiculous situations in the Gen 1 Pokemon
The
games.
commenters
I'm sure
finally
at this point,
won.
there are probably a few of you asking,
Although I
well,
think the
what
fishing
about the
rod
remakes?
tech
I've
is
talked about
smart.
this before, but the possibility to create situations like these would be addressed by Game Freak in later generations. In future games, including the Fire Red and Leaf Green remakes, you would be unable to release your last Pokemon that knew an HM move. Attempting to do so would cause it to return with a message saying that it was worried about you, thus preventing the player from doing something stupid, whether it be intentional or not.
Preventing
As
the
for whether you'd
5-year-olds from
actually find a
sabotaging
practical
themselves.
use for any of these solutions I offered in the video, well, there probably isn't any. I mean, let's face it, you'd have to be absolutely insane to do this to yourself. Unless maybe you do this to like a friend's game. You shouldn't do that though, that's kind of mean.
That's kind of mean.
But anyway, that about does it for this video. If you've got a suggestion for getting yourself trapped in any of the other generations, or even in a game that isn't Pokemon at all, feel free to send it my way. Who knows, maybe I'll end up making another one of these.
He's like, you shouldn't do any of these. It's kind of mean. All his commenters being like, hey, I got a great one for you, buddy. It's not mean if he consensually likes to be hurt by Pokemon games and puzzles. That's crazy.
Maybe some of you have even figured out a way to escape the trap that I couldn't. Go ahead
I can
and let
barely
it be known
play
down
the
below.
base
My name is
game
Picaspri, and
with
thanks for watching.
limitations, and he's just like, yes, I am going to play hours upon hours upon hours to flip a 1 out of 256 glitch chance that this will work. And he did it too, from level 5 to 100. Insane. Don't judge his kink on main. What's wrong with Porygon? I understand this. The splash tech is just it's like the weakest Pokemon ever, right? Shining hunting is one thing. This is insanity. Yeah, Master Duel Masochist sounds up his alley. I got trapped after releasing all my Pokemon, sold all my items, and only had a single Magikarp that only knew Splash. I was stuck in this specific situation. Okay, Mr. Nintendo Pokemon Company. This was clearly your fault for not playtesting your game for this exact situation that I put myself into. Incredible. Well, okay, that was... I don't know if I learned much about the game. I feel like I learned more about someone who has no concept of valuing their own free time. Alas. They made it so there's no soft likes ever. Yeah, you're not really allowed to sabotage yourself that much nowadays. Can I do a Pikachu sound? Pikachu! Pika Pika! There you go, you got a free... free redeem there. Okay, it's 2 a.m. now. It's 2 a.m. so sadly we are going to have to end here because I'm going to fall asleep. And I'm the EPS girl now. I'm not 50% sassy, 50% sleepy. I'm like 80% sleepy at this point. It's a good impression. Thank you. You liked it? It's the only thing I can say. Sorry. I'm not very good at making anything other than Pikachu noises and cat noises. Oh, I have to raid. I have to raid Amaya before she raids me. I can't lose in the raid wars. So I need to pick up my points. Okay, but as we do that, yeah, my battle badge rewards. Let's get them. Okay, that was reacting to the random video. Oh, I forgot if these stack. I think they do stack, right? The 1 hour and the 3 hour works. I did the random video. And I definitely did 3 hours. But yeah. I did one for at least 1 hour. But did they stack? I don't know. They should, right? Okay, I'm just gonna say they should. Even so, I did like 4 hours. I did my fair share of videos. I worked hard today. It's okay. Were you entertained? Were you not entertained? I kept you guys company. Even though I yapped for an hour and a half. So it's been 5 hours of stream and I yapped for an hour and a half. So that means the rest of it. The rest of it was, at the very least, commenting. Transformative commentary, by the way. Adding on to the base video that I'm reacting to make sure I'm not just react-ending for no reason. Okay.
Majokko Meimi. If you guys haven't checked it out, you should check out my original song called Ephemeral in the YouTube channel by group Ephemera. We have merch out as well that is using the art from our song. It's not on my channel, so you're gonna have to check my posts and pin linked and whatnot. I will see you guys tomorrow. We gotta do some more grinding then, and then maybe you can see me play some Gudo games. I don't know, just as a treat. As a treat. Although I think you should also send me $50 more so I can fulfill my daily task of getting $100 per stream. Can I just ask like that? Is begging allowed? Is that allowed? Can I just be like, yo? So if we get 100 per stream, we get 25 points. And if we get 250, we get 200, I believe. It's kind of a lot. Oh wait, help me think of a Valentine's themed deck for Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. Okay? We gotta work on those. Oh wait. It's allowed and encouraged to sell out? Sweet! Put a gun to their head. Tell them to take out loads to Dota War. Dota War, you hate me!
The orb says that is a very cultured yes.
You put, oh no, not Blinkbit. Blinkbit's already sending me a GPU. If I get another GPU, I'll send it back to you, Blinkbit. Thank you so much for the dono so I could get 200 points
For that, I will do a stream tomorrow, and it will be a stream I don't like, but you guys will love seeing me suffer. It's a bonus! It's a treat! Is Yummy Valentine enough? I don't think so. The GPU and Kiwi send that to you. Yay! Wait. Can you send me some? Can you send me like my merch too? Can I send you my wish list for my merch so you can bundle it all together? Thanks. And then I can finally stream games without my... I guess maybe... Although you know the patch that fixed Monster Hunter? Maybe I can actually stream Monster Hunter without a GPU upgrade. But I'm still kind of sus. It breaks me down. Anyway. Hi! Atsumi! Go EP now. I think I'm just a 2 a.m. streamer, honestly. I think this is just my time slot. But for everyone else that isn't on a time slot where this is 2 a.m., please go to sleep responsibly now. Key! That's Meimi. Go listen to Ephemeral. Ephemeral! Oh god. Ephemeral. To sleep. Thank you. Where do we go now? You go too. We're raiding into another GlitchStar girl. The only other one that is on right now. She's playing GlitchStars. She's Amaya. Hey boy.